Chapter 6053. Fan Di and Zhozihai didn't say anything. They followed Lin Feng's lead and didn't want to risk their lives. Lin Feng sneered. How arrogant! Do you think you can defeat us? Song Jiutian said proudly. That's only natural. Do you think my soldiers outside are pushovers? Song Mingtian's confidence stemmed from the fact that this was a city under his control. Although Lin Feng's group was strong, they had too few people. How could a few people fight against so many of them? At this moment, Du Mu said, Uncle, please allow me to vent my anger. Song Mingtian naturally knew what Du Mu meant. There was a reason why he doted on his nephew so much. Du Mu's true identity wasn't his nephew, but his son. Song Mingtian had an affair with his sister-in-law in the past. Thus, Song Mingtian basically agreed to Du Mu's request. Song Mingtian said, Fine, I'll allow you to vent your anger. However, if someone doesn't know the difference between life and death and tries to stop me, don't blame me for being merciless. Song Mingtian's last words were naturally meant for Lin Feng's group. Come out. Du Mu pointed at Du Zhu. Du Zhu walked out. Du Mu's face was filled with a sinister smile. Servant, are you afraid now? Why aren't you kneeling and kowtowing to me? Du Zhu's eyes were filled with mockery. Du Mu was furious when he saw Du Zhu's gaze. He had thought that Du Zhu would be extremely afraid of him. Why was Du Zhu looking at him with mockery instead? He couldn't understand. Du Mu strode over to Du Zhu and sent a slap at Du Zhu. He was certain that Du Zhu wouldn't dare to resist. If he dared to resist, wouldn't he die without a doubt? His uncle would definitely kill him. Du Mu believed that Du Zhu was a smart person, so he decided to properly humiliate Du Zhu. In his opinion, killing Du Zhu right now would only benefit Du Zhu. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after he vented all his anger. But what Du Mu hadn't expected was that the poison ancestor would actually dare to fight back. The poison ancestor grabbed Du Mu's wrist, and Du Mu coldly said, You lowly dog, you actually dare to fight back? Are you looking to die? Slap. Poison ancestor's palm slapped Du Mu's face with great force. Immediately, a resounding slap resounded. Du Mu let out a blood-curdling scream as half of his face was smashed to smithereens. You dare hit me? You dare to hit me? Du Mu roared furiously. He couldn't believe that Du Zhu still dared to hit him at a time like this. Did he not want to live anymore? Even Song Mingtian's expression turned unsightly. If Du Zhu hit Du Mu now, what was the difference between that and hitting Song Mingtian? Aren't you going to make that slave kneel and kowtow to apologize? Song Mingtian gloomily looked at Lin Feng, Great Devil Sky, and the others. Lin Feng said indifferently, Someone is courting death. If we don't fulfill his wish, wouldn't we be unromantic? The cursed doll laughed loudly. How can this be considered unromantic? Lin Feng, as expected of a playboy. When Du Zhu heard Lin Feng's words, he slapped Du Mu's face again and again. Du Mu's face swelled up and he saw stars. He looked like he was about to lose consciousness. Du Zhu was ruthless. He had no intention of showing mercy. Song Mingtian was furious. With Lin Feng and the others supporting Du Zhu, it was clear that they were going to shed all pretenses today. Release him quickly, or you'll die without a grave today. Song Mingtian said furiously. Release him? Fine. Du Zhu, release him quickly. Lin Feng smiled, but his smile looked a little cold. Yes, young master. Du Zhu replied. Song Mingtian felt a little better when he heard that. However, he was determined to kill Lin Feng and the others. Once Lin Feng released Du Mu, he would kill Lin Feng and the others. It had to be said. Song Ming Heaven's wishful thinking was extremely good. However, what happened next infuriated him even more. Du Zhu tapped Du Mu's forehead lightly. Du Mu's head was pierced, and he died on the spot. I'll return him to you. Du Zhu tossed Du Mu's corpse to Song Mingtian. You're courting death. Song Mingtian roared. Crash, the sound of chairs colliding could be heard. Everyone stood up. Song Ming Tian, Chi Tianwen, and the others naturally stood together. As for Fan Di, Zhou Zihai, and the others, they stood with Lin Feng and the others. When they saw this, Song Ming Tian and the others were stunned. The situation was very clear. Fan Di and Zhou Zihai had already sided with Lin Feng. Song Ming Tian and the others' expressions turned gloomy. Song Ming Tian said coldly, Fan Di, Zhou Zihai, you haven't committed a grave mistake yet. I'll give you a chance. If you choose to side with us, we won't lower ourselves to your level. Otherwise, you'll die. Fan Di sneered. Since we've already made our choice, why would we choose to side with you? Zhou Zihai said coldly, that's why you should give up while it's still early. Since you don't know what's good for you, there's no need for me to be polite with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Ming Tian slapped out with his palm, and the entire palace collapsed. Everyone was exposed outside. Song Ming Tian's expression was ferocious. He shouted coldly, kill them! By now, the army was ready. They attacked together, and their attacks were naturally terrifying. Just as the army was about to attack Lin Feng and the others, Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Dead. Huang Daxian flew out first and used an illusory world. Huang Daxian's illusory world enveloped the army. Huang Daxian planned to use the illusory world to trap the army for a while. During that time, Lin Feng and the others could deal with Song Ming Tian and the others. When they saw the army of 100,000 suddenly disappear, Song Ming Tian and the others' expressions turned ugly. The army of 100,000 was the best of the best. They were usually stationed in the Western District, but Song Ming Tian had specially moved them here. He had wanted to use the army to kill Lin Feng and the others, but now it seemed that his wish had been dashed. After Huang Daxian used the illusory world to trap the cultivator army, the powerful undead inside the Book of the Dead flew out. Since Huang Daxian had gone to deal with the cultivator army, there were still 38 transcendents left. There were also 265 saints. When they saw so many experts, Song Ming Tian and the others' expressions turned ugly. Chapter 6054. Anyone who saw the sudden appearance of so many experts would have a change in expression. Although Song Ming City had many troops stationed there, it would take time to mobilize them. Now it was definitely too late to mobilize them. As the saying goes, even the wisest person would make a mistake. This time, the situation had occurred mainly because Song Ming Tian hadn't expected Lin Feng to have someone like Huang Daxian on his side. If Huang Daxian hadn't used an illusory world to trap 100,000 elites, then Song Ming Tian believed that with so many experts on his side and the 100,000 elites, it would be easy to kill Lin Feng's group. But now it was too late. There was no point in saying so much. Go! Song Ming Tian shouted. This fellow was a decisive person. He knew that they definitely weren't a match for Lin Feng's group. Therefore, he didn't think of fighting to the death with Lin Feng's group. Instead, he wanted to quickly shake off Lin Feng's group and then mobilize his army to deal with Lin Feng's group. This was the best way to deal with Lin Feng's group. Once the army came, they could surround Lin Feng's group and attack them. However, Lin Feng wouldn't give Song Ming Tian this chance. Lin Feng also knew that they had fewer people. If they faced an army, they would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, the most important thing now was to end the battle quickly. They couldn't waste too much time. If they wasted too much time and allowed the 100,000 elites to escape, it would be extremely bad for Lin Feng's group. Once they got rid of Song Ming's group, Song Ming City would be like a headless dragon. What would those army commanders choose? Would they go against Lin Feng's group? Or would they choose to side with Lin Feng's group? Lin Feng believed that many people would make the right choice. Hundreds of powerful undead surrounded Song Ming Tian's group. A huge battle immediately erupted. Lin Feng, Great Devil Heaven, Du Zhu, Evil Sovereign Saint, Cursed Doll, Broken God, Fan Di, Zhou Zihai, and the others all joined the battle. After being surrounded by so many experts, Song Ming Tian's group was naturally no match. The experts on their side were constantly being killed. Even Song Ming Tian, Qi Tianwen, True Monarch Devil Yi, and Wu Ziang were in an extremely bad situation. Qi Tianwen, True Monarch Devil Yi, and Wu Ziang exchanged glances. They seemed to be communicating with their eyes. Soon, they came to an agreement. Then, they suddenly attacked Song Ming Tian. At such a close distance, Song Ming Tian was caught unprepared and was sent flying by the three of them. Of Song Ming Tian's group. Damn, what's going on? But Du Zhu quickly understood what was going on. It seemed that Qi Tianwen, True Monarch Devil Yi, and Wu Ziang wanted to join hands and show their allegiance. You dare betray me! Song Ming Tian roared angrily. Qi Tianwen sneered. What betrayal? From the very beginning, we felt that Sir Lin should be in charge of the cultivator armies. We were just feigning civility with you just now. We just wanted to gain your trust and then find a good opportunity to capture you, you thief. Song Ming Tian almost died from anger when he heard Qi Tianwen's words. Lin Feng was also speechless. This guy was really shameless. Lin Feng had the impression that compared to Qi Tianwen, he was like a small child in the presence of a great magician. That's right. That's right. True Monarch Devil, he hurriedly said. Seeing that you're about to be executed, we're very gratified. Wu Ziang said. Whispered the poison ancestor next to Lin Feng. Those three guys are shameless. I've never seen them before. Lin Feng said. They saved us a lot of trouble. Lin Feng wasn't wrong. If Song Ming Tian and the others had worked together, they wouldn't have had any problems holding on for a while. But now that they were fighting among themselves and Song Ming Tian had been injured, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Killed Song Ming Tian. Lin Feng gave the order. Song Ming Tian had to die. Killed Song Ming Tian. It was the perfect opportunity for Lin Feng to establish his might. Kill. Qi Tianwen and the others shouted. At this moment, Qi Tianwen and the others were more active than anyone else. Song Ming Tian and the others were strong, but they couldn't withstand so many people attacking them at once. So, it didn't take long for all the cultivators on Song Ming Tian's side to be killed. Only Song Ming Tian was left. You all deserve to die. I curse you all to die a horrible death. Song Ming Tian cursed viciously. His eyes were filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng and the others into 1,000 pieces. But now, he could only curse Lin Feng and the others. 15 minutes later, Song Ming Tian was killed. At this time, the army stationed in the city came from all directions. The 100,000 elite cultivators had broken through Huang Daxian's illusory world. This is bad. They're surrounding us. Fan Di, Zhou Zihai, and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw the densely packed cultivators. Lin Feng said, There's no need to panic. The army surrounded the city so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Kill them! Avenge my lord! One of the legion commanders shouted. But there were also some who didn't move. Lin Feng shouted, Song Ming Tian is detestable. He's already been killed. Do you all still want to be foolishly loyal? The 5 destruction devils are eyeing us covetously. If we want to survive, we have to work together. The 6 overlords have already submitted to me. If you all submit to me, I'll treat you all equally. If we kill the 5 destruction devils, it'll be a great fortune. Perhaps we'll all be able to obtain endless benefits and karmic luck. In the future, I'll lead you all through the Battle of Armageddon and survive until the next epoch. You? You want to trick us into submitting to you with your glib tongue? How laughable. Do you think we'll believe your nonsense? Sneered a commander. There were 15 armies and 15 commanders. 5 of them wanted to kill Lin Feng and the others. However, the remaining legion commanders remained unmoved. We're willing to submit. a legion commander said in a deep voice. To Lin Feng's surprise, the first commander to submit to him wasn't a commander who'd come later. Instead, it was the commander of the 100,000 elite cultivators. That commander had the fewest subordinates, but the cultivators in his army had the highest cultivation bases. Although they were few in number, they were definitely one of the strongest cultivator armies. Chapter 6055. This commander was called Qi Qing. There was a reason why he was the first to submit to Lin Feng. He had experienced Lin Feng's methods before. Lin Feng had summoned an undead spirit from the Book of the Dead. It had actually trapped 100,000 of their elite cultivator army for a period of time. His methods were too terrifying. Moreover, he believed that Lin Feng would definitely have many other terrifying methods. Moreover, Lin Feng was so young, and his cultivation was already so terrifying. What would happen in the future? Although the army had surrounded Lin Feng and the others, there were differences in the army. It would be very difficult to kill Lin Feng. If he did not submit to Lin Feng now, after Lin Feng left and reorganized the cultivator army, those who did not submit to Lin Feng would probably die without a burial ground. Qi Qing had never thought about escaping to the outer realm. The outer realm was filled with danger. It was not easy to escape to the outer realm. They might even be wiped out in the outer realm. Of course, there was one more thing besides this serious problem. No one was willing to leave their home. Demon Realm. Their family and friends were still there. Leaving their home and leaving their family and friends here? At that time, it might be an eternal farewell. On the other hand, if they submitted to Lin Feng, they might be able to have a good future. Good. What's your name? Lin Feng looked at Qi Qing and asked. This subordinate's name is Qi Qing. Qi Qing hurriedly replied. He was very happy. Lin Feng had asked for his name. From now on, he might have a meteoric rise. I'll remember you, Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Qi Qing could not help but feel a little excited. Seeing that Qi Qing had submitted to Lin Feng, some of the commanders who were still watching also knelt on one knee and swore loyalty to Lin Feng. Apart from the 5 commanders who wanted to kill Lin Feng, the other 10 commanders had all submitted to Lin Feng. Fan Di, Zhou Zihai, and the others could not help but sigh when they saw how powerful Lin Feng was. Fortunately, they had already submitted to Lin Feng. They knew that Lin Feng would not treat them unfairly. If they followed Lin Feng, they would indeed have hope in the future. You people have betrayed the master. Have you forgotten the master's kindness towards you? Asked Lin Feng. An expert of the rank of a legion commander said angrily. A commander immediately retorted. Humph. What do you mean by that? In the past, we controlled powerful cultivator armies, but Song Ming Tian forced us to submit to him. If we did not submit, we would definitely die. That was why we compromised and submitted to Song Ming Tian. However, Song Ming Tian is temperamental, ruthless, and bloodthirsty. We trembled under his hands. He is not a wise master. Today we have met a wise master. Naturally, we will submit to him willingly. When Lin Feng heard those words, he smiled indifferently. Of course, those words weren't entirely flattery. Many commanders felt that Lin Feng was much stronger than Song Ming Tian. Lin Feng said, All right. Since you've submitted to me today, I won't treat you unfairly. Commanders, please rise. Thank you, Master. The commanders said in unison before standing up. Lin Feng looked at the 5 commanders and said coldly, Do you still want to be my enemy? I wish I could kill you. One of the commanders said coldly. The other 4 commanders hesitated. They realized that the situation was not good, so they also wanted to submit to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not give them the chance to do so. Attack. Destroy them. Lin Feng waved his hand. Kill. The 10 commanders shouted in unison and led their cultivator armies to attack the other 5 cultivator armies. At this moment, the other 5 cultivator armies were also shaken. They were only ordinary cultivators, so they naturally hoped that their commanders would submit to Lin Feng and avoid a battle. However, the Legion commander's attitude made their hearts sink to the bottom of the valley. Thus, when the battle broke out, it was a one-sided situation. The 5 cultivator armies could not even withstand a single blow. The main reason was that their morale was low. Their morale was in chaos. Otherwise, how could things have turned out this way? Surrender. We surrender. The 4 commanders chose to surrender. Kill the commanders. The ordinary cultivator armies can live if they surrender. Lin Feng was silent. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the ordinary cultivator armies surrendered one after another. The 4 commanders who had originally chosen to surrender had no choice but to break out. They led their personal guards to break out of the encirclement, but they did not succeed. In the end, they were killed. At this point, the chaos had finally calmed down. The commotion here was so great that it naturally couldn't escape the attention of the cultivators in Songshou City. Countless people looked over. Many of them saw Songshou Tian and the others being killed, and their hearts trembled. Songshou Tian had been killed. This was truly earth-shattering news. Was that young master the one who had fought against Sha Mo and remained undefeated? Now, he was going to become the ruler of the 7 regions. Du Zhu, stay here and help organize the army and clean up the battlefield, Lin Feng said. Yes, young master, Du Zhu hurriedly replied. After that, someone led Lin Feng and the others to an undamaged palace to rest. They arrived at a guest hall. Lin Feng looked at Qi Tianwen, True Monarch Moe, and Wu Ziang. Lin Feng did not trust the 3 of them. If they could betray Song Mingtian, then they could betray him as well. Thus, it was difficult for Lin Feng to trust them with just a sentence of surrender. When they felt Lin Feng's gaze, the 3 of them felt somewhat nervous. Lin Feng said, "Show me your sincerity." The 3 of them exchanged glances. They knew what Lin Feng meant. He wanted them to swear an oath. The 3 of them had uncertain expressions. If they were to swear an oath, then they would be completely tied to Lin Feng's ship. There would be no room for them to turn back. They were somewhat unwilling, but when they saw Lin Feng's cold gaze, their hearts couldn't help but tremble slightly. They knew how powerful Lin Feng was. If they went back on their word, they would definitely die. The 3 of them didn't dare hesitate any longer and swore an oath. I, Qi Tianwen, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, young master. If I dare violate this oath, my soul will be destroyed and I will die. I, True Monarch Moe, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, young master. If I dare violate this oath, my soul will be destroyed and I will die. I, Wu Ziang, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, young master. If I dare violate this oath, my soul will be destroyed and I will die. The 3 of them swore an oath together. After they swore an oath, Lin Feng immediately formed a soul contract with the 3 of them. From then on, the 3 cultivators of the top of the Qi layer became Lin Feng's slaves. Chapter 6056. After settling the matter in Songming City, Lin Feng did not return to the magical Sky City immediately. Lin Feng had heard that there was a former residence of a great Confucian scholar about 150 kilometers northwest of Songming City. Lin Feng planned to visit the former residence of the great Confucian scholar. Lin Feng realized that he seemed to have a deep connection with the Confucian sect during this period of time. Before this, he had entered Jixia Academy and obtained the inheritance of the Analects of Confucius. Now that he had heard about the former residence of a great Confucian scholar, Lin Feng was somewhat happy. Lin Feng was very curious about the inheritance of the Confucian sect. Lin Feng suddenly thought of elementary scholar Ning, whom he had met in the Tianwu continent. Elementary scholar Ning had studied for 80 years and cultivated the righteous Qi. Then, he had successfully passed the Thunder Tribulation and become a peerless expert. This was the power of the Confucian sect. Although they might not have cultivated, if they understood the Great Tao, It was like a chance encounter where they could transform into a dragon after encountering a storm. However, Lin Feng had not seen elementary scholar Ning for more than 200 years. He was a great Confucian scholar, and he did not know how he was doing now. Thinking about the past, Lin Feng thought of many old friends, such as the old drunkard, the demonic saber Nalin Jing, the twin martial souls Tian Zhongdao, and his eldest senior brother Jing Ping, who had ordinary talent but did not dare to be ordinary and wanted to defy the heavens and change his fate. However, now that he no longer had any contact with them, perhaps life was just like that. Many people did not know when they would meet again, but there was also the possibility that they would never meet again. Thinking about it carefully, it really made him sigh with emotion. Lin Feng brought Du Zhu, the evil supremacy saint, and the others to the former residence of the great Confucian scholar. A garden had been built there, and it was called the Su Garden. However, after the great Confucian scholar passed away, his clansmen seemed to have left this place long ago. Before they left, the great Confucian scholar's clansmen had activated a restriction and sealed this place. The Confucian sect restrained evil cultivators, so although there were many experts in the devil world, they did not dare to rashly enter this place. Therefore, after so many years, this place was still relatively well preserved. Zhou Zihai said, "I've heard about this place before. It's said that the great scholar was traveling through the world, and when he passed by the demon world, he took a fancy to the scenery here, so he built the Su Garden here and lived in seclusion." Lin Feng asked, "May I know the name of this great scholar?" Zhou Zihai replied, "I don't know his name anymore, but he calls himself Daoist Taiguan." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh in surprise. This great scholar was quite interesting. He was clearly a Confucian cultivator, but he actually gave himself a Daoist name. Actually, there was one thing that Lin Feng wasn't clear about. That was that Confucian cultivators generally only had a single character, but they had multiple names. For example, the famous sword Immortally Taibai, also known as Taibai, also known as Householder Qinglian, also known as Banished Immortal. He had 2 numbers. And this Daoist Taiguan. There must also be official characters and numbers. However, there were many cultivators in the Confucian school who, in addition to Confucianism, also cultivated Buddhism or Taoism. Therefore, there was a saying that Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism were inseparable. Therefore, many Confucian cultivators would often give themselves all sorts of strange names. Some Confucian cultivators gave themselves Taoist names, such as Daoist Taiguan. However, some Confucian cultivators gave themselves Buddhist names, such as Bodhisattva, Old Monk, and so on. These were all relatively common things. Because this place was sealed by restrictions, it was naturally not easy to enter. However, this was not a problem for Lin Feng because Lin Feng cultivated the analects of Confucius and had grasped the overwhelming righteousness. Therefore, after Lin Feng circulated the overwhelming righteousness, it should be quite easy. Thus, Lin Feng tried to circulate the overwhelming righteousness in his body. He used the overwhelming righteousness to wrap everyone up and then flew toward the area covered by the restrictions. Sure enough, they successfully entered the area covered by the restrictions. Then, Lin Feng and the others landed in the mountain forest. Du Zhu smiled and said, "The restrictions left behind by the Confucian school are strange. If you don't cultivate the Confucian school and don't have the overwhelming righteousness, I'm afraid you'll feel powerless." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Some of the methods of the Confucian school are indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the Confucian school attaches great importance to the inheritance of the Confucian school, so they won't casually let others obtain the inheritance of the Confucian school." Lin Feng thought to himself, although there are many reasons for the decline of the Confucian school, the views of the Confucian school and the almost paranoid concept of inheritance are also important reasons for the decline of the Confucian school. Of course, there are still too few scholars. The group walked up the mountain. There were colorful flowers all over the mountain. They were not deliberately planted, but flowers that already existed. They were very beautiful and were a good place to go for a walk. The group arrived at the top of the mountain, where the Sioux Garden was built. Standing in the Sioux Garden, one could see the mountains. It was a beautiful sight. There were no restrictions in the Sioux Garden, which made Lin Feng and the others very happy. Lin Feng did not want to have to match couplets like when he entered Jixia Academy. Back then, he had been lucky and had seen the couplet Willow Pond locked in smoke. If he had not seen it, wouldn't he have missed out on the opportunity to enter Jixia Academy? Since they could enter the Sioux Garden without matching couplets, Lin Feng and the others were naturally in an extremely good mood. Lin Feng looked at the couplet written on the gate of the Sioux Garden. The first part of the couplet read, "The sound of the wind, the sound of the rain, the sound of studying, the sound of voices entering the ear." The second part of the couplet read, "Family affairs, national affairs, the affairs of the world, everything is concerned." The horizontal scroll read, "Family, country, and the world." After seeing this couplet, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Lin Feng was not a Confucian expert, he still had a little appreciation for couplet. For example, this couplet in front of him was really a rare couplet. Family, country, and the world are all in the heart. It could be seen that the owner of this couplet was also a magnanimous gentleman who cared about his country and the world, right? Such a person was naturally extremely extraordinary. Lin Feng and the others stepped into the Sioux Garden. In the Sioux Garden, there was a mountain with strange rocks and a small bridge with flowing water. This water was drawn from the heavenly lake at the peak of the mountain and still had a hint of coolness. The Sioux Garden was built with the style of a Jiangnan garden and was extremely elegant. In addition to the elegant environment, there were also many small buildings built in the Sioux Garden. The names were also very good. For example, Jingya Pavilion. This was a tea house. For example, Raindrop Listening Pavilion. This was actually a place where one could listen to the music of stringed instruments when resting. There were many small buildings like this. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Confucian cultivators were really particular. If it were other cultivators, they would probably just build a cultivation room, a rest room, a pill refinement room, a weapon refinement room, a spirit array room, and a few other necessary places. This was naturally very different from the lifestyle of Confucian cultivators. Chapter 6057. Wine Hall? Lin Feng smiled when he saw the pavilion in front of him. Was this a place left behind by the great Confucian back then? Was it a place to store fine wine? When Lin Feng thought about that, he walked towards the Zaijiu Hall. Du Zhu and the others followed closely behind. Cultivators were more or less fond of fine wine. Lin Feng was like that, and so were the others. If there was a lot of fine wine here, they would definitely move it away. However, when Lin Feng and the others entered the wine hall, strange expressions appeared on their faces. That was because there was no wine in the wine hall. Instead, there were bookshelves filled with books. This wine hall was not a place to store fine wine, but rather a place to store books. This should be a library, right? Why was it called the wine hall? Was it because of the owner's bad taste? Fan Di said, "I've heard that there are some Confucian sects who are unrestrained and love wine, literature, and poetry. Some of them even use wine to liven things up when they write their essays or poems. It seems like the wine-keeping hall's name came from this, right?" Lin Feng and the others agreed with him. They guessed that when that person read, wrote poems, he liked to drink wine to liven things up. That's why he named the library Zaijiu Hall. Even though it was a bit unrestrained, it was still quite interesting. "I'll go take a look elsewhere," said Du Zhu. He had no interest in reading, so he wanted to see if there was any good wine hidden somewhere. There was an 80% chance that there was good wine hidden here. The others left the wine hall one after another. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was rather interested in the wine hall. There were many books here. Lin Feng casually pulled out a book and found that it was the Great Learning Scripture. He flipped it open and found that it was not a cultivation scripture. Instead, it was a book used for the imperial examination in the secular world. Lin Feng looked through many books. There were many books here, including astronomy, geography, and so on. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Collecting so many different books must not have been easy, right? He did not know how long it would take to finish reading them. After reading them, he still needed to memorize and understand them. It would take even more time. The world of cultivators was a rather fickle world. 10,000 years was too long. They had to seize every moment. How many people were there? To be able to concentrate on studying and studying? However, the legacies of the Confucian sect were very particular about this. Thus, it was very difficult to find someone who could study. These rules of the Confucian sect were not suitable for Lin Feng. Some of the legacies of the Confucian sect were also not suitable for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not a person who could sit down and study. Lin Feng was only interested in some of the Confucian sect's immortal sutras and divine abilities. He had little interest in other things. However, if he wanted to cultivate the many Confucian sect's immortal sutras and divine abilities to the peak level, he obviously needed to study. The study here contained many meanings, but in short, it meant that he had to have a deeper understanding of the Confucian sect's classics, history, and so on. However, this was obviously far from Lin Feng. Lin Feng had obtained the cultivation method of the Analects of Confucius, Immortal Sutras. Lin Feng didn't need to study the celestial scriptures to the very top. If he could study them to a very high level, then he would be able to use them in many situations. Lin Feng was already extremely satisfied. He didn't ask for anything else. Lin Feng saw a manuscript on a desk. It seemed to be the manuscript written by that great Confucian of the past. Lin Feng discovered that there was a poem written on the manuscript. Calming Disturbance. This was the name of the poem. The content was as follows. Don't listen to the sound of leaves breaking through the forest, why not sing and walk slowly? The bamboo cane and straw shoes are lighter than the horse, who is afraid? The misty rain makes one's life miserable. The chilly spring breeze clears one's drunkenness, a little cold. The mountain peaks slanted to welcome him. Looking back at the bleak place, there is no wind or rain, nor is there a clear sky. This poem was not too difficult to understand. In plain words, the meaning was, don't be afraid of the sound of wind and rain in the forest, why not sing and walk calmly? Leaning on the bamboo cane and straw shoes is lighter than the horse. This is a small matter, what is there to be afraid of? Draped in a straw rain cape, let the lake and the sea roam freely. The chilly spring breeze clears me from my drunkenness. I feel a little cold. Looking at the setting sun on the mountain peak, I smile. Looking back at the scene of wind and rain, I don't care if it is a storm or a clear sky. Seeing the poem, Lin Feng smiled. This master was interesting. He indulged himself in the mountains and rivers. He was really carefree and happy. There were thousands of cultivators in the world. There were not many people who could live as carefree as this great Confucian cultivator. In fact, this kind of life was what Lin Feng yearned for. However, he had too many responsibilities and too many things to shoulder. How could he be in the mood to indulge himself in the mountains and rivers? If he waited until the future, everything calmed down. Perhaps he could take his beautiful wife and concubines to travel around? When he was in the mood, he could recite a few crooked poems such as, the bright moonlight in front of the bed, 2 pairs of shoes on the ground, a pair of adulterous man and woman, including you. It was quite interesting when he thought about it. Lin Feng decided to put away all the books in the wine hall. These were good things. In the future, he could take a look at them when he was free. It was not bad to cultivate his mind. When Lin Feng took away all the books and the bookshelves, the wine hall became empty. Thus Lin Feng left the wine hall. The Sioux garden was huge and there were many things. Lin Feng originally wanted to see if he could find any opportunities in the Sioux garden. But unfortunately, he did not find any. It was really regretful. The poison ancestor really found a place to store fine wine. It was a cellar with a large amount of fine wine. There were all kinds of fine wine, but wine was different. Other things would spoil after being stored for a long time. But wine, the longer it was stored, the better it became. Lin Feng and the others took away all the wine. At this time, the evil Dominator Saint found something in another place. It was actually a book of poems. Lin Feng opened the book of poems and found that there were many poems written on it. The evil Dominator Saint said that he found it in an extremely hidden secret compartment. If he did not accidentally trigger the mechanism of the secret compartment, it would be impossible to find this book of poems. The name of the book of poems was Taoist Tai Guan Book of Poems. Obviously, the poems in this book of poems were all written by Taoist Tai Guan. Furthermore, Lin Feng found an extremely important thing. He found that this book of poems was not an ordinary book of poems. It contained the power of Tao. It was Taoist Tai Guan's Tao. This book of poems was definitely extraordinary. Lin Feng temporarily kept the book of poems and left the Sioux garden with Du Zhu, the evil Dominator Saint, and the others. Chapter 60-58. The ancient ship, Xianyuan, flew at high speed. Lin Feng and the others were already rushing towards Devil Sky City. There were still many things that needed to be taken care of, such as the integration of the 7 regions' cultivator armies. Of course, Lin Feng didn't need to personally participate in these matters. He could leave them to his subordinate. On the way back, Lin Feng kept looking at Taoist Tai Guan's poetry collection. Many of the poems could be passed down through the ages. For example, there was a poem that said, "The great river flows to the east, and the waves wash away all the heroes of the past. Look at the present." Lin Feng liked this poem very much. Apart from that, Lin Feng also saw many battle poems. For example, while drunk, I look at the sword under the lamp. In my dream, I blow the horn and link the camp. 800 miles under my command. 50 bowstrings overturn the great wall. On the battlefield, soldiers gather in autumn. Lu's horse was flying fast, the bow was like a thunderbolt, the string was frightening. Conquering the world's affairs. Winning fame in life and death. Pitiful things happen in vain. Battle poems were very special. They had a high fighting spirit and astonishing achievements. The greatest use of battle poems was to increase the cultivator army's combat strength. It was said that a top battle poem could increase a cultivator army's combat strength by at least 30%. It could even double the combat strength of a cultivator army. One could imagine how shocking such an increase would be. This battle poem is very similar to the ancient incantations that can increase a cultivator army's combat strength. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. In fact, this type of incantation was relatively rare. Even if it existed, it was usually more complicated. Not everyone could understand it and cultivate it. If one didn't have talent, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. However, battle poems were different. Reciting battle poems wasn't particularly difficult. Cultivators could recite battle poems to increase a cultivator army's combat strength. Of course, battle poems could only be used when combined with the righteous energy of Confucianism. Without the righteous energy, the battle poem's power would be greatly reduced. Can we promote these war poems to the cultivator army? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He felt that he could give it a try. There were more than 30 war poems in Taoist Tai Guan's poetry collection. Many of these war poems could make one's blood boil. If they were used in the army, they would certainly play a huge role. I can test it out when I get back. Lin Feng read all the poems in Taoist Tai Guan's collection of poems many times. Unfortunately, that great scholar didn't leave any top-level inheritance in the collection, such as immortal scriptures. However, after thinking about it, Lin Feng felt that one shouldn't be too greedy. Being able to obtain these war poems was already a great harvest. After returning to the Devil Sky City, the great Mou received Lin Feng's orders and began to organize the army. The great demon Yu's plan was very targeted. Although the 7 realms were unified, the distance between them was too great. Therefore, it would take a long time to mobilize troops. The construction of large-scale teleportation formations was very important. In the past, the 7 realms also had large-scale teleportation formations, but because the overlords were suspicious of each other, they had been destroyed long ago. It would take a lot less time to construct large-scale teleportation formations on the foundations of the previous ones. As for the cultivator army of the 7 realms, apart from a portion that would be left behind to guard the major cities, the rest would be managed and trained as a unified army. This would increase their fighting strength and cohesion. If any of the realms were to be attacked, they could also use large-scale teleportation formations for long-distance teleportation. The army would be able to travel there quickly. These plans, Lin Feng was very much in favor of them. Lin Feng felt that these plans were very thorough and detailed. After receiving Lin Feng's approval, the great demon Yu began to carry out the plans. Lin Feng took out the war poems from Daoist Tai Guan's poetry collection and handed them to the commanders of the various armies. How to unleash the power of the battle poem was also a very important matter. The first method: specifically find people to recite the war poems. Use the war poems to increase the fighting strength of the cultivator army. The second method: let every cultivator army recite the war poems. If all the cultivator army recited the war poems together, the increase in fighting strength should be more, right? However, regardless of the method, there were pros and cons. For example, the first method had a limited number of people reciting the war poems, so the increase in fighting strength was not as great as imagined. For example, the second method, although everyone recited the war poems to increase their fighting strength, when fighting with the enemy, they still had to divert their attention to recite the war poems. If they were not careful, they might be killed by the enemy. Lin Feng felt that different situations could be treated differently. This required the commanders to coordinate the specific policies and strategies. Lin Feng let the great demon Yu, Du Zhu, and the other commanders finalize the use of the war poems together with the commanders. During this time, Lin Feng did a few experiments. He let the cultivator army that did not use the war poems fight against the cultivator army that used the war poems. After the cultivator army that used the war poems fought, the cultivator army that used the war poems was clearly much stronger than the cultivator army that did not use the war poems. This made Lin Feng very happy. The effect of these war poems was truly amazing. It was even more extraordinary than he imagined. Thus, Lin Feng's mood was quite good. On this day, Lin Feng once again entered the dreamland because of the ancient devil ring. The grass was luxuriant and the trees were green. A young girl appeared in the dreamland. She reached out and wanted to touch Lin Feng's face. "Big Brother Fan," said the young woman while looking at Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes were filled with love. Lin Feng really wanted to say, "I'm not your big brother Fan. I'm your big brother Feng. Come, let your big brother Feng hug you and kiss you." Lin Feng felt that he was quite shameless. He actually had such a dream when he was dreaming. However, Lin Feng was really confused. Why did he keep dreaming of this young girl? Who was this young girl? She thought that he was that so-called Big Brother Fan. Who was this Big Brother Fan? Even though Lin Feng was convinced he wasn't the reincarnation of someone else, he was still having dreams. He was starting to feel a little nervous. This made Lin Feng feel very helpless. Big sister, big sister. At this time, a little girl that looked like carved jade ran over from afar. She was about 4 or 5 years old, and looked like a porcelain doll. She was a little too beautiful. When the young girl heard the little girl's voice, she turned around and quickly said, "Slow down, Don't fall. Lin Feng looked at this warm scene and smiled. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 60-59. The reason why Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed was because the little girl looked very familiar. Because it had been so long, Lin Feng almost didn't recognize her when he first saw her. But now, Lin Feng recalled that the little girl looked exactly the same as Li Mingxi from the Sky Martial Continent. Was it just their looks? What was the relationship between the two of them? Lin Feng didn't know much about Li Mingxi. Li Mingxi had helped him before, but only in secret. However, Li Mingxi wasn't a simple person. She had gone through 100 reincarnations just to surpass him. Lin Feng didn't know if she had already surpassed him. In fact, any life form that could occupy a land of death or a forbidden land of life was incomparably terrifying. Furthermore, she had occupied a land of death or a forbidden land of life in the Sky Martial Continent. It had to be known that there were many lands of death or forbidden lands of life in the Sky Martial Continent, but the most shocking secrets were all hidden in the Sky Martial Continent. This was because the 9 prefectures was the starting point of the universe, and the Sky Martial Continent was the core of the 9 prefectures. A long time had passed, and many things were no longer known to people. However, Lin Feng still remembered some things about the Sky Martial Continent, some people, and even the forbidden land of life in the Sky Martial Continent. There was also that chemical devil blade that was on the level of an ancient weapon. It was just that the journey was too far. Otherwise, how could he have done it? Lin Feng had already returned. Is she Li Mingxi? Lin Feng was very puzzled. He looked at the little girl. They really looked exactly the same, and even their expressions were very similar. However, Lin Feng wasn't sure if she was Li Mingxi or not. There was a reason why he wasn't sure. That was because people were constantly growing up. Li Mingxi would also grow up. Who knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed since the ancient devil ring imprinted the images? Li Mingxi was from the modern era, so Lin Feng felt that they only looked the same. However, even if they looked the same, how could their expressions be so similar? This really puzzled Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng felt that this matter was extremely strange because of the ancient devil ring. But now, he actually saw a little girl that looked exactly the same as Li Mingxi. Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. Everything was so strange that Lin Feng couldn't understand it. Was there something hidden in this situation that no one knew? Did he need to uncover the secrets step by step? Dream. It's over. Lin Feng woke up. He got up and looked at the moon outside the window. Lin Feng found that the moon in the demon world seemed bigger and rounder than in other places. Was it because the demon world was closer to the moon? He heard that there was a moon palace on the moon. In the Moon Palace, there was Chang-Yi author. Chang-Yi was a maid of the Moon Palace, just like the palace maids of the Imperial Palace. Therefore, there were many Chang-Yi in the Moon Palace. Ho Yi's wife was also called Chang-Yi, but it was a coincidence. Later, Ho Yi's wife flew into the Moon Palace and became a maid of the Moon Palace. The true ruler of the Moon Palace was called the Moon Sovereign. Perhaps many people didn't know what level of existence the Moon Sovereign was. Even people like Hong Meng and Hong Jun could only call him Dao Friend when they saw him. I was thinking about the dream. Why did I think of Chang-Yi in the Moon Palace? Lin Feng was puzzled. He knew that an expert of his level shouldn't be so distracted. But when he thought about the dream, many things about the Moon Palace appeared in his mind. It was really strange. He couldn't understand. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on, but Lin Feng felt that it wasn't so simple. Everything in the world had karma. He thought about the Moon Palace, Chang-Yi and so on. Could it be that the girl in his dream was related to the Moon Palace? This thought shocked Lin Feng. It can't be, right? If it was true, what was the identity of the girl? What was the identity of the little girl? Could the girl be the Moon Palace servant Chang-Yi? Could the little girl be the legendary Jade Rabbit spirit? Thinking about that, Lin Feng smiled wryly. Was that even possible? It was impossible because in the dream, the little girl had called the girl elder sister. Hypothetically, the girl was really Chang-Yi in the Moon Palace. Then, the young girl was just a servant girl. What was the identity of the legendary Jade Rabbit spirit? He should know the story of the Jade Rabbit pounding medicine. The Jade Rabbit was pounding medicine for the Moon Lord. The Jade Rabbit's medicine pounding stick was rumored to be a supreme treasure forged by the Moon Lord. It could compete with the treasures forged by experts like Hong Meng. And the medicine pounding stick was given to the Jade Rabbit by the Moon Lord. So, how could the status of the Jade Rabbit be compared to that of the Moon Palace's servant, Chang-Yi? The concept of superiority and inferiority was extremely strong everywhere. If the Jade Rabbit called Chang-Yi elder sister, wouldn't it scare Chang-Yi to death? Therefore, although there were many Chang-Yi in the Moon Palace, due to the difference in status, even the most favored Chang-Yi was just a servant in front of the Jade Rabbit. Are they really related to the Moon Palace? If it's not Chang-Yi or the Jade Rabbit spirit, who could it be? Oh right, does the Moon Lord have any descendants? Maybe they are the descendants of the Moon Lord? Lin Feng thought of another possibility. He felt that this speculation might be true. However, Lin Feng was puzzled. The ancient devil ring was a sacred artifact of the devil world, and the Moon Palace was on the moon. They were two completely different places. Why would the ancient devil ring make Lin Feng dream of someone from the Moon Palace? Could it be that the girl had once wielded the ancient devil ring? Lin Feng rubbed his head. He felt a headache coming on. The ancient devil ring had been quiet for a long time. However, there had been strange movements recently. It had indeed taken up a lot of Lin Feng's energy. Lin Feng felt helpless. He hoped that he could decipher the ancient devil ring's secret soon. The next day, Du Zhu came to see Lin Feng and brought a piece of shocking news. It was said that the array masters of the Devil Sky City had discovered a mysterious underground city when they were reinforcing the array formation restrictions under the Devil Sky City. Those people did not dare to explore the mysterious underground city. They hurriedly reported the news. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the news. He did not stop. Together with Du Zhu, he quickly headed to the place where the underground city was discovered. Chapter 60. Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the underground city. There were already many people gathered outside. However, the underground city was sealed. They were not allowed to enter for the time being. When they saw Lin Feng arrive, many people bowed to Lin Feng. "What's the situation in the underground city?" Lin Feng asked. "We haven't explored the underground city yet. We're waiting for you to come and explore its secret." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he went underground with Du Zhu and the rest and arrived at the underground city. It was a huge but dilapidated ancient city. The ancient city seemed to have been destroyed by a great battle. Although it was badly damaged, the ancient city still had terrifying restrictions. However, many parts of the ancient city had been destroyed, and the restrictions in those places had also been destroyed, allowing cultivators to enter freely. Lin Feng and the rest quickly flew towards the underground city. They entered the underground city through the ruins, and they could tell that it was an extremely ancient city. Because a great battle had broken out in the ancient city, the streets of the ancient city had been damaged, and many of them had collapsed. Such a scene was quite shocking. Such an extraordinary ancient city had been destroyed in a great battle. It was obvious how shocking the battle had been. Many shops had also been destroyed and houses had collapsed. Lin Feng saw many corpses buried in the ruins. Of course, with the passage of time, those corpses had long been reduced to skeletons. Some of them managed to escape, but many of them didn't manage to escape in time, so they died here, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. Du Zhu and the rest nodded. From the fluctuations of the ancient city's restrictions, this ancient city is somewhat special. It seems like a treasure, But it's not. It's also abnormally powerful. Ordinary quasi-transcendence definitely wouldn't be able to create such an ancient city, the great demonic devil said. The great demonic devil said. In truth, the great devil sky was being a little conservative. In the great devil sky's opinion, even an expert infinitely close to the transcendence realm would not be able to forge such an extraordinary ancient city, let alone an ordinary quasi-transcendence expert. It was just that the great devil sky did not say this out loud. The great demonic devil said, "It's impossible that there are no clues at all. There must be some clues left behind. We'll know once we take a look." Everyone walked inside. The ancient city was huge. The streets were wide and extended in all directions. But now it was a complete mess. Lin Feng and the others finally arrived at the depth. But when they arrived, their eyes suddenly widened. They couldn't believe their eyes. In the depths of the ancient city stood 200-meter-tall creatures. These two creatures were from the stone tribe. It was a pitch-black stone man. The other stone golem was a green stone golem. The green stone hand held a stone spear. The black stone man, on the other hand, held a huge black stone sword. The green stone hand held a stone spear and pierced through the chest of the black stone man. As for the black stone golem, it wielded a huge stone sword and nearly chopped off the green stone golem's head. Lin Feng took a look and saw that the green stone golem's head had basically been chopped off. Only a layer of stone was left to connect the head. If not, then the green stone golem's head would definitely have been completely separated from its body. The stone tribe was the most terrifying race of the stone tribe. The two stone golems in front of them were definitely unimaginably powerful. But these two stone golems had actually killed each other. This was too dramatic. They were born from the same roots, so why were they so anxious to kill each other? If there was anything different about them, perhaps only the color of their bodies was different. Was there anything else different about them? Lin Feng couldn't tell yet. Lin Feng and the others arrived in front of the two stone golems. The two weapons were very extraordinary. They were both top-grade stone tools, but Lin Feng and the others didn't try to take them out. This was because Lin Feng felt that there was something wrong with their auras. If they dared to touch the two stone tools, who knew what would happen? Since that was the case, it was better not to touch them. The cursed doll flew over and said, "I've looked at many places, but I didn't find anything particularly valuable. Only these two dead stone golems. There must be a reason why they fought so fiercely back then. I don't know why they ended up like this." Lin Feng touched his chin. Could it be something that could greatly increase one's cultivation? Or something else? Anyway, no matter what the reason was, Lin Feng felt that this matter was very strange and strange. "Look carefully. Maybe it's hidden in some corner," Lin Feng said. This was indeed a possibility, although he didn't know what it was. But one could imagine how extraordinary that thing was. Lin Feng and the others scattered to look for the so-called opportunity. They wanted to see if they could really find something good. But Lin Feng searched for a long time and didn't find anything. The others were still searching, but there was no movement. Since there was no movement, it meant that they hadn't found anything yet. If they had found something, they would have informed him. Lin Feng didn't give up and continued to look for something good that might appear. After arriving at a courtyard, Lin Feng suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the depths of the courtyard. Lin Feng quickly walked towards the depths of the courtyard. Not long after, he saw a woman in white. The woman's hair was loose, and her white clothes were stained with blood. Female ghost, female corpse. Lin Feng frowned slightly. But no matter what it was, it still showed its shape. Lin Feng sped up and chased after the woman in white. The woman in white was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the courtyard in front of him. The courtyard was very large. Lin Feng searched for a while, but he didn't find anything. Thus, Lin Feng rushed towards the depths of the courtyard to see if there were any clues. In the depths of the courtyard, there was another courtyard, and there were many plum blossoms planted in this courtyard. However, these plum blossoms had long withered. Chapter 60-61. Such a change really made people feel extremely astonished. Lin Feng calmed himself down. No matter what happened, he had to face it with a calm mind. If he panicked, then the situation would be worse. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Looking at the blooming plum blossoms in the garden, Lin Feng felt a little emotional. Was this the grand scene of the past? It was quite beautiful. Lin Feng strolled through the plum blossom garden. He suddenly thought of a poem and couldn't help but recite it. Flowers swayed and fell alone, occupying the mood of the little garden. Sparse shadows slanted across the clear water, a faint fragrance floated in the evening. The frosty birds stole a glance before descending, the pink butterflies broke their souls if they knew. Fortunately, there was a slight recitation to share, no need for sandalwood and a golden cup. The mood of this poem was very compatible with the current situation. The fragrance of the plum blossoms made people linger and forget to return. However, Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to tour the garden today. He was thinking about some things, and he was thinking about the woman he had seen before. At that moment, the sound of a zither came from the depths of the garden. It was melodious and pleasant to listen to. Lin Feng didn't know who was playing the zither, but he thought of the woman. Could it be her? Lin Feng walked deeper into the garden and saw a pavilion. Sure enough, there was a woman sitting in the pavilion. That woman was dressed in snow-white clothes. She was beautiful and had a noble temperament. She was as beautiful as the goddess of Luo. She gave people the feeling that she could only be seen from afar and not touched. If there was an artist here, they could draw this scene on a scroll. It would definitely become a painting that would be passed down for generations. Lin Feng knew. That woman wasn't a real woman, or a female ghost, or a female corpse. But no matter what, she shouldn't have such a beautiful face. However, she was so beautiful. If he used his eye of origin to look at her, he would be able to see her. Perhaps he would be able to see what her real body looked like, but Lin Feng didn't do that. It was better to admire beautiful things and beautiful people. Lin Feng stood outside the pavilion and listened to the zither. After a long time, the zither music ended. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said, "Fairy's zither skills are superb. I really admire you." "Young master, how should I address you?" the woman asked. Lin Feng introduced himself. "My surname is Lin, and my given name is Feng." The woman replied, "So it's Lin Gongzi. Nice to meet you," asked Lin Feng. "What's your name, celestial being?" A sad expression appeared on the woman's beautiful face. She said, "My name is Main Yang." "Could it be that Main Yang is trapped here?" asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "That's right." Main Yang sighed and said, "Actually, I'm sure you've already noticed that I'm already dead. My corpse is buried here, and only a remnant of my soul is trapped here. I've been struggling at death's door until now. When I saw you come in, I brought you here to tell you the whole story." As she said that, she started to cry again. Cry. It seemed to be a woman's trump card. Even though Main Yang was only a female ghost now, she still liked to cry like a normal woman. Of course, when women cried, it wasn't just because they liked to cry. Most of the time, women cried to gain sympathy from others. This was especially true for beautiful women. Once they started crying, who wouldn't feel sorry for them? Men. They all had tender feelings for the fairer sex. Lin Feng asked, "Can Main Yang tell me what happened here in the past?" Main Yang replied, "This place was originally called Stone City, and it was one of the most powerful ancient cities controlled by the Stone Clan during the Xiantian era. I'm sure you know that during the Xiantian era, many terrifying existences were born. During that time, many experts from the Stone Clan were born. At that time, I was young and got to know two young people. One of them was a Stone Clan cultivator who had long since grasped the Tao of flesh and blood. The other was an ordinary Xiantian life form. I'm sure you've seen the two stone people outside. That cyan stone person is a stone clan cultivator. I call him Brother Qing." When he heard that, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was said that during the early days of the Xiantian era, surnames weren't completely common yet. Thus, even many experts were quite casual when they came up with names. Main Yang continued, "The other person is called Shang Wenkong. Because we've traveled together for many years, our relationship is very good." At that time, Shang Wenkong asked Brother Qing for advice on the Stone Clan's flesh and blood transformation technique. He also wanted to walk this path. Lin Feng asked in surprise. Brother Qing's flesh and blood transformation technique was passed down through the Stone Clan, right? Shang Wenkong is a Xiantian lifeform, not a member of the Stone Clan. How can he cultivate Brother Qing's technique? Main Yang replied, "Young master, you might not know this, but Brother Qing's flesh and blood transformation technique is very special. Stone Clan cultivators can transform into flesh and blood can transform into Stone Clan cultivators' bodies. It's not only suitable for oneself, but also for others." Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself, when the Stone Clan later evolved, they liked to transform their bodies into flesh and blood. The next time they evolved, they would transform into Stone Clan cultivators' bodies. After going back and forth many times, their battle prowess would increase many times over. Could it be that the Stone Clan has many special cultivation techniques like this? Brother Qing's technique must be one of the best. Later on, this technique was improved by others, and other clans were able to cultivate it as well. Main Yang continued, "Brother Qing is a righteous person. Since Shang Wenkong wanted to learn, Brother Qing taught these techniques to Shang Wenkong. However, Shang Wenkong was too impatient in his cultivation, and his cultivation went berserk. He was lucky enough to survive, but he felt that the technique Brother Qing gave him wasn't the correct one. Thus, he and Brother Qing became enemies. Is that even possible? Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. How could there be such a person in this world who repaid kindness with enmity? Moreover, this Shang Wenkong had a very close relationship with Brother Qing before. Why would he suspect Brother Qing like this? Lin Feng felt that there might be more to this than met the eye. He then asked, "Did something else happen in between?" Main Yang bitterly smiled as she nodded and said, "Shang Wenkong once expressed his love for me, but I only felt feelings for him as a friend. The person I love is Brother Qing. Whether it's his character or anything else, Brother Qing is impeccable. Brother Qing also liked me very much. When the conditions were right, success came naturally to us. However, Brother Qing found out that Shang Wenkong had expressed his love for me before and was rejected by me. Thus, Brother Qing was worried that Shang Wenkong would be very sad if he found out that we were together. Brother Qing wanted to find an opportunity to have a good chat with Shang Wenkong about this matter. However, he didn't expect that Shang Wenkong would find out about our relationship beforehand." Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 60-62. At that time, Shang Wenkong didn't make it public. Instead, he chose to go into seclusion to cultivate. While he was in seclusion, he suffered from qi deviation. That's why he became enemies with Brother Qing. Brother Qing has always blamed himself. He felt that if he had told Shang Wenkong earlier, Shang Wenkong might not have suffered from qi deviation. If he hadn't, they wouldn't have become enemies. When Lin Feng heard Main Yang, he didn't agree. He said, "Shang Wenkong is evil. His cultivation deviation has nothing to do with you. Even if you told him in advance, his cultivation would have gone insane. The reason why he and Brother Qing became enemies wasn't because of cultivation, it was because he was jealous. He was jealous that Brother Qing was with a beautiful woman. When people are jealous, they have two choices." Main Yang smiled bitterly and said, "If you're jealous, you'll have two choices. The first choice is to work hard. When he becomes strong in the future, he'll let you know how wrong your choice was. The second choice is to hate him out of jealousy. That's the main reason why he became enemies. To put it bluntly, people are different. What their lives become is completely caused by their own choices. Main Yang sighed and said, later on, he changed the technique that Brother Qing taught him. That technique became extremely evil. He cultivated a stone body, but his body was black. That meant that there was a huge problem with his technique. He went crazy and wanted to take revenge on me and Brother Qing. When Brother Qing went out, he came here and imprisoned me. He wanted to humiliate me. I didn't want to be humiliated, so I destroyed my own meridians and died. Lin Feng sighed. What a tragedy. He didn't let me go. He gathered my soul and made it live here. It was difficult for my soul to transcend. He waited for Brother Qing to come back. When Brother Qing came back, he found out about my tragic death and fought with Shang Wenkong. In the end, both sides were injured and died. Speaking of this, Main Yang couldn't stop crying. Back then, the three of them were as close as brothers. But in the end, they actually ended up like this. No matter who it was, they would find it hard to accept. Since you've appeared to see me, there must be something you need my help with, right? Lin Feng said. That's right. Main Yang nodded and said, I'm willing to give you Brother Qing's body transformation technique. Lin Feng's heart stirred. Currently, many races, including the human race's experts, cultivated similar technique. Their bodies would turn into stone, and then into flesh and blood, alternating back and forth in order to increase their strength. In reality, Lin Feng was not particularly interested in this kind of cultivation method. However, Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could let the Stone Man clone cultivate it. This was because the flesh transformation method passed down by Brother Qing was definitely not something that other cultivators could compare to. As the pinnacle existence of the Stone Golem race, the Stone Golem avatar had cultivated this flesh transformation technique. It would definitely play a major role in increasing its strength. Lin Feng was still counting on the Stone Golem avatar to break through to a higher realm. Cultivating it step by step was too difficult. Thus, the Stone Golem avatar needed some great opportunities. Lin Feng did not interrupt. He wanted to see what Main Yang wanted him to do first. Main Yang glanced at Lin Feng and saw that Lin Feng did not say anything. She thought to herself that although this person was young, he was very calm. Main Yang continued, Main Yang hopes that you can erect a temple in honor of Brother Qing. Temple? What the hell? Lin Feng had a puzzled expression. He really did not know what a temple was. It's a temple. Main Yang changed the way she described it. In the beginning, the temples used to worship gods were not called temples but temples. Later on, they were changed to temples. Lin Feng said, That's not a problem. Main Yang said, You need to erect 99 temples. Furthermore, these 99 temples need to be constructed at the same time. They will be completed on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, the hour of the Een. Furthermore, there must be 9,999 worshippers worshipping them every day. Not one more, not one less. After hearing Main Yang's requirements, Lin Feng immediately frowned deeply. The requirements were not particularly excessive, but some of the details made Lin Feng suspicious. 9 was inauspicious. Main Yang should know this. How many 9s were used to construct a temple for Brother Qing? It was one thing for the number of 9s to appear many times, but it even involved the hour of the Een. The hour of the Een was when the gates of hell opened. It was also very inauspicious. There were so many 9s in addition to the hour of the Een. Anyone would be suspicious. It was fine if he did good deeds. However, if he did evil deeds, he would also be implicated. When the time came, he would lose good karma and damage his luck. Lin Feng asked, Can you tell me why you're doing this? Main Yang said, Perhaps you can condense the remnant soul of Yi Lu that he left behind in the world. Then, this remnant soul will enter his body, and there might be a chance for him to reincarnate again. As Main Yang spoke, she knelt on the ground and said, "Please help me, young master." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was worried that the development of this matter would exceed his expectations. However, Lin Feng continued to ponder. With the power that he currently possessed, even if the development of this matter exceeded his expectations, he would still be able to deal with it. When the time came, Lin Feng believed that he would be able to smoothly resolve this matter. Lin Feng said, "All right, I can help you." Main Yang happily said, "Thank you, young master." Only then did she stand up and take out a jade tube. She said, "Young master, this tube contains the method to transform a stone golem body into a flesh and blood body." Lin Feng took the jade tube and scanned it with his divine sense. He was immediately amazed. What a mystical technique! This technique was indeed powerful. Lin Feng put away the jade tube and did not stay any longer. He quickly left. He met up with Du Zhu and the others. Lin Feng asked Du Zhu and the others if they had gained anything, but they basically did not. Lin Feng and the others went to the plaza. After taking a few deep looks at the two stone golems, Lin Feng and the others quickly left. After arriving outside, Lin Feng ordered people to seal off the area so that no one could enter without permission. Du Zhu and the others asked Lin Feng if he had discovered anything special. Lin Feng told them about his encounter with Main Yang and what had happened in the past, causing everyone to sigh in amazement. They did not expect that so many things had happened between the two stone golems. Following this, Lin Feng ordered his subordinates to start building a shrine for Brother Qing. Lin Feng was a man of his word. Since he had promised someone, he would definitely fulfill his promise. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 60-63. Because it was now September, it was a cool autumn day, and there were only a few days left until September 9th. The construction of the temple should not be delayed. Shrines rose from the ground. Not everyone could go to these shrines. Lin Feng arranged for some cultivators to guard the shrines. Every day, people would go to the shrines to pay their respects. As for the other things, Lin Feng let Du Zhu keep an eye on them. He did not participate too much because Lin Feng had a lot of things to do. Lin Feng let the Stone Man avatar practice the flesh and blood transformation method. The Stone Man avatar actually knew a similar method, but there was no way it could be compared with the flesh and blood cultivation method passed down by Brother Qing. Therefore, letting the Stone Man avatar practice the flesh and blood cultivation method passed down by Brother Qing would definitely greatly improve the Stone Man avatar's battle strength. In fact, the Stone Man avatar was already very powerful. After all, the previous opportunity was really extraordinary. Now, the Stone Man avatar's strength had risen to the peak of the quasi-transcendence realm. Its realm was much higher than Lin Feng's realm. If the cultivation of the flesh and blood transformation method was successful, it was likely to go one step further. If it went one step further than the peak of the quasi-transcendence realm, that was infinitely close to the cultivation of the transcendence realm. The stronger the Stone Man avatar's cultivation, the happier Lin Feng was, because this was closely related to Lin Feng himself. The stronger the Stone Man avatar was, the stronger Lin Feng's battle strength would be. Lin Feng spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. As for the 5 destruction demons, there were secret agents watching them. If the 5 destruction demons made a big move, Lin Feng would soon know the news. During the time and space cultivation, Lin Feng's understanding of the Tao, magical powers, and immortal scriptures became more and more profound. Therefore, Lin Feng's realm also benefited. His realm broke through from the first heavenly layer of the Great Sage realm to the third heavenly layer of the Great Sage realm. This made Lin Feng very happy. In addition, the cultivation of the undead inside the Book of the Dead was also progressing at an extremely fast speed. 10 of them had broken through from the peak of the Saint realm to the Transcendent realm. The other undead spirits who hadn't made a breakthrough were also progressing at an extremely fast speed. They were evolving towards a higher level of the Sage Realm. Among the quasi-transcendent undead, 3 of them had broken through to the 7th heavenly layer of the quasi-transcendent realm, which was the peak of the quasi-transcendent realm. However, the previous 4 undead that were at the peak of the Transcendence realm were not able to reach the level that was infinitely close to the Transcendence realm. Even if it was just a small step, it was still not an easy task. The other undead who were about to surpass their realm were also progressing at an extremely fast pace. Breaking through to the peak of the quasi-transcendental realm was only a matter of time. And it was also a matter of time for the Sage Realm undead to break through to the quasi-transcendental realm. Lin Feng believed that the Sage Realm undead would have a way to complete the breakthrough. Lin Feng's previous mount, the 3-headed viper, had completed the breakthrough and reached the Sage Realm. This was its opportunity. After the breakthrough, its cultivation had greatly improved. Bibi, Blackie, Xiaolong, Emperor Archaic, Devil King Insect, and Archaic Ancestor Insect's strength had improved very quickly. For example, after the successive awakenings of Bibi's bloodline, she had already reached the Saint King realm, which was higher than Lin Feng's realm. Blackie, Xiaolong, and the others were about the same realm. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had improved a lot, which made him very happy. Troubled times were coming. One's strength was increasing. This was the most important thing, because no one knew what would happen in the future. Anyone could be separated from you. At that time, you would have no relatives or friends by your side. You could only rely on yourself. So Lin Feng really hoped that Bei Bei and the others would be able to increase their cultivation by a large margin. It seemed like that was the case. The result was not too bad. Lin Feng sensed the information of the Book of the Undead. Magic treasure name, Book of the Undead. Effect, can devour powerful undead to cultivate. Number of undead, 49 undead that are close to surpassing the realm. There were 7 that were close to surpassing the peak. They were the Undead Emperor, Rotten Corpse King, Poisonous Insect King, 9-headed Demon Scorpion King, 8-winged Demon King, and Devil Spirit King. The existence that was infinitely close to surpassing the realm was still Huang Daxian himself. As for the experts of the Saint Realm, there were still 255 of them. In fact, Lin Feng really wanted to replenish the number of undead in the Book of the Undead. It was extremely important to gather an army of 1,000 people as soon as possible. Lin Feng had recently sent people to investigate and see if there were any powerful undead in the demon world. If there were, then he could replenish the number of undead in the Book of the Undead. That day, Lin Feng was dreaming again. Although it was no longer the same dream, the same people appeared in the dream. The girl whose name he did not know. There was also the little girl who looked like Li Mingxi. They were playing and playing happily. They chased each other innocently. However, that day someone came to look for them. They seemed to be servants, but for some reason, the servants hurriedly took the 2 sisters away. Their clan was destroyed. It was destroyed by an unknown person. Perhaps their elders knew who it was. Their clansmen had died miserably. A portion of the loyal servants escorted the 2 sisters away, but they were being hunted down. These servants were also dying miserably. In the end, only the 2 sisters were left. They aren't from the Moon Palace? Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. The black-clothed people surrounded the 2 sisters. The situation was critical. At that moment, the brother Fan that Lin Feng had seen before appeared. He saved the 2 sisters and took them to escape. However, after escaping for a long time, they were unable to shake off their pursuers. Brother Fan could not hold on any longer. He placed the 2 sisters in a mountain village. Then, he sealed the 2 sisters. They could not speak. They shook their heads and cried. Live incognito and live. After saying this, Brother Fan left. He had lured the pursuers away. The scene flashed. He arrived at an ancient and huge planet. In the center of the planet, there were many palaces. From afar, one could see an immortal palace. On top of the immortal palace were the words, Moon Palace. Moon Palace. This was the Moon Palace that many people talked about. Outside the Moon Palace, a laurel tree grew there. The young girl had grown up a lot. She was now a Chang'e. She often looked at the laurel tree in a daze. Brother Fan, I heard that the dew under the laurel tree has the smell of yearning. Where are you now? She muttered, tears flowing down her face uncontrollably. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 60-64. Lin Feng was just a passerby. He had hurried over and was speechless for a long time after witnessing everything that had happened. That Brother Fan was dead, right? What a tragedy! But in this world, there seemed to be too many tragedies, causing people to be heartbroken and unable to bear it. For example, that girl, she missed her Brother Fan, but she would never be able to see him again. The dew under the laurel tree smells of yearning. Lin Feng muttered this sentence. He sighed with emotion. This sentence made people feel a sense of sadness. Sister, are you missing Brother Fan? A little girl walked over. When he saw her, Lin Feng was shocked. It was the little girl who looked like Li Mingxi. But it had been a few years since then, right? Why didn't this little girl grow up at all? This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. Could it be was there something wrong with her body? If there was nothing wrong with her body, this shouldn't have happened. So, Lin Feng felt that there was something wrong with the little girl's body. Of course, this was just Lin Feng's guess. Whether it was true or not, Lin Feng wasn't sure. After all, he was just a passerby in this world. There were many things that Lin Feng had only seen in his dreams. Who knew what had happened back then? The girl looked at the little girl and touched her face. The little girl said, "When I grow up, I will definitely find Brother Fan." Yes, we will definitely find Brother Fan. The girl touched the little girl's face and said. They entered the Moon Palace hand in hand. Lin Feng thought that everything was over. But it wasn't over. Lin Feng saw that the laurel tree swayed gently, and a divine light flew out from it. Then, the divine light entered Lin Feng's body. When the divine light entered Lin Feng's body, a shocked expression appeared on Lin Feng's face. The next moment, Lin Feng's spiritual will returned to his body. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on a bed. He woke up from his dream. Everything was just like reality. It was still vivid in his mind. It was as if he had personally experienced everything. This is... Lin Feng was surprised because he found that there seemed to be a lot of information in his mind. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded his mind and checked it carefully. His face suddenly showed an extremely wonderful expression. The information that appeared in his mind. It was actually information about that woman. By the banks of the West River, by the Milky Way waterfall, we meet again. I hope you can come. There were a total of 16 words. Why did the laurel tree send him a message and not the woman? Lin Feng was puzzled. But now, it seemed that there was no need to delve into this matter. What he had to consider now was where this place was. Lin Feng planned to go and take a look because he might be able to find out the secret of the ancient devil ring. Even if he couldn't find out the secret of the ancient devil ring, he might be able to find out who the girl who kept appearing in his dreams was. He might even be able to find out who the little girl who looked like Li Mingxi was. Maybe he could find out who that Brother Fan was? The next day, Lin Feng called the great demon Yu over and said, "By the banks of the West River, by the Milky Way waterfall, we meet again. I hope you can come." He wanted to see if the great demon Yu knew where this place was. Could it be this place called the Western River? The great demon Yu was surprised and doubtful. The Western River? Where is that? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Western River is the most dangerous place in the demon realm. There is no other place like it, the great demon Yu said. Lin Feng was surprised and asked, "The most dangerous place?" The great demon Yu nodded and said, "The reason this place is dangerous is because there is a shattered spacetime in the Western River, and this shattered spacetime is connected to the outerverse." The boundary between the universes? Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng knew how dangerous the boundary between the universes was. This place had the laws of two different universes, and these laws affected and intertwined with each other. The power they formed was too terrifying, and it was said that it could even kill a powerhouse who surpassed their realm. Just thinking about it was terrifying. There were also cracks in the universe. How did the otherworldly beings come here? They came here through the cracks in the universe. Some of them were lucky and didn't encounter any fatal threats, so they successfully passed through the cracks in the universe and entered another universe. But how many cultivators like that were there? There were too few of them. The otherworldly beings that Lin Feng had seen were basically the descendants of otherworldly beings. How could it be so easy to see an otherworldly being who had crossed the universe? It was too rare. Perhaps it would be a long time before one could even see such an existence. At this time, the great demon Yu said, "To be more precise, that place should be the boundary between the shattered universe and the outerverse, and it's even more dangerous than the ordinary boundary between the universes." However, it's said that a long time ago, some terrifying beings came to our universe from there, but that was a very long time ago. Many years later, there hasn't been another otherworldly being who came to our universe from there. Lin Feng said, "It's too rare for beings to cross the universe. A shattered node can take an entire epoch, so not many people can successfully cross the universe. However, I need to go there and take a look. Perhaps I can solve some of the doubts in my heart." "That place is too dangerous. Don't go," the great demon Yu advised. Lin Feng said, "Even if it's dangerous, I have to go. If I don't solve some of my doubts, I'll have some demons in my heart." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the great demon Yu could only nod. Lin Feng didn't bring too many people to the Outerverse River because that place was too dangerous. If he brought too many people, he might suffer disastrous losses. Therefore, traveling light was the best choice. Lin Feng brought Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, the cursed child, the god of destruction, and the god of plagues and left on the ancient ship, the Xianyuan. Lin Feng left without making a sound. He announced that he was in seclusion to break through. The Great Demon Sky City had the Great Demon Sky City, the Great Demon Yu, and the others, so there was no need to worry about any problems. The ancient ship, the Xianyuan, quickly jumped through the void. There were almost no stops along the way. While Lin Feng was rushing to the Outerverse River, Gongzi Yu was also flying in that direction. Chapter 60-65. A month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the outer region of the far west land. Looking into the depths, they could see that it was an extremely vast world. Large pieces of shattered space-time were connected to this dark world. The dark world there seemed to be able to devour all living things. The dark world was too terrifying because it was rumored that the dark world was the place where the power of the universe appeared. When two universes intersected, the power produced when different universe laws collided was simply unimaginable. It was absolutely impossible to imagine how powerful it was. Far West City. This was a small city near the Far West land. The population wasn't large. Usually, there were only a few 100,000 people. Moreover, most of them came to observe the Far West land. However, there were more cultivators heading to the Far West land during this period of time because the Devil world wasn't peaceful now. Many overlords and the 5 apocalyptic devils were determined to fight to the death. The Far West land was a more dangerous place. In addition, it was relatively barren, so the war wouldn't affect this place. Therefore, many people came to the Far West land to avoid the war. This was a good place to avoid the war. It was precisely because of the influx of a large number of people that the Far West City, which originally only had a few 100,000 people, had increased by more than 100 times. The entire city also became incomparably unrestrained. The merchants here liked this situation very much because in this way, their business would become more prosperous. This was naturally something that many merchants were happy to see. It was too difficult to find a place to stay in the Far West City. However, as long as one had enough immortal stones, one could still find a house. Lin Feng and the others planned to rest in the Far West City first and inquire about the Far West River at the same time. Currently, they knew nothing about the Far West River. Naturally, they couldn't enter the extremely dangerous area of the Far West land without knowing anything. Wasn't that courting death? Lin Feng and the others spent a lot of money to find a place to stay. It wasn't an inn. It was a house bought by a cultivator. His family didn't need it, so he chose to rent it out. Usually, it was only 10 high-grade immortal stones per month. Now, the price had skyrocketed by 100 times, reaching 1,000 high-grade immortal stones. Lin Feng and the others didn't know how long they would stay for, so they paid a month's rent first. 1,000 high-grade immortal stones might be an astronomical figure to others, but to Lin Feng, it was naturally only a hair from 9 oxen, so he didn't take it seriously. The house wasn't too bad. Although it wasn't particularly big, there were quite a few rooms. There were more than a dozen rooms, as well as cultivation rooms, alchemy rooms, crafting rooms, and so on. Lin Feng, on the other hand, didn't really like to cultivate in a cultivation room. He preferred to cultivate in seclusion in his own room. In the evening, Lin Feng and the others went to eat a big meal. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Lin Feng and the others headed back to their residence. At night, the Far West City was very lively. Perhaps it was because they couldn't find a place to sleep or because it was too expensive, but Lin Feng discovered that many cultivators actually chose to sleep on the street. This made Lin Feng smile bitterly. He didn't see such a situation in the world of cultivators. Of course, there were also many people who chose to spend the night in the mountain forest outside the city. Opening up a cave wasn't that difficult. Although the conditions weren't as good as the conditions in the city, it was more peaceful. It's almost a refugee camp. Du Zhu sighed with emotion. Lin Feng said, after the war in the Devil World, many people will probably choose to escape to the sea or places where there are no traces of people. Now, it's not just the Far West. Some of the other remote places and sea areas are probably in the same situation. The sea area was full of unknowns. Even cultivators would feel a natural sense of fear when facing the sea. In addition, there were many terrifying creatures living in the sea of the Devil Realm. Therefore, the number of cultivators who fled to the sea was much less than the number of cultivators who fled to remote places. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Du Zhu and the others nodded. It would be good if they could wait for the Devil World to calm down. However, how to deal with the 5 destruction devils was a thorny problem. Lin Feng thought that if he could get the devil suppressing steel, it would be much easier to deal with the 5 destruction devils. What if he couldn't? It was a pity that he didn't have enough stone swords. If he could gather all the stone swords, he would definitely be able to cause great damage to the 5 destruction devils. Now was not the time to wallow in self-pity. Everything should be on the bright side. When they passed by a brothel on the way, some girls who came out to solicit customers greeted Lin Feng and the others. These girls were quite beautiful, but in Lin Feng's opinion, they were vulgar. Lin Feng wasn't interested, and Du Zhu and the others were even less interested in women. They chatted all the way back to their residence, and had a good night's rest. The next day, after breakfast, they went together to inquire about the news. On the banks of the West River, at the Milky Way waterfall, I meet you. I hope you will come. Lin Feng carefully savored this sentence. The last 2 sentences didn't need to be studied too deeply. It was very easy to understand. The main thing was the first 2 sentences. Where was the Far West River? After all, the land of the Far West was huge, and that place was filled with danger as far as the eye could see. What did the Milky Way waterfall mean? Was there a waterfall? Did the Milky Way waterfall mean a waterfall that fell from the Milky Way world? If there was such a phenomenon, then it should have happened before, right? Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the chances of finding out some information were still very high. When Lin Feng and the others were walking on the road, suddenly, an extremely terrifying fluctuation came from outside the city. Obviously, a great battle had broken out outside the city. The battle outside had alarmed everyone. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Many people spoke and then quickly rushed outside. There was no need to rush to inquire about the Far West River. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others also rushed outside to see who was fighting outside the city. The fluctuations outside were extremely violent. There were more than a dozen different fluctuations, indicating that there were a lot of people fighting. Was it a life-and-death battle between top powerhouses? When Lin Feng and the others came out, they saw that in the distant mountain forest, more than a dozen cultivators were besieging a cultivator. Many people were alarmed and came to watch the show. They were all talking about this battle. Originally, Lin Feng only came with the intention of watching the show. However, when he saw the person being besieged, Lin Feng's face suddenly showed an extremely surprised expression. Then, he revealed a happy expression. It turned out to be Gong Ziyu. Lin Feng was still thinking about Gong Ziyu. He didn't know if Gong Ziyu had already left the Devil World. He had been in the Devil World for a while, but there was no news about Gong Ziyu. He didn't expect to see Gong Ziyu here. Chapter 60-66. At that moment, Gong Ziyu seemed to have sensed something and looked in the direction of where Lin Feng was standing. When he saw Lin Feng, his face lit up. Clearly, he hadn't expected to see Lin Feng here. In fact, Gong Ziyu had been paying attention to the changes in the Devil World recently. However, Gong Ziyu didn't know that Lin Feng had come to the Devil World. He also didn't know that Lin Feng was the mastermind behind the unification of the 7 regions. However, he was happy to see his good brother again. Lin Feng asked, "Do you need help?" At that moment, one of the cultivators attacking Gong Ziyu coldly glanced at Lin Feng. The Divine Devil Clan is cleaning up their ranks. Unrelated people shouldn't interfere. Otherwise, you'll be making an enemy of the Divine Devil Clan," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He didn't take that person's threat seriously. So what if they were from the Divine Devil Clan? Although they were extremely powerful and had many experts, Lin Feng didn't care about them at all. Gong Ziyu smiled and said, "There's no need for help. If I can't deal with the crisis in front of me, then I'll have lived in vain." As soon as he said that, demonic lights emerged from Gong Ziyu's body and condensed into special runes. "He's condensing ancestral runes. Hurry up and kill him!" shouted the leader of the cultivators when he saw Gong Ziyu's method. If Gong Ziyu didn't know how to condense ancestral runes, then they would have a chance to win. They still had a 60% to 70% chance of victory against Gong Ziyu, but if Gong Ziyu knew the method of condensing ancestral runes, then it would be hard to say when facing Gong Ziyu. This was because the Sky Devil race's ancestral runes were divided into many types. There were ancestral runes for defense, attack, protection, support, and so on. The power of these ancestral runes were also different. For example, the ancestral runes that were condensed by some ancestral runes of the same ancestral runes could contain several times more power than others. This was related to many factors, such as bloodline, acquired innate talent, some fortuitous encounters, and so on. All of these factors could affect the power of the ancestral runes. Gong Ziyu summoned 2 ancestral runes. The first ancestral rune was a shield. The shield could block the opponent's attack. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to completely neutralize those attacks. However, it wasn't a problem for Gong Ziyu to neutralize most of the attack. As for the remaining attacks, he could use other methods to neutralize them. As for the second ancestral rune that Gongzi summoned, it wasn't an offensive ancestral rune. Instead, it was a soul suppression ancestral rune. These ancestral runes were targeted at the Sky Fiend race. It was an extremely special ancestral rune that would greatly affect the cultivators of the Sky Fiend race when it was released. Unless one's soul power was extremely powerful, their bloodline was extremely powerful, or they had some other heaven-defying means, they would be able to ignore this pressure. However, it was easier said than done to possess these methods. That was why the Sky Demon cultivators were severely oppressed. Their will to fight was instantly weakened, and their own strength was also reduced by 30 to 40%. On the other hand, Gongzi Yu's battle prowess was greatly enhanced. After seeing this, Lin Feng knew that Gongzi Yu would definitely win this battle. As Lin Feng had guessed, Gongzi Yu was gradually gaining the upper hand. Then, Gongzi Yu continued to kill cultivators. Lin Feng thought, Gongzi Yu is the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, which is equivalent to royalty in the mundane world. But these people are also sky demons, and yet they're chasing Gongzi Yu. Who sent them? I've heard Gongzi Yu mention the enmity between him and his elder brother, Gongzi Nie. Could these people have been sent by Gongzi Nie? Didn't Gongzi Yu's father forbid them from fighting? Could something have happened to the sky demons? Is that why Gongzi Nie no longer obeys his father's orders? Gongzi Nie was a very frightening person, and Lin Feng had experienced it firsthand. Moreover, Gongzi Nie had an extremely powerful faction supporting him, which was the most frightening thing. Gongzi Yu didn't have any faction supporting him, which was why Gongzi Yu couldn't defeat Gongzi Nie. The cultivators surrounding Gongzi Yu were constantly being killed, and the remaining cultivators' expressions became extremely unsightly. The leader of the cultivators said, "Retreat." Then, these people thought of retreating, but Gongzi Yu didn't give them the chance. Gongzi Yu displayed his might and killed several experts, leaving only the leader alive. Gongzi Yu went all out to deal with that cultivator. Under Gongzi Yu's attacks, that cultivator had suffered heavy injuries. His face was pale as he said, "Young Master Yu, please spare my life." This lowly one was only following orders from above to deal with young Master Yu. This lowly one is willing to submit to young Master Yu. I ask young Master Yu to give this lowly one a chance to turn over a new leaf. Gongzi Yu wasn't someone who was easy to talk to. Back then, this fellow had caused chaos in the martial heaven continent. Just how many people had died? Gongzi Yu could be described as vicious and merciless, killing without blinking an eye. Currently, perhaps his only friend was Lin Feng. That was the nature of the sky demons. Many of them were cruel and bloodthirsty, and Gongzi Yu was one of them who restrained himself. After hearing the leader's pleas, Gongzi Yu sneered. He had no intention of letting this person go. Gongzi Yu knew that if he had been the one to lose, would his opponent have let him go if he had begged? Obviously not. Since that was the case, Gongzi Yu wouldn't have let him go either. Gongzi Yu increased the intensity of his attack. That cultivator was truly extraordinary. He managed to block over 100 attacks before being killed by Gongzi Yu. TSK, this is an internal conflict of the sky demons. I wonder who that cultivator is? Who knows? The internal strife within the heavenly demon clan is too intense. In the beginning, they were actually quite united. But now, they have split into many branches. I wonder which branch of the heavenly demon clan they are from? The besieged sky demon cultivator has a powerful bloodline and has condensed ancestral runes. Clearly, he has the royal bloodline of the sky demons. However, there are several royal bloodlines in the sky demons now, so it's hard to tell who he is. Many cultivators who had come to watch the show began to discuss. The battle just now had been very exciting, and they had all felt their blood boil. Now that the war was over, there was no point in continuing to stay here. Thus, many people left one after another. Some flew towards the direction of the far west city. However, there were also many cultivators who had opened up temporary caves in the mountains and forests. They flew towards their own caves. Gongziyu flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Gongziyu gave each other a big bear hug. They hadn't seen each other for many years. Naturally, they were filled with emotions when they met again. The two of them had a lot to talk about, but now wasn't the time. Lin Feng said, "How about we go to our residence and have a good chat?" "All right." Gongziyu nodded. Lin Feng and the others returned to their residence in the far west city. Lin Feng then sent Du Zhu to gather information about the far west river. After receiving Lin Feng's orders, Du Zhu dragged the evil dominator Saint out to gather information. In the living room, Lin Feng, Gongziyu, and the others sat down. Gongziyu asked curiously, "Why did you come to the devil world?" Lin Feng replied, "I wanted to subdue the devil world, so I came here." Gongziyu was shocked. He then said, "I heard that someone has unified the 7 regions. Could that person be you?" Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Gongziyu sighed. When he had first met Lin Feng had been like an ant in his eyes. However, only 200 years had passed, and Lin Feng had grown to a height that even he couldn't compare to. However, Gongziyu didn't feel any jealousy. He and Lin Feng had been enemies in the beginning, friends and enemies, and then friends. Many things had happened between them. Now that he saw how powerful Lin Feng was and how he controlled such a powerful army, he could only wish Lin Feng well. Gongziyu said, "If you want to subdue the devil world, you'll have to face the 5 devastator demons. I'm sure you know how powerful they are. I've seen them from afar before, and although I didn't see them fight, their auras are too terrifying." Lin Feng said, "Yes, the 5 devastator demons are too terrifying. It won't be easy to deal with them. In fact, the reason why they haven't attacked me yet is because I have too many soldiers. There's a reason for that. I have too many cultivators on my side. If there wasn't such a big gap between the 2 armies, the 5 apocalyptic demons would have led their armies to destroy me. However, the 5 destruction devils will definitely recruit more cultivators. With their rallying power, it won't be difficult for them to form a powerful cultivator army. That's why I have to destroy them before they expand their cultivator army to a certain extent." Gongziyu said, "The 5 devastator demons are too powerful, and it'll be too difficult to deal with them. Do you have any ideas on how to deal with them?" Lin Feng said, "I've heard that the devil-suppressing steel can deal with the 5 devastator demons. According to the information I received, it won't be long before the devil-suppressing steel appears." "There's such a thing?" Gongziyu was surprised, but he nodded. He had heard of the devil-suppressing steel before. If he could obtain it, he would have some confidence in dealing with the 5 devastator demons. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to deal with them. The other 3 demons were easier to deal with, but the main problem was the 2 demons that had fallen from the transcending realm. Who knew what other terrifying methods they still possessed? Against such existences, he had to be extremely vigilant. Otherwise, he might die a miserable death. Lin Feng looked at Gongziyu and asked, "What's up with the people chasing you?" Gongziyu replied, "They were sent by Gong Zhong Nye." Lin Feng thought, just as I guessed, they really are Gong Zhong Nye's people. He continued, "Didn't your father, the celestial devil emperor, restrict Gong Zhong Nye? Why would Gong Zhong Nye go against your father's orders? No matter how bold he is, he can't be that bold, can he?" Gongziyu said, "A few years ago, my father joined forces with a few other celestial devil emperors to explore a secret place, but they didn't know the exact location. There's been no news for so many years, and the clan's morale has fluctuated. Naturally, Gong Zhong Nye doesn't have any misgivings." Lin Feng said, "The celestial devil race should have your father's Yuan soul lamp, right? That lamp will tell us if he's still alive." Gongziyu replied, "An existence at his level wouldn't casually set up a Yuan soul lamp. The other celestial devil emperors are in a similar situation. They are very powerful, but there's been no news of them. That's why many people believe that he has already died. Gong Ziyu's voice was indifferent when he talked about his father. Lin Feng knew that there was no love between father and son. Back then, Gong Ziyu had been abandoned, and his mother had died tragically. He couldn't let go of these things. Lin Feng asked, "Why have you come to the far west?" Gong Ziyu replied, "The people who followed me were loyal and devoted, but they were all killed one after another. There's only one old servant who's still alive, and he's been poisoned by an extremely terrifying type of goo. He needs a special pill to neutralize this type of goo. However, that pill requires a type of spirit herb called silver star grass. I heard that silver star grass can only be found in the far west river, so I've come to look for it." Lin Feng sighed. Gong Ziyu was willing to risk his life to search for silver star grass in the far west river for the sake of an old servant. It was clear that Gong Ziyu's character was extraordinary. This was a person worth befriending, and Lin Feng was very happy to have such a friend. Lin Feng replied, "I'm also looking for the far west river to resolve something that's been bothering me for a long time. When the time comes, we can go there together." Gong Ziyu was delighted when he heard this, and he said, "That's great." Not long after, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage returned. Lin Feng asked, "Did you find out anything?" The poison ancestor replied, "I've heard that the westernmost river is quite special. It only appears on the 12th of December every year, and it appears in an extremely dangerous region in the depths of the westernmost land. It's said that there are 36 mountains in that region, so it's quite easy to find. However, that region sometimes has the power of the intersecting universes descending. If you encounter that power, you'll die, so basically, no one dares to go there." The far west river was extremely dangerous and terrifying. Lin Feng had already expected this, but he could not stop him from going there. Gong Ziyu said, "It's only the 10th month, so there's still more than a month until the 12th of December. Lin Feng said, "We can stay in the far west city for a while, and set off in the 12th month." Gong Ziyu nodded. It was not appropriate to go now. It would be fine to go 10 or 8 days in advance. Lin Feng arranged a place for Gong Ziyu to stay. After that, Lin Feng and the others spent most of their time in seclusion. Time passed very quickly, and when the 12th month arrived, Lin Feng and the others decided to set off. It had been snowing for the past few days, and it was the same on the day that Lin Feng and the others set off. The snow was as thick as goose feathers, and it was covered in ice and snow for thousands of miles. This kind of weather was very suitable for enjoying the snowy scenery with a few beautiful concubines. Lin Feng and the others boarded the ancient spaceship Xianyuan and quickly flew toward the depths of the far west. Old Mantu plans to combine the 6 chapters into 3 chapters, with each chapter having 4,000 words. That way, it will be more enjoyable for everyone. In the future, there will be 3 chapters a day, with each chapter being equivalent to 2 chapters. Therefore, it will still be the equivalent of 6 chapters per day. Thank you for your support. Please subscribe to my original version. Translator's note, author's 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 note. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 60-67. Lin Feng and the others hadn't entered the dangerous area yet. If they entered the dangerous area, they wouldn't be able to take the Xianyuan ship anymore, because it would be too dangerous. After all, even though the Xianyuan ship could become invisible, it was still in that world. It could still be attacked by all kinds of people. 3 days later, they arrived at the dangerous zone of the far west. This place was indeed very dangerous. If they weren't careful, they could die miserably here. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others were very careful. They flew out of the ancient ship and Lin Feng put it away. Then, they flew towards the depths of this place. In this area, the most dangerous thing was the intertwining force of the universes. In addition, the laws of heaven and earth had changed. The forces of time and space had intertwined. Therefore, they needed to be very alert when traveling. In fact, if they didn't have a powerful ability, they could die here no matter how careful they were. Lin Feng had a deep understanding of the Tao of space and time. In addition, Lin Feng was a cultivator of the Celestial Master Path. As a 37th Celestial Master, Lin Feng had many extraordinary means, such as some methods to avoid danger. He could sense danger in advance and avoid it. Under Lin Feng's lead, the journey was more daunting than dangerous. Lin Feng and the others heaved a sigh of relief, because they didn't encounter the intertwining force of the universes. That was the most dangerous thing. That kind of force was very mysterious to cultivators, who knew how dangerous it was. Lin Feng wasn't sure if he could capture the intertwining force of the universes. Actually, Lin Feng and the others also saw some skeletons on the way. It wasn't that no cultivators had entered this place, it was just that most of them had died. Of course, there were also some cultivators who had obtained great fortunes here. However, such cultivators were simply too rare. Look, there are 36 mountains in front of us. At that moment, the poison ancestor pointed to the front. Everyone looked over, and saw that there were indeed 36 mountains before them. Every single mountain peak was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. The 36 mountains were connected together to form an enormous mountain range. 36 celestial stars. Lin Feng was surprised. The 36 celestial spirits and the 72 earth spirits were all related to each other because the 36 celestial spirits corresponded to the 36 stars. These 36 stars corresponded to the 36 stone swords which Lin Feng had obtained from the 36 stone swords. The 36 heavenly spirits were Leader Star, Heavenly Spirit Star, Knowledge Star, Leisure Star, Brave Star, Majestic Star, Fierce Star, Prestige Star, Hero Star, Noble Star, Wealth Star, Full Star, Solitary Star, Harm Star, Steadfast Star, Agile Star, Dark Star, Guardian Star, Sky Star, Speed Star, Deviant Star, Killer Star, Minute Star, Investigative Star, Retreating Star, Longevity Star, Sword Star, Balance Star, Sin Star, Damage Star, Defeat Star, Prison Star, Wisdom Star, Savage Star, Weeping Star, and Skillful Star. Lin Feng actually did not quite understand the connection between the 36 stone swords and the 36 Big Dipper stars. However, it seemed that there was no need to deliberately understand these things. He could not force it. When it was time to know, he would know. If he did not know, it was useless to force it. Lin Feng said, "Let's go and take a look." Everybody nodded. Then, they all arrived in the middle of the mountains. There were gigantic statues there. When Lin Feng and the others saw those statues, they were astonished. Why were there so many statues here? It was very puzzling. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Lin Feng and the others went to the first statue and carefully studied it. They found that there were no written records on it, so they did not know who it was. It was not a statue of a god, and it did not have any divine energy, but it did not seem to be an ordinary statue either. After studying the 36 statues, they did not find anything. "Why don't we try to break these statues?" Du Zhu suggested. Lin Feng shook his head. "That's not a good idea. I have a feeling that these statues are not simple." Gongziyu said, "Lin Feng, you said that this place is arranged according to the 36 Big Dipper stars?" Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. Is there a problem?" Gongziyu said, "I heard that the 36 Big Dipper stars gave birth to 36 Xiantian life forms. There's such a thing? I wonder if it's true?" Lin Feng was astonished. Gongziyu said, "It should be true." Du Zhu asked curiously, "Who are these 36 Xiantian life forms?" Gongziyu said, "The leader star corresponds to a Xiantian life form called Gao Yin. The strength star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Huangjun. The knowledge star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Luchang. The leisure star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Jibing. The brave star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Yao Gongshao. The majestic star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Shihui. The fierce star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Sun Yi. The prestige star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Li Bao. The hero star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Zhu Yi. The noble star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Chen Kansas. The wealth star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Dawn Immortal. The solitary star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Zhan Xiu. The harm star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Li Hongyu. The profound star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Wang Longmao. The robust star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Dengyu. The darkness star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Li Xen. The guardian star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Su Jingdao. The sky star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Dian Tong. The speed star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Wu Su. The deviance star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called LV Zicheng. The fiend star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Ren Lipin. The minute star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Gong Qing. The investigative star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Shan Zhao. The retreating star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Gao Ku. The longevity star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Qi Qing. The sword star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Wang Hu. The balance star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Bo Tong. The sin star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Yao Gong. The damage star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Tang Tianjing. The defeat star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Shunli. The secure star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Wenjie. The wisdom star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Zhang Zhixiong. The savage star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Baida. The cry star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Luda. The skillful star corresponds to a Xiantian lifeform called Qing Sanyi. The cursed doll said, "I've never heard of these guys. It seems like they're not very famous." Gongziyu said, "Indeed, they might not be very famous. It could also be because they're relatively old. There's also another point. Actually, the 36 Xiantian lifeforms corresponding to the 36 Big Dipper stars can't be considered particularly powerful among the Xiantian lifeforms. They can only be considered average Xiantian lifeforms. However, if the 36 of them work together, they'll be very powerful." Lin Feng said, "So you're saying that these people can complement each other?" Gongziyu nodded and said, "Yes, they can complement each other. Although none of these Xiantian lifeforms are top-notch existences individually, if they work together, they'll be able to sweep through the heavens." Although it sounded a bit exaggerated, Lin Feng believed this saying. In fact, whether it was the 36 Big Dipper stars or the 72 earthly fiends, their most powerful aspect wasn't their individual cultivation, but rather their battle prowess when they worked together. When many people worked together, 1 + 1 was less than 2. However, when people like the 36 Big Dipper stars and the 72 earthly fiends worked together, 1 + 1 was greater than 2. No. More accurately, it should be far greater than 2. Asked the broken god. Could the appearance of the westernmost river be related to the 36 stone statues? Everyone frowned. Everyone frowned. If this was true, then the 36 stone statues might be even more extraordinary than they had imagined. Thus, they couldn't be careless when facing the 36 statues. If there's really such a special connection, then don't you think we can try to refine the 36 statues? Perhaps we'll gain something special? Lin Feng and the others' eyes lit up. This was a very good suggestion, but they didn't know if it would work. They could give it a try. Perhaps it really would work. And so, Lin Feng and the others tried to see if they could refine the statues. Lin Feng was the first to try, but he failed. The others tried one after another, but they all failed. The statue was indeed very strange. There was an invisible and intangible strength protecting the statue. That invisible and intangible strength was preventing Lin Feng and the others from using their strength. Since they couldn't refine the statues, they could only continue waiting and see if there were any changes. Of course, Lin Feng and the others hoped that everything would go smoothly. There were only 2 days left until the 12th of December. Would the Western River appear on time? The next 2 days were rather peaceful. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Finally, the 12th of December arrived. When the 12th day arrived, Lin Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. His blood was flowing at an unprecedented speed. This speed shocked Lin Feng. Obviously, an unknown and terrifying danger was about to descend. This danger was too terrifying, and it made his hair stand on end. Could it be the intersecting force of the universe? F***ck. It couldn't be, right? Was he really that unlucky? Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Let's go quickly. The intersecting force of the universe is about to descend, said Lin Feng in a deep voice. Everyone naturally knew how terrifying the intersecting force of the universe was. They had to escape quickly. Otherwise, they might die here. Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed outside. They quickly rushed out of the range of the 36 mountain ranges. When they rushed out, a destructive force descended from the sky and enveloped the mountains. That force was too terrifying. Lin Feng had never seen such a terrifying force. It made his soul tremble. However, what was even more terrifying was that the terrifying force didn't disappear. It continued to spread. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but curse. They sped up and rushed outside. In the end, they narrowly avoided the intersecting force of the universe. They stood in the distance and looked in the direction of the 36 mountain ranges. Then, they saw a beam of light fly out from each of the mountains. There were 36 beams of light in total. The 36 beams of light converged together. Those are the beams of light from the 36 statues, exclaimed Du Zhu. Lin Feng and the others nodded. Those 36 statues really weren't simple. They were actually related to the Western River. Lin Feng and the others calmly watched the changes. They patiently waited to see what was going to happen. Boom! It was accompanied by a series of violent vibrations. The beams of light that had gathered together shot up into the sky. They disappeared into the dark, starry sky. In the next moment, a long river flew in from the sky. That long river was like a river of time. It crossed the universe, past, present, and future. After seeing that long river, Lin Feng and the others smiled. Groan. Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's roar came from the long river. However, no dragon appeared. A dragon's spirit? A dragon's spirit appeared in the long river. This scene shocked Lin Feng and the others. After the dragon's spirit appeared, it was very likely that other things would happen. Who knew what would happen? At this time, the huge river flowed down quickly. It was like the body of a giant dragon, flowing around the mountain peaks. This situation was a little strange. Lin Feng observed carefully and suddenly discovered something that shocked him. Because he saw the 36 statues. They were actually absorbing a special kind of energy from the river. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of energy they were absorbing. Could it be that the 36 statues were alive? A thought appeared in Lin Feng's mind. This thought shocked Lin Feng. Could it really be so? If that was the case, didn't that mean the 36 statues were very likely to return at some point in the future? But what exactly were the 36 stone statues? Previously, Lin Feng had sensed the 36 statues, but he didn't find any signs of life. Everything was too strange. Moreover, Lin Feng only saw a river now. He didn't see the Milky Way waterfall. The information he had received before. It mentioned the Western River and the Milky Way waterfall. But now, he only saw a river and didn't see the Milky Way waterfall. Why was that? Would the Milky Way waterfall appear later? Chapter 60-68. The Poison Ancestor and the others had also discovered that the 36 stone statues were devouring the special energy in the Western River. They were extremely shocked. They had no idea what was going on, but the scene before them was truly shocking. Gongziyu said, I read some information about the Xiantian lifeforms corresponding to the 36 celestial dipper stars in a Taoist scripture. It said that they disappeared very suddenly, and no one knew what happened. It's really strange. Now, the 36 stone statues here are the corresponding statues of these Xiantian lifeforms. In addition, these stone statues are absorbing the special energy from the Western River. What kind of secret is this? It's really puzzling. Lin Feng said, I hope it's a good development. The rest of the people also nodded. Everyone could only hope like this, but who knew what would happen exactly? The future was really hard to predict. Of course, Lin Feng and the others didn't have the time to care about other things. They came here for important matters, but the power of the intersecting universe hadn't dispersed yet. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to rashly approach the place. It wouldn't be too late to approach the place after the intersecting universe force had completely dispersed. It seemed that the Western River didn't want Lin Feng and the others to get close. It had really developed its own spirituality. Long Ling, I need a Milky Way grass. Can you go to the Western River and pick one? I'll definitely reward you handsomely, Gongziyu said. However, Long Ling ignored Gongziyu. Lin Feng said, Is the Western River related to the Moon Palace? How do you know this? At this time, a voice came from the Western River. It was the dragon spirit's voice, but it didn't appear. Had the dragon spirit condensed its body? Lin Feng said, I obtained a ring before. Because of it, I often enter dreams, and the people I see in the dreams tell me to come to the Western River. They will naturally meet me there. The dragon spirit was very surprised to hear Lin Feng's words. It said, There's actually such a strange thing? This is the first time I've heard of it. I know a little about the people in the Moon Palace. Describe them. What kind of person are they? Lin Feng didn't know how to describe them. Lin Feng could only say that they had a good figure. Lin Feng thought and said, They had a little sister. And? The dragon spirit muttered, She has a little sister? She can't grow up? Damn, don't tell me. The dragon spirit's tone suddenly changed. It seemed to be filled with fear. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed that the dragon spirit had remembered who the woman was. Do you know who she is? Lin Feng asked. The dragon spirit said, I don't know. I advise you to leave quickly. As for that ring, throw it away if you can. Quickly sever this karma. Lin Feng felt that things weren't so simple. The dragon spirit was obviously very afraid. When it spoke, its voice became very serious. Lin Feng said, I tried to throw the ring away, but it came back on its own. Is that so? Then congratulations on your bad luck. No, I should congratulate you for being rich. The dragon spirit said with a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Feng rubbed his gums. The dragon spirit was too tight-lipped. It didn't seem to be easy to make it speak. However, Lin Feng obviously wouldn't give up. Lin Feng said, Then let me enter the Western River. I'll wait to meet her. Impossible. Even I might be involved. I'm not stupid. I definitely won't have any interaction with that person. The dragon spirit said. Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lip. This guy was not only tight-lipped, but its attitude also seemed to be a bit unyielding. It wasn't easy to deal with. Lin Feng said, Since you know who that person is, you should know the consequences of hindering her. Are you threatening me? The dragon spirit suddenly gritted its teeth. Indeed, in its opinion, Lin Feng was threatening it. Someone actually dared to threaten it. This was something that had never happened before. Naturally, it was incomparably angry. Lin Feng said, "How am I threatening you? I'm telling you the stakes of this matter. I'm doing this for your own good. You've misunderstood my good intentions. It really hurts me." The dragon spirit said, "You're really shameless. You have the nerve to say such things." Then, the dragon spirit began to fall silent. It sighed and said, "I'm really unlucky. I actually got involved with her. But if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. I can only let you in." Now Lin Feng was really confused. Was that woman very powerful? She wasn't very strong when she was young. She was beautiful, and her personality seemed to be very good. What happened later? What kind of person did she become? Even the dragon spirit of the far west river was afraid when it talked about her. It was very unnatural. At that moment, Lin Feng clearly felt that the force that had been preventing them from moving forward had disappeared. Lin Feng thought for a moment. He asked Du Zhu and the others to wait outside. If something really happened, Du Zhu and the others would be able to help him. If they all went in and something really happened, it would be very troublesome if no one approached them from outside. Lin Feng asked Gongziyu to wait outside. Lin Feng would help him find the silver river grass he needed. Be careful. Gongziyu, Du Zhu and the others reminded him. Don't worry, there won't be any problems, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng continued walking. After a short time, he arrived at the western part of the river. Lin Feng had the feeling that the western part of the river contained many different kinds of energies. Some of those energies were beneficial to his body, some of them were harmful to his body. Lin Feng expelled all the energies from his body. He didn't want them to invade his body. He couldn't just absorb the energies that were beneficial to the body, so he didn't absorb any of them. Apart from the energies, Lin Feng also discovered that there were many kinds of plants growing in the Far West River. The Far West River was a river formed by energy, but no matter what it was still a river. Therefore, there were some kinds of plants growing in it, just like how many rivers had vines and grasses growing in them. However, there was one thing that was different. The plants growing in the Far West River were all spirit herbs and spirit medicines. They were very valuable, and the silver river grass was obviously one of them. Lin Feng searched around and found a few silver river grasses. He quickly flew over and collected them. The dragon spirit was speechless. You can come in if you want, but why are you collecting all the treasures here? Lin Feng said, I need a few silver river grasses. Why don't you give them to me? The dragon spirit didn't want to argue with Lin Feng, so it said, Forget it, I'll give them to you. Hurry up and do what you need to do, then leave as soon as you're done. Lin Feng wanted to ask about the 36 stone statues. The dragon spirit should know about them, but after thinking about it, he didn't ask. Lin Feng felt that even if he asked, the dragon spirit wouldn't tell him. Since that was the case, it was better not to ask. Lin Feng wanted to ask about the Milky Way waterfall, so Lin Feng asked, Do you know when the Milky Way waterfall will appear? Milky Way waterfall? What's that? The dragon spirit asked doubtfully. What? You don't know about the Milky Way waterfall? Lin Feng was speechless. The dragon spirit didn't seem to be joking, but if it didn't know about the Milky Way waterfall, why did it tell him that the Milky Way waterfall was on the banks of the West River? Was it trying to trick him? Lin Feng asked, As long as it's a waterfall, it's fine. Are there any waterfalls nearby? The dragon spirit said, There really aren't any. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. If there wasn't any Milky Way waterfall, then what was going on? Lin Feng thought of the ancient devil ring. Perhaps this treasure could trigger some phenomena? Thinking about that, Lin Feng took out his ancient demon ring. When Lin Feng summoned the ancient devil ring, many of the runes on the ring awakened. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It seemed that the ancient devil ring was going to change. Would it attract the Milky Way waterfall? Let's give it a try first. Lin Feng channeled his magic power into the ancient devil ring. As his magic power continued to pour in, the ancient devil ring's fluctuations became stronger and more intense. After about 15 minutes, endless demonic light flew out of the ancient devil ring and rushed into the sky. Then, a waterfall actually fell from the sky. Lin Feng was shocked. The Milky Way waterfall had actually appeared. Lin Feng flew up and arrived at the depths of the Milky Way waterfall. Then, Lin Feng saw a woman. That woman was the girl from before. However, she had grown up a lot. Her appearance was about the same as a 23-year-old woman's. The scene in front of him changed. Lin Feng discovered that he was no longer in the Milky Way world. Instead, he had arrived in an ancient and mysterious world. "Kill this she-devil!" Countless cultivators shouted and surrounded the woman. She was called a she-devil, which surprised Lin Feng. How did she become a she-devil? A great battle broke out. That woman was truly powerful. Although there were many cultivators besieging her, they were unable to harm her at all. Those cultivators were too arrogant. A large number of cultivators were killed. It was a completely one-sided battle. Many people were scared out of their wits by the woman. "Run!" many cultivators screamed in fear. Then, they quickly fled into the distance. They did not want to stay in this place for another 15 minutes. However, they could not escape. The woman was too terrifying. She sealed the world. All the cultivators were like turtles in a jar. It was as if the god of death had descended on this place. Blood splattered everywhere. Soon, this place became like hell on earth. In the end, the hundreds of cultivators surrounding her were all killed. Heartless, heartless. From now on, there will be no more Ingrua in this world, only heartless. The woman murmured, her eyes revealing an extremely cold gaze. She took out a mask and wore it on her face. Step by step, the woman walked into the distance. Lin Feng followed closely behind. But at this time, something happened that Lin Feng could not believe. The woman turned around and looked at Lin Feng. "Brother Fan, is that you?" The woman walked step by step towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to say to the woman like before, "I'm not Brother Fan, I'm your Brother Feng." But when the words reached his mouth, he did not dare to say it. These were clearly just imprints in front of him. Why did they look so real? Lin Feng wanted to run, but he found that his body seemed to be fixed in place. He could not move at all. This situation was a little strange. Lin Feng couldn't do anything about it. The woman came to Lin Feng's side. She reached out as if she wanted to touch Lin Feng's face. "Brother Fan, I will create a resurrection technique and let you come back to life," the woman said. Said the woman. Her hand was about to touch Lin Feng when it slowly disappeared. Then, her body disappeared as well. In the blink of an eye, she completely disappeared. The scene in front of him flashed. Lin Feng found that the ancient world had disappeared. He was still standing in the Milky Way world, but there was something in his hand. Lin Feng looked at the thing. Lin Feng found that it was a token with the words, "Heartless Token," written on it. What is this? Lin Feng didn't understand. He tried to inspect the talisman with his godly awareness, but he realized it was just an ordinary talisman. There was no secret to it. It was just that the material was special. She was originally called Ingrua, but she changed her name to Heartless. "Who is she?" whispered Lin Feng, looking at the talisman in his hand. Lin Feng flew out of the Milky Way world, and the Milky Way world disappeared. "You actually got the Heartless token." At this time, a cry of surprise came from the void. It was the voice of the dragon spirit. Author's note: it's the first day of writing a large chapter. I've finally finished writing 12,000 words. Today, I've updated 6 chapters. I'm even happier now. I'm going to write my new book, Devouring the Heavens. Looking for an official subscription. Brothers, everyone must get an official subscription. Old Mantu relies on this little bit of royalties to support his family. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 60-69. Was the Heartless Medallion very special? How could it cause such a huge commotion in the dragon spirit? Lin Feng was astonished and confused at the same time. Lin Feng asked, "What's the use of this Heartless Medallion?" The dragon spirit laughed strangely and said, "You have the Heartless Medallion, yet you don't know its use. That's quite strange, but there's no harm in telling you. It's said that the Heartless Medallion can be used to find that person's place of death." Lin Feng thought of that woman. He frowned slightly and asked, "Are you saying that the woman has already died?" The dragon spirit said uncertainly, "I don't know if she's dead or not, but it's true that she suddenly disappeared back then. In any case, many people say that she's dead. Later on, news spread that if you want to find her, you need to use the Heartless Medallion." Lin Feng frowned slightly. What the dragon spirit said might not be true because it was just a rumor. Was that woman really dead or not? Since the dragon spirit was so afraid of her, she must have a terrifying background and history. However, the dragon spirit didn't want to talk about her, which made Lin Feng feel very helpless. Lin Feng thought about it. Perhaps he could think of a way to get information from the dragon spirit. Lin Feng smiled, but the dragon spirit said warily, "Why are you smiling? Why do I feel like you're planning something?" Lin Feng thought, is this guy really that sensitive? It can even sense this? Lin Feng naturally wouldn't admit that he was planning something. He said righteously, "You're overthinking it. You're so wise and powerful, so what could I possibly be planning? Even if I'm planning something, you can see it with a single glance." Hearing Lin Feng praise it for being wise and powerful, the dragon spirit immediately became happy. There was a saying that flattery would always work, and the dragon spirit was no exception. The dragon spirit said, "Kid, you have some foresight." Lin Feng said, "Let's talk about heartless things now." Long Ling, who was still feeling smug, almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Lin Feng's words. It said, "Are you crazy? He actually dared to say that woman's name?" Lin Feng's mind was slightly shaken. Was that woman once so powerful? I can't even call out their names? If that was the case, one could only imagine how powerful her deterrence was back then. Lin Feng continued to fish for information. "Why can't I call her by her name? Is it a taboo?" Dragon Spirit quickly nodded and said, "Of course it's a taboo. Furthermore, it's a huge taboo. It's just a name. What taboo is there? Don't make such a fuss, okay?" Lin Feng said. Long Ling replied, "Those who haven't experienced that period of time will never know what that woman meant." The dragon spirit was telling Lin Feng this because it thought that Lin Feng already knew who that woman was. However, in reality, Lin Feng only knew her name and nothing else. Lin Feng continued to fish for information from the dragon spirit. He said, "Although I haven't experienced that era, I know what that woman went through. There were countless corpses and she killed countless people. She always wanted to save her brother Fan, but I don't know if she succeeded." The dragon spirit asked in astonishment, "You even know about this?" Lin Feng said, "I just entered an ancient world, so I know as much as you do." Dragon Spirit did not think that Lin Feng was trying to trick it. She created many peerless techniques, such as the reincarnation technique, the resurrection technique, and other peerless techniques. She wanted to revive her brother Fan, but she didn't seem to have succeeded. It's too difficult to revive someone who has been dead for so many years. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the scene in his dream. Brother Fan looked at the girl and her sister. He gently said, "Conceal your identity and live on." After saying that, Brother Fan quickly left, luring away the enemies who were chasing after the girl and her sister. Brother Fan knew that he would definitely die, and he also knew that the girl and her sister would not let him lure away the enemies alone. That was why he sealed the girl and her sister. Then, they would be separated forever. It was a very heart-wrenching scene. The girl would never forget it for the rest of her life. She searched through mountains and rivers, created millions of techniques, and waited for millions of years just to see him again, Dragon Spirit said. It summarized the girl's life. Her life was full of ups and downs, but it was also full of legends. Lin Feng was slightly moved. After becoming a peak-level powerhouse, one can usually let go of the past, but she seems to have never let go of anything. Her goal in cultivation is to revive her brother Fan. Dragon Spirit spoke slowly. Lin Feng asked, "What about her sister?" Dragon Spirit said, "It seems that there are still many things you don't know." Lin Feng thought to himself, "Of course, I was just trying to get information out of you. That's why I pretended that I knew a lot." But he still said, "You can't possibly know everything, right?" Dragon Spirit said, "Then I can't continue." Lin Feng said, "Are you afraid of karma? But I've already said so much, and you even let me enter the Western River. There's already a karmic connection that can't be severed, so it's not too realistic to try and avoid it now. Why don't we just talk about everything? Once I know everything, even if I'm really connected to that woman, I'll be able to deal with it better. Right now we're also connected by karma, so it doesn't matter if I'm good to you or you're good to me. We're in the same boat, so we should be honest. What do you think?" Dragon Spirit thought about it and felt that it made sense, so it said, "You're being polite." Dragon Spirit was silent for a while before it said, "Her sister is very special, and the situation back then was extremely complicated. Their family was involved in some great secrets, so they were targeted by some superpowers, which led to the destruction of their family. The secret was with the two sisters. Later on, it was said that the younger sister died trying to save her elder sister. That, coupled with the deaths of her family members and brother Fan's death, caused her personality to change greatly." "That little girl died?" Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. "What a cute little girl. She looked like a porcelain doll, but she had died." It was sad to hear that, and it was no wonder that she had changed her name. From then on, she was no longer called Ingruo, but Heartless. It was easy to imagine how painful it must have been for her to make such a decision. At that moment, Dragon Spirit continued, "That little girl is also extraordinary. It's said that after she died, her soul became immortal, and she obtained the fortune of reincarnation. She was reborn 100 times, and perhaps she could seek the great Tao and surpass the saints." Lin Feng was shocked. "Are you saying that after she died, because her soul became immortal, she obtained the fortune of reincarnation and had to go through 100 reincarnations? And then she could surpass the saints?" Dragon Spirit said, "That's right, but I don't know if her elder sister played a role in it." Lin Feng's heart was not calm at all, because Lin Feng had thought of many things, especially regarding Li Mingxi. It seemed that Li Mingxi had reincarnated 100 times, right? This was because Li Mingxi looked exactly the same as the little girl, and even their mannerisms were very similar. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? However, he did not know how many reincarnations Li Mingxi had been through. If he reincarnated 100 times, could he really surpass the saints? It was too difficult to surpass the saints, so Lin Feng was not sure if this method of reincarnation could allow a cultivator to surpass the saints. Lin Feng asked, "What about that woman? What happened to her?" Dragon Spirit said, "She became the enemy of all the saints, and many people wanted to capture her. That was why she went on a killing spree, causing all the top powers in the universe to tremble in fear." "What exactly is the secret in her possession?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Rumor has it that it's a method of transcendence." Dragon Spirit said. "A method of transcendence? Could it be a method of surpassing the saints? Those top powers shouldn't lack such methods, right?" Lin Feng was puzzled. Dragon Spirit said, "They don't lack such methods, but look at all the saints. How many people are able to complete a breakthrough? This means that the orthodox method of the saints' world is too difficult to break through to the saints' realm. However, the method passed down by their clan is very special. It is said that there is a shortcut, and the success rate of breaking through is as high as 50 to 60%. Lin Feng exclaimed, "How is that possible?" It was no wonder that Lin Feng was so shocked. This sounded too unbelievable. After all, there were many top experts in an era, but there were only a few who could surpass the saint's realm. The probability was infinitely close to zero. Breaking through was too difficult. However, Dragon Spirit said that the method could actually achieve a success rate of 50 to 60%? Didn't that mean that 10 peak-surpassing cultivators had tried to break through? 5 or 6 people had successfully broken through to the saint's realm. No one would believe such a thing, right? In any case, Lin Feng didn't believe it himself. Dragon Spirit said, "Don't doubt it. This rumor is true. It's an ancient method, not an inheritance from this era. It's an inheritance from many eras ago." Lin Feng said, "Even if it's an inheritance from 3,000 eras ago, I still don't believe it. If it's really that amazing, their clan wouldn't have been exterminated." Dragon Spirit said, "There's a reason for their extermination. It's said that after obtaining that method, their clan was cursed. It's said that for many generations, they wouldn't be able to cultivate that inheritance. Thus, even though they had a supreme technique, they couldn't cultivate it. It's also said that the technique was very special. Women couldn't cultivate it, and only men could. Actually, such techniques weren't rare. For example, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra could be cultivated by women, but men would self-destruct and die. Another example was the Nine Yang Sutra, which could be cultivated by men, but women would self-destruct and die. Lin Feng said, "If they were cursed and couldn't cultivate it, and their clan was exterminated because of it, then they were really unlucky. If this technique is really that heaven-defying, then I think that if they want to cultivate it, they'll have to pay a huge price." Dragon Spirit nodded and said, "That's true, but I don't know what kind of price they'll have to pay." Lin Feng suddenly thought of some extremely evil techniques, such as the Imperial Devil Sword technique and the Evil Sunflower Manual. After cultivating them, it was said that one would be incomparably heaven-defying. But if they wanted to cultivate this technique, they had to castrate themselves first. That clan's method couldn't be this type of technique, right? When he thought of this, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. If it was really such a technique, he wouldn't cultivate it even if he was beaten to death. A man's greatest pleasure was the matters between men and women. Castrating oneself to become a eunuch, no matter how powerful one's cultivation was, even if one was invincible in the universe, what was the point? They couldn't do anything between men and women. It was a fate worse than death. "What's that woman's full name?" Lin Feng asked. "Heartless Demon Lord," Dragon Spirit said casually. But then, this guy started cursing. "Brat, you don't even know her name. So you only know the word heartless. You're not a good person, you've been trying to trick me from the start." The dragon spirit was now completely back to its senses, and it had a furious look on its face. Lin Feng said, "Misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Who says I don't know? I just think you don't know. Then I'll ask you and see if you know." Dragon Spirit didn't believe Lin Feng's nonsense. Lin Feng said, "Then, I'll leave first, we'll contact each other in the future. Don't worry, if I see her one day, I'll help you put in a few good words. At least you have some conscience," Dragon Spirit said. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer and flew outside. He thought to himself, "Heartless Demon Lord? Is this person one of the 9 great demon lords? I've never heard of him before." Lin Feng knew about a few of the demon lords, but there were also a few that he was unfamiliar with. Lin Feng left the Western River and met up with Gongziyu, Du Zhu, and the others outside. Lin Feng took out the silver river grass and handed it to Gongziyu. This wasn't a place to stay for long, so Lin Feng and the others didn't stay for long. They quickly flew outside. Along the way, there were no mishaps. Lin Feng remembered the emotionless Demon King. He wondered if the others knew anything about the emotionless Demon King. Lin Feng asked, "Have you heard of the Heartless Demon Lord?" Du Zhu and the others shook their heads. They had never heard of the Heartless Demon Lord. After all, even if he was a titled god, he might not be known by others. After all, in the long history of opportunities, many things had already become history, and no clues were left behind. Although Du Zhu and the others didn't know about the Heartless Demon Lord, Gong Ziyu obviously did. When he heard the words, Heartless Demon Lord, Gong Ziyu's expression changed abruptly. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 60-70. Lin Feng noticed the change in Gong Ziyu's expression. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed that Gong Ziyu had heard of the Heartless Demon King. Gong Ziyu was a demon, so it was normal for him to have heard of the Heartless Demon King. Lin Feng looked at Gong Ziyu and asked, "Brother Yu, do you know the Heartless Demon King?" Gong Ziyu nodded and said, "He's an extremely strong cultivator." After pausing for a moment, Gong Ziyu continued, "Actually, because our epoch is the last epoch of the 3,000 reincarnations, this epoch is different from the others. There are also more strong cultivators than other epochs. However, there aren't many strong cultivators who can influence an epoch. After Hong Meng, Hong Jun, Taoist Luya and ancestor Hun Kuan, there are a few strong cultivators. One of them is the leader of the sovereign imperial clan, Jizishu. Lin Qi of the Undying clan." Gong Ziyu glanced at Lin Feng. They were all Lin Feng's ancestors. In fact, there were many strong cultivators among Lin Feng's ancestors. For example, Lin Qi's son, Lin Xiaobai, was also a strong cultivator, but he wasn't as strong as Lin Qi. Then there were the Sky-Devouring Demon Emperor and the Sky-Devouring Demon Master, who were also strong cultivators from the Sovereign Imperial clan. However, they weren't as strong as the leader of the Sovereign Imperial clan and Jizishu. At that moment, Gong Ziyu continued, "There are a few other strong cultivators who can defy the heavens and the earth. They're comparable to the Master of Gods, Jizishu, Lin Qi, and the others. The Emotionless Demon Master is one of them. Most people don't know much about the Emotionless Devil Empress, so they don't really know how strong she is. Even if some people know that she's one of the 9 great Devil Empresses, they probably don't know how strong she is. Maybe they think he's just an ordinary Demon King, but that's a big mistake. Back then, the Heartless Demon King was too strong. He stepped on the bones of countless cultivators to establish his own reputation. At that time, some extremely strong groups participated in the plan to deal with his clan. Those clans could make the whole epoch shake with a stomp of his foot, but he slaughtered them all, not even a chicken or dog was spared. After that, nobody dared to provoke her anymore, but her biggest obsession was to revive her brother, Fan Fan. Lin Feng said, "His obsession with his brother Fan is very deep, even more so than his own clansmen." Gong Ziyu nodded and said, "Of course, because there's a reason for that. It's said that he was born in a disgraceful way. His mother was from a small clan, and his father was the young master of a large clan. That young master wasn't a good person either. He met his mother when he went out to train, and I think he was just playing with her. When her mother got pregnant, her unreliable father ran away. After that, it was said that there was a great battle between strong cultivators. His grandfather's clan was also affected, and almost everyone died. Only 2 old servants brought her and her mother out, but her mother died miserably because of her injuries. Before she died, she asked the 2 old servants to send her to her father's clan. At that time, she was only 4 or 5 years old. You can imagine what kind of status an illegitimate daughter like her had in her clan. She was bullied and humiliated every day. As for that brother Fan, he seemed to be a direct descendant of another clan. That clan had a good relationship with her father's clan. Once, brother Fan saw someone bullying her, so he went over to help her. Words couldn't describe how moved her young heart was. That's why she was so obsessed with Brother Fan. In that merciless clan, the only one she cared about was her half-sister. She didn't care about the others. Brother Fan was her family, even more so than her family. Lin Feng said, "No wonder. I didn't expect her to have such an experience. But I heard that she suddenly disappeared. What happened?" Gong Ziyu said, "I don't know why she suddenly disappeared. According to what I know, maybe she was disheartened after failing to revive Brother Fan so many times, so she didn't come out. That's why she didn't come out again, and it's also possible that she was killed. However, the latter possibility is too low. She's so powerful, and it's not easy to kill her. Of course, there could be other reasons, but I can't say for sure." Lin Feng nodded. Many things that happened in the past slowly became secrets as time passed. Some things might still have a chance to reappear in this world, but some things were destined to be completely buried in the long river of time. Although he didn't open the ancient devil ring this time, he also didn't manage to find out the secrets of the ancient devil ring. But he had obtained the Heartless Writ. The Heartless Writ made Lin Feng sigh. With the help of the Heartless Writ, perhaps one day, he would be able to meet the Heartless Devil Lord, an unimaginably strong existence. Because Gong Ziyu was going to treat his old servant, he had to be separated from Lin Feng and the others for the time being. Lin Feng invited Gong Ziyu to go to the Devil Sky City to look for him after he was done with his business. At the same time, he reminded Gong Ziyu to be careful of the cultivators on Gong Xinye's side. After that, he parted ways with Gong Ziyu. Lin Feng and the others returned to the Devil Sky City. During this time, the ancient Devil Ring didn't undergo any changes. Lin Feng also didn't dream anymore. Could it be that this matter had temporarily come to an end? In the following period of time, Lin Feng began to cultivate in seclusion. About a month after Lin Feng returned to the Devil Sky City, Gong Ziyu brought his old servant to the Devil Sky City. Gong Ziyu's old servant had recovered quite well. Naturally, Lin Feng was very happy that Gong Ziyu could come. Gong Ziyu and Lin Feng talked about something. It was about the Empress. Previously, Gong Ziyu met the Empress in the extraterritorial world. This was something that happened decades ago. However, Gong Ziyu and the Empress weren't very familiar with each other. However, because of Lin Feng's relationship, they could still talk for a while. Previously, Gong Ziyu didn't tell Lin Feng about the Empress because the Empress begged him not to tell Lin Feng. However, Gong Ziyu pondered for a while and felt that he would be letting Lin Feng down if he didn't tell him. Therefore, he told Lin Feng about the Empress. It turned out that the Empress met several of her clansmen in the Undying Realm and met up with them. However, the descendants of the Nuwa clan had always been the mastermind behind the scenes. They were a thorn in the eyes of the 33 Heavens Lords. Therefore, their situation was extremely bad. The Empress and the others were besieged by the mastermind behind the scenes. The Empress was hit by the Godfall art, which was an extremely overbearing spirit power. It was said that cultivators who were hit by the Godfall art wouldn't die immediately. However, their souls would be severely damaged. This kind of damage would cause them to gradually forget everything that happened in the past. After losing their memories, their souls would slowly decay until they died. This was a kind of torture to the mind. It was more serious than the damage to the human body. The only person the Empress was worried about was Lin Feng. She and Lin Feng had experienced many things together. The two of them loved each other and had some ambiguous things, but they didn't go too far. The Empress buried this feeling in her heart. She probably knew that her situation would get worse after being hit by the Godfall art. Therefore, she was worried that Lin Feng would be sad after knowing about it. Therefore, she hoped that Gong Ziyu wouldn't tell this matter to Lin Feng. Time was the best medicine for healing. The Empress believed that time could erase everything and heal all sorrows. She wouldn't appear in Lin Feng's life anymore. Slowly, perhaps, Lin Feng would forget about her. After learning about the Empress's situation from Gongziyu, Lin Feng's face was gloomy. He was in a terrible mood. It wasn't because the Empress deliberately hid it from him. It was because Lin Feng was very worried about the Empress's situation. Therefore, Lin Feng's mood was so bad. The Empress's situation was very bad. No one would be in a good mood if they encountered such a thing. Moreover, the Empress was one of Lin Feng's favorite women. His feelings for her were also very special. People from the mastermind's world. They deserved to die 1,000 times. Was she well when you first met her? Lin Feng looked at Gongziyu and asked. Gongziyu said, the situation at that time was still okay, but her spirit was somewhat dispirited. Her clansmen said that they would go to the Heaven Realm's ancestral land to help her find a solution. The Nuwa clan has some extraordinary abilities, so you don't have to worry too much. Who knows, she might have completely recovered by now. How could Lin Feng not be worried? Now, Lin Feng only hoped to quickly resolve the matter in the Devil Realm, and then go to the Heaven Realm. However, how could he go to the Heaven Realm? Lin Feng didn't know now. When he returned to the Undying Realm, he would ask his mother to see if she knew how to go to the Heaven Realm. In fact, previously, the Undying Realm had an ascension passage to the Heaven Realm. But there was nothing he could do. It had long been closed by the Heaven Realm. This was an order from the Master of the 33 Heavens. Therefore, it was more difficult to go to the Heaven Realm now. Of course, Lin Feng knew. Even if it was more difficult, there were still some passageways. However, he needed to find out where those passageways were. Hopefully, he could find them. If not, he could go to the underworld. The underworld had a passageway to the Heaven Realm. Previously, Xiang Xiang had used that passageway to go to the Heaven Realm. However, his relationship with the underworld was a little tense now. Going to the underworld was really a bad choice. Therefore, this matter needed to be considered in the long run. Lin Feng waited for news from Lingning Shuang. He knew that the devil-suppressing steel could suppress the 5 apocalyptic demons from Lingning Shuang. Lingning Shuang's lineage had a special method to detect the devil-suppressing steel's movements in advance. On this day, Lingning Shuang came to Lin Feng's place. In fact, Lin Feng hadn't seen Lingning Shuang for a long time. When he saw her again, he was still stunned. Tall and slender. Slender waist. Beautiful face. Of course, there were many beautiful women, but not all of them could become top-quality women. Lingning Shuang, for example, was a top-quality woman. What was a top-quality woman? It mainly depended on temperament. Lingning Shuang's cold temperament made people want to conquer her, but they were also afraid of being rejected. However, Lin Feng had a lot of things to deal with now. He didn't have any thoughts of seducing her. I've already sensed the devil-suppressing steel's movements. We can go there now. Lingning Shuang said. This news made Lin Feng very happy. The devil-suppressing steel was located in the Fallen Soul Stream. Lin Feng still remembered the poem that Lingning Shuang had read to him. The 9 Heavens Silver River at the Fallen Soul Stream. A blood moon shines in the sky. The devil suppressing the past and the present. The meaning was simple. Generally speaking, when the 9 Heavens Silver River fell from the Fallen Soul Stream, a blood moon would shine in the sky. The devil-suppressing steel would also appear at this time. At that time, it would be a chance to get the devil-suppressing steel. Lin Feng guessed that the 5 apocalyptic demons would also send experts to keep an eye on the devil-suppressing steel. Therefore, Lin Feng brought 20 million dragon race cultivators with him. It would be even better if he could smoothly get the devil-suppressing steel. If the devil-suppressing steel was taken away by the 5 apocalyptic demons, then Lin Feng would mobilize the army to besiege the 5 apocalyptic demons' experts and see if they could take the devil-suppressing steel away. Hundreds of ancient ships quickly left Devil Sky City. These ancient ships were invisible. This way they could cross the sea and the sky. After more than a month, the fleet arrived at the outskirts of the fallen soul stream. Before the devil world fell into chaos, many people came to the fallen soul stream to take a look. They wanted to see what was so special about the fallen soul stream. However, there were very few cultivators who came to the fallen soul stream now. This was because many people had fled to remote places or the overseas worlds to avoid the disaster. Of course, it wasn't that no one came here. There were still some cultivators who could be seen looking at the fallen soul stream. These cultivators were very strong. Most of them were from the other realms or the lost races of the epic. Lin Feng saw a familiar figure. Gong Zini. It was actually him. Gongziyu also saw Gong Zini. His eyes were filled with killing intent. However, Gongziyu didn't act rashly. His main task now was to get the devil-suppressing steel. As for the grudge with Gong Zini, he could put it aside. Lin Feng didn't see any cultivators from the 5 apocalyptic demons. He didn't know if they didn't come or if they were hiding somewhere else. Lin Feng sent people to scout the surroundings. Not long after, the scouts came to report that they saw a huge army in another area. There were about 30 million cultivators stationed there. They should be experts from the 5 apocalyptic demons. After hearing this, Lin Feng was speechless. The 5 apocalyptic demons were really careful. They actually brought so many cultivators. However, Lin Feng wasn't worried because the plague god could quietly get rid of 20 million cultivators. If a battle really broke out, he wasn't afraid of the 5 apocalyptic demons. Moreover, Lin Feng guessed that it was already good enough for the 5 apocalyptic demons to send 1 or 2 to take care of this matter. They definitely didn't know that he was leading an army of cultivators. After all, the devil-suppressing steel was a secret. They only knew about it after exterminating the Ice Demon clan. In their opinion, how could Lin Feng know about the devil-suppressing steel? Although the people who chased after the Ice Demon clan were killed, the 5 apocalyptic demons didn't connect their deaths to Lin Feng. After all, it happened in the extraterritorial realm. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? How could those people encounter Lin Feng in the extraterritorial realm? Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 6071. Lin Feng and the others remained in the invisible ancient ship, waiting for the devil-suppressing steel to appear. That night 2 demonic pagodas were fighting. Lin Feng was speechless when he saw the pagodas. Weren't those the pagodas that suppressed the ancestral land of the Snow Clan? The pagodas had been split into 2. They each had their own consciousness and wanted to devour the other to increase their strength. However, they hadn't succeeded in devouring the other for so many years. Therefore, the 2 demon pagodas were still half of their original forms. Actually, Lin Feng had seen the 2 demon pagodas many times over the years. Even though the 2 demon pagodas hadn't been able to absorb each other's strength, they had absorbed many other things to increase their strength. But for the time being, that kind of increase wasn't as great as directly absorbing the other demon pagoda. Now that the 2 pagodas had come to the devil world, they were still fighting fiercely. It was as if one of them would die. Lin Feng didn't intend to get involved. It didn't matter to Lin Feng who could swallow the other tower. Lin Feng thought, the devil-suppressing steel is about to appear, but the pagodas have come here. Are they here for the devil-suppressing steel? Thinking about it carefully, this was also a possibility. If they devoured the demon-suppressing steel, the strength of the 2 demon pagodas might increase by quite a bit. Therefore, the 2 pagodas had their eyes on the devil-suppressing steel. Of course, the devil-suppressing steel hadn't appeared yet, so they didn't know what was about to appear. However, they were already weapon cultivators, so it was normal for them to be able to sense that the steel could increase their cultivation. The battle between the 2 pagodas was so intense that it attracted the attention of many cultivators. However, Lin Feng and the others still didn't show up. At this time, they noticed two cultivators. They were both from the devil clan. One of the two devils was tall and sturdy with a hideous face. One of them was very short. He was only about 1 meter tall, like a dwarf. Gongziyu said, "That tall and sturdy demon is the hatred demon of the 5 apocalyptic demons. As for the dwarf-like demon, he's the resentful demon of the 5 apocalyptic demons. That evil demon is one of the 2 demons who have fallen from a higher cultivation level," said Lin Feng. "Oh!" Lin Feng was surprised and then frowned. The means of the resentment demon were definitely unimaginably terrifying and difficult to deal with. Ha 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 ha! What a pair of demonic pagodas! They were originally 1, but now they have split into 2. Isn't that a pity? At this moment, Hatred Mo laughed out loudly as he walked towards the 2 demon pagodas. The spirit of the first devil tower sneered, "Who are you? What does our fight have to do with you? If you don't have anything else to do, go stay where you are." The second demon tower's spirit also sneered and said, "Scram as far as your thoughts can go." The spirits of the first and second devil towers had always been like this, arrogant and not putting anyone in their eyes. Hatred Mo was not angry. Instead, he said indifferently, "I want to merge the 2 of you into one. You will definitely be extremely grateful to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Hatred Mo flew towards him. The hatred demon flew towards the 2 demonic pagodas. With a wave of his hand, boundless demonic chi gushed out. Within the demonic chi, there were actually chains that were densely packed together. The demonic chi covered the entire sky. It enveloped the 2 demon pagodas, and the chains within the demonic chi wrapped around the demon pagodas. When the chains wrapped around the demon pagodas, many runes appeared. Many runes appeared on those chains. Those runes were very mysterious and contained extremely terrifying power. The power emitted by the runes kept flowing into the demon pagodas. Hatred Mo wanted to forcefully refine the 2 demon pagodas. Hatred Mo's methods were very powerful. Who knew if the 2 demon pagodas would really be refined by him? Clang! Clang! The chains violently collided with each other. Along with the sound of the collision, the 2 demon pagodas began to struggle, as if trying to break free from Hatred Mo's shackles. However, the chains formed by Hatred Mo were too extraordinary. The chains could not break free at all. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This Hatred Mo's methods were very powerful. However, he felt that now that the 2 demon pagodas had evolved, they were no longer the same as before. Although he did not know the specific abilities of the 2 demon pagodas, Lin Feng felt that the 2 demon pagodas should not have a problem blocking Hatred Mo's attack. Therefore, Hatred Mo should not be able to refine the 2 demon pagodas, right? Indeed, it was as Lin Feng had imagined. In the next moment, on the 2 demon pagodas, the endless runes began to awaken, and the 2 demon pagodas began to grow. When the 2 demon pagodas grew bigger, the chains wrapped around them began to make cracking sounds, as if they were about to break. Hatred Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and then sneered. He began to increase the power of the chains, wanting to use them to completely lock down the 2 demon pagodas. However, this guy had clearly underestimated the power of the demon pagodas. Bang! Bang! Along with a loud sound, the chains wrapped around the demon pagodas could not withstand the power of the demon pagodas and broke apart. This scene made Lin Feng's eyes light up slightly. "Grandson, your ability is far from enough. A piece of trash like you actually wants to suppress your grandpa me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?" The spirit of the first demon pagoda cursed loudly. The spirit of the second demon pagoda also cursed. "Trash like you, I can easily kill you. You're courting death." Hatred Mo's gaze suddenly turned cold. Although he was a scheming person, he would still be angry after being cursed again and again. Even a person made of mud would have a temper, not to mention that Hatred Mo was a top expert of the demon race. Hatred Mo was about to use his powerful methods to deal with the two demon pagodas. However, at that moment, a violent fluctuation came from the depths of the Valley of the Fallen Souls. The fluctuation in the depths of the Valley of the Fallen Souls attracted everyone's attention, including Hatred Mo. Could it be? Lin Feng was shocked, but then his face lit up with joy. The demon-suppressing monument is about to appear, Lung Ningxuang said. Lin Feng nodded. He paid attention to the changes in the depths of the valley. At that moment, a Milky Way waterfall fell from the sky. In the depths of the Milky Way waterfall, a blood-red moon appeared. That blood-red moon emitted an extremely demonic aura. The Milky Way waterfall. At that moment, everything turned blood-red. Asterisk whoosh whoosh, asterisk Hatred Mo and Hatred Mo quickly flew towards the Valley of the Fallen Souls. Next, the two demon pagodas also flew towards the Valley of the Fallen Souls. Some of the stronger cultivators did not know what was going on, but everything in front of them was too strange. This kind of unforeseen event could very well mean that a great opportunity was about to appear. Although the Valley of the Fallen Souls was an extremely dangerous place, many cultivators were willing to take the risk to enter the Valley of the Fallen Souls in order to obtain the opportunity. Who knows, they might really be able to obtain the opportunity inside. Therefore, those cultivators also quickly flew towards the Valley of the Fallen Souls. Lin Feng, Gongziyu, Duzu, and the God of Plague also entered the Valley of the Fallen Souls. There were terrifying restrictions everywhere in the Valley of the Fallen Souls, so entering it was naturally extremely dangerous. However, to Lin Feng, these restrictions were nothing. Therefore, under Lin Feng's lead, everyone entered the Valley of the Fallen Souls without any obstructions. However, things did not go so smoothly for the other cultivators. Several experts had already met with misfortune in the Valley of the Fallen Souls. One died, while the others were heavily injured. They had no choice but to leave the Valley of the Fallen Souls. However, when they were leaving the Fallen Soul stream, some cultivators were attacked by something unknown. Two of them were cut in half at the waist. One of them let out a miserable scream before his body turned into a bloody skeleton. As for where his flesh and blood went, no one knew. The Valley of the Fallen Souls was truly dangerous, worthy of being a land of death. One had to be extremely careful when entering this place. Otherwise, one would die a miserable death. The experts who were initially quite confident in themselves became very nervous after seeing the calamities. This was mainly because the situation ahead was too strange. Because of the murderous intent everywhere, many cultivators began to retreat. Lin Feng even saw a few otherworldly existences and cultivators from the lost races of the epoch retreating. They were arrogant people, but now they were scared out of their wit. Of course, there were still some extremely strong cultivators who hadn't left yet. They continued moving deeper into the valley. Lin Feng and the others didn't encounter any danger on the way. They didn't get attacked by any creatures in the Valley of the Fallen Souls either. Maybe those creatures knew that Lin Feng and the others weren't easy to deal with, so they didn't provoke them. When Lin Feng's group reached the depths, there were Resentful Devil and Resentful Devil on the 5 Destruction Devils side. There were also more than 10 powerful cultivators on young Master Nye's side. There were also cultivators from the lost races of the epoch. However, they weren't in the same group and stood in different places. There were also 7 or 8 otherworldly existences from the same faction. In addition, there were more than a dozen evil spirit warriors, but the person in the lead wasn't an evil spirit warrior, but a cultivator with wings on his back. Those evil spirit warriors should be his subordinate. That cultivator with wings on his back should have an extraordinary origin in the mastermind's world. The arrival of Lin Feng's group naturally attracted the attention of these people. Only young Master Nye and the 2 demon pagodas recognized Lin Feng's group. The others didn't recognize Lin Feng's group at all, including Resentful Devil and Resentful Devil. They hadn't seen Lin Feng before, so naturally, They didn't recognize Lin Feng. I didn't think that a stray dog like you would have such a tough life. Young Master Nie looked at Gongziyu with disdain. The corners of his mouth were full of dense murderous intent. Young Master Yu's eyes were extremely gloomy. He and young Master Nie had a grudge that wouldn't end until one of them was dead. They were half-brothers, but it was fate that made fools of people. Without the support of your mother's clan, what are you? Gongziyu retorted. Young Master Nie clenched his fist. His gaze was incomparably gloomy. Young Master Nie was an extremely proud person. Young Master Nie felt that he had relied on himself to obtain his current achievements and status. However, in the eyes of countless people, young Master Nie had relied on his mother's clan. Otherwise, how could young Master Nie have such a status? For an incomparably proud person, this was something he couldn't accept. Therefore, young Master Nie hated it when people said that he relied on his mother's clan. Now that he heard Gongziyu say that, he was naturally infuriated. However, young Master Nie was an expert at hiding his emotions. Even though he was incomparably furious, he didn't show it. He sneered and said, "Only the weak would find excuses for their own failures. If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Let's see how I'll kill you." "Young Master, you can't do that. You have a noble status. There's no need for you to do it yourself," said an old man next to young Master Nie. Young Master Nie didn't take the old man's advice to heart. Gongziyu's expression was indifferent. He really wanted to fight young Master Nie, but he knew that now wasn't the time. He sneered and said, "Wait until we're done here. I'll fight you." Young Master Nie sneered, but he didn't say anything else. Seeing that the two sides didn't fight, the other factions felt somewhat regretful. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a rumbling sound spread in the air from the blood-red moon. Lin Feng didn't know what that blood-red moon was, but it was extremely strange. A gigantic stone tablet flew out from the blood-red moon. Surprisingly, it was a black stone tablet. When Lin Feng saw that stone tablet, he was overjoyed. It must be the devil-suppressing steel. Ha ha ha, so it's the devil-suppressing steel. A cultivator from the epic Lost Races saw the devil-suppressing steel and laughed heartily. The others also knew what the devil-suppressing steel represented. Snatch. At that moment, everyone flew towards the devil-suppressing steel. Everyone wanted to snatch the devil-suppressing steel, which was a supreme treasure. "I'll stop these people. You go and take the devil-suppressing steel," said the devil-suppressing steel. At that moment, the devil-suppressing steel said, "All right." The devil-suppressing steel nodded and quickly flew towards it. The devil-suppressing steel stopped in the void, wanting to stop everyone. "Attack together! Kill him!" shouted Lin Feng. "Kill!" Everyone attacked the devil-suppressing steel together. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were brewed, and all the divine abilities gathered together to form a torrent of attacks. This was an attack from a group of top experts. One could imagine how powerful it was. Devil suppresses the heavens. The devil-suppressing steel opened its mouth and swallowed everyone's divine abilities. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 60-72. Everyone present was shocked when they saw the Resentment Demon's divine power devouring everyone's attacks. The Resentment Demon's method was too awesome, it was simply unbelievable. Previously, although Lin Feng also knew that the Transcendence Realm expert was still extremely terrifying after his realm fell, he did not expect it to be to this extent. The power of the Resentment Demon deeply shocked Lin Feng. However, although Lin Feng was shocked, he still had to face what had to be faced. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "Everyone, activate your Dharma treasures and kill him." Everyone also knew that it was really difficult to kill the Resentment Demon, so they no longer held back and activated their powerful Dharma treasures one after another. Everyone's Dharma treasures were really extraordinary. After all, they were all top experts. Although they did not necessarily have ancient weapons, they basically had a top sacred weapon. With so many powerful Dharma treasures activated, the power released was incomparably powerful. The resentment demon laughed strangely and said, "A bunch of ants. If I were at my peak, dealing with you guys would be a piece of cake. However, even if my realm fell from the Transcendence realm, it still won't take much effort to deal with you guys." The resentment demon was very confident and arrogant. After all, he was strong and had the ability to be arrogant. In the face of the resentment demon's attack, Lin Feng's expression was cold. The power of the Pangu axe in his hand had reached its peak. The axe light seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. It was about to reach the resentment demon. Other attacks were also about to reach the resentment demon. Everyone looked at the resentment demon coldly. However, in the next moment, something that made everyone depressed happened. The resentment demon used a technique called paying them back in their own coin. All kinds of attacks were reflected back at them. Those attacks were aimed at the cultivators who attacked. This kind of technique was somewhat similar to the stellar transposition technique. However, it was much more powerful than the stellar transposition technique. Everyone was somewhat embarrassed as they dodged the attacks. The resentment demon looked at the group of people who were in a sorry state and suddenly laughed loudly. He seemed to be very happy. The resentment demon's strength was terrifying. Although the resentment demon might not be able to do anything to them, they were afraid that they would not be able to do anything to the resentment demon. An existence at the resentment demon's level was too terrifying. Even a cultivator who had fallen from the transcendence realm was so powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful a transcendence realm cultivator would be. "This dwarf is too powerful. I'm afraid that we can't deal with him. It seems that we have no fate with the devil suppressing steel. I hate it." At that moment, the spirit of the first devil tower, thought Lin Feng. Even though the spirits of the first and second demon towers are extremely intelligent, sometimes they make people laugh. It's not that they aren't smart enough, it's just that sometimes they're funny. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. The spirits of the first demon tower and the second demon tower are extremely intelligent, but sometimes they make people laugh. It's not that they're stupid, it's just that sometimes they're funny. The resentment demon's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Although he did look like a midget, no one could tolerate others pointing out their shortcomings. Midget, 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 how unpleasant was that? The resentful demon was proud and arrogant, so it would be strange if he wasn't furious after being called a midget by the spirit of the first demonic tower. The spirit of the first devil tower said, "When have I ever insulted you? Don't misunderstand me, okay? I am a person of character and morals. I would never insult others." Lin Feng and the others were about to burst out laughing. The spirit of the first devil tower said that he would not insult others, but he actually called the resentment demon a dwarf. Moreover, the spirit of the first devil tower looked very serious. This was the funniest part. The spirit of the first devil tower quickly said, "Dwarf, although I don't get along with him, I can testify that he did not insult you. He is not such a person." These two fellows were actually united against the resentment demon, which was quite a rare thing. The corner of the resentment demon's mouth twitched violently because he felt that the two of them were pretending to be stupid and teasing him. This made him extremely angry and his eyes flashed with a dense killing intent. This was intolerable. "Die!" The resentment demon roared angrily, and an endless amount of demonic chi condensed. Within the demonic chi, numerous demonic gods condensed. These demonic gods were manifested by magical powers. These demonic gods charged towards the group of cultivators. At the same time, Hate Mo had already arrived before the demon suppressing steel. He wanted to take the demon suppressing steel, but the demon suppressing steel resisted. The demon suppressing steel trembled violently, and a terrifying power that could destroy the world surged out from within it. The demon-suppressing steel did not want to be suppressed. At the very least, it did not want to be suppressed by the resentment demon. The demon-suppressing steel was created to suppress demons, so it naturally did not want to wallow in the mire with demons. Although the demon-suppressing steel was not activated by anyone, it was still extraordinary. The strong power that it released broke through the resentment demon's suppression. Then, the demon-suppressing steel slammed into the resentment demon's body, and he was sent flying. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The demon-suppressing steel's power was really terrifying. It actually caused the resentment demon to spit out blood. The resentment demon's heart was filled with hatred. He thought to himself, "This demon-suppressing steel is so powerful. No wonder it can restrain me." Thinking of this, the resentment demon quickly took out an item. The item that the resentment demon took out was a jade pendant. This jade pendant was not an ordinary jade pendant. It was a jade pendant that the 5 destruction demons had created together. The jade pendant was not much, but the most terrifying part was the runes that were inserted into the jade pendant. The resentment demon's magic power flowed continuously into the jade pendant. When the magic power flowed into the jade pendant released a violent fluctuation. At this moment, the jade pendant began to release the special runes. Dense runes flew out and quickly flew towards the demon-suppressing steel. The 5 destruction demons had been scheming to take the demon-suppressing steel. They were indeed well prepared. The demon-suppressing steel seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It turned around and wanted to escape. However, before it could escape, the dense runes had already been imprinted on the demon-suppressing steel. The demon-suppressing steel started to struggle violently. However, the runes that they had painstakingly condensed were too powerful. Even the demon-suppressing steel was unable to break those runes. The resentment demon kept the demon-suppressing steel in a storage ring. Crack! Crack! However, in the next moment, the storage ring shattered. As the demon-suppressing steel released too much power when it was struggling, an ordinary storage ring would not be able to withstand such a powerful force. The demon-suppressing steel flew out quickly. Then, the demon-suppressing steel continued to struggle, trying to destroy the runes that were sealing it. In fact, it was impossible for those runes to completely seal the demon-suppressing steel. However, in general, they had sealed about 80 to 90% of the demon-suppressing steel. Seeing that the storage ring was unable to keep the demon-suppressing steel, the resentment demon sneered. Powerful demon chi rolled out and wrapped around the demon-suppressing steel. He planned to use his demon chi to take the demon-suppressing steel away. This idea was not bad at all. After the resentment demon used his demon chi to wrap around the demon-suppressing steel, he shouted, "It's done. Let's go quickly." "Alright, let's go." The resentment demon and the resentment demon gathered together. At this moment, Lin Feng and the rest were dealing with the demon gods that were condensed by the resentment demon. They were unable to stop them from leaving. After the resentment demon and the resentment demon left quickly, Lin Feng and the rest killed the demon gods that were condensed by the divine powers. Many people's expressions were extremely ugly as they quickly chased after them. "Let's go," Lin Feng said in a low voice. Du Zhu, Gongziyu, the plague god and the rest nodded. Under Lin Feng's lead, they quickly rushed out. Because Lin Feng was proficient in formations and restrictions, his speed of passing through the Valley of the Fallen Souls was much faster than the others. Although the resentment demon and the resentment demon had left early, Lin Feng and the rest had already come out as soon as they came out. As for the rest, they were a little slower. Lin Feng and the rest did not stop the resentment demon. After the resentment demon left, the resentment demon was too powerful. It was not something that the few of them could stop, so there was no point in stopping them. Lin Feng already had his own plan. He looked at the plague god and said, Follow them and secretly release the plague to deal with the 5 destruction demons. Don't let them find out." "Yes, master," the plague god hurriedly replied. Then, he quickly flew in the direction of the 5 destruction demons' camp. Lin Feng and the rest quickly flew in the direction where the fleet was hidden. They quickly met up with the fleet. At this moment, the others also flew out one after another. They looked in the direction of the 5 destruction demons' camp. The 5 destruction demons' army had already started moving. "Kill them." The resentment demon gave a sinister order. Then, he and the resentment demon tried to seal the demon-suppressing steel again. The 5 destruction demons' army quickly attacked a group of cultivators who had just flown out of the Valley of Fallen Souls. An army of 30 million cultivators was too large. In fact, only a portion of the cultivator army had been mobilized. But even so, the deterrence it created was incomparably huge. "Fuck. I'll *CK your whole family." The first demon tower's spirit cursed loudly. Then, he turned around and fled. "This bastard is too immoral. I won't lower myself to your level." The second demon tower's spirit also cursed. He also turned around and fled. Nobody dared to stay because it was too dangerous. It was no different from throwing their lives away. If they did not flee now, what would happen? When would they flee? In the blink of an eye, everyone had disappeared without a trace. The 5 destruction demons' army could not catch up with the cultivators who had fled, so they could only return. But just as the 5 destruction demons' army returned and the army was about to leave, suddenly shrill screams rang out one after another. "How did my body become like this? No, 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 I don't want to die." Many people looked at their own bodies in horror because their bodies were in a very serious condition. Many people's bodies had started to fester. This situation made them extremely terrified. The most terrifying thing was that they could not stop their bodies from festering. Not long after, many cultivators from the 5 destruction demons' army had died. Resentment demon and the resentment demon's expressions turned ugly when they saw this. They naturally knew what was going on. The power of the plague was spreading. They had not directly linked it to the cultivators who controlled the plague on Lin Feng's side. After all, although there were very few cultivators who could control the plague, it was impossible that only one person in the world could control the plague. "I'm going to help them get rid of the plague. You go and find out who's behind this. Catch him and tear him to pieces." "Kill him," said the resentment demon. "All right." The resentment demon nodded. The resentment demon began to chant an incantation, wanting to help the cultivator army get rid of the plague. Back then, even the killing demon could help the cultivator army get rid of the plague, let alone the resentment demon. The resentment demon's cultivation was much stronger than the killing demon's. The resentment demon's powerful divine sense spread out and began to search for the person who was hiding in the dark. "Kill." But at this moment, earth-shattering shouts could be heard. Lin Feng led the cultivator army and suddenly attacked. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy army was suffering from the plague was the best time to attack. If they missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to find such a good opportunity again. The 5 destruction demons' army was clearly caught off guard. When Lin Feng's cultivator army suddenly attacked from the void, they came back to their senses. However, there were about 20 million cultivators on their side who were infected with the plague. The rest of the cultivator army was also in danger. How much fighting strength did they have left? Under the attack of Lin Feng's cultivator army, the 5 destruction demons' army was instantly scattered. Under the control of the god of plague, Lin Feng's cultivator army would not be infected at all. Therefore, Lin Feng's cultivator army was simply invincible. They began to harvest lives. Lin Feng took out his Ho-E Bao and Sunshot divine arrows. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows were shot out in a row. They directly locked onto the resentment demon, who was using a secret technique to help the cultivator army get rid of the plague. The resentment demon was indeed extremely powerful, but Lin Feng's Ho-E Bao combined with the Sunshot Divine Arrow's attack was also extremely terrifying. Not to mention the resentment demon. Even an expert who had surpassed the realm could not ignore such an attack. Therefore, when the resentment demon heard the sound of the air being torn apart, he looked up and saw that the two Sunshot Divine Arrows were already shooting toward him. It's the Sunshot Divine Arrows, the supreme treasure forged by the great shaman Ho-E. The resentment demon's gaze suddenly darkened. He was interrupted in the process of using a secret technique, so he swept out 2 attacks in a row. A powerful force surged out and blasted the 2 Sunshot Divine Arrows. The 2 Sunshot Divine Arrows were sent flying by the opponent's powerful force. On the other hand, the resentment demon looked in Lin Feng's direction. When he saw Lin Feng, his eyes immediately burst out with dense killing intent. Previously, he did not know Lin Feng, but now that he saw so many cultivator army and the plague in the cultivator army of the 5 calamity demons, he guessed that Lin Feng was the culprit. He roughly guessed Lin Feng's identity, and Lin Feng was definitely a thorn in the side of the 5 calamity demons. Naturally, the 5 calamity demons wanted to kill Lin Feng. Kid, if I'm not wrong, you're the cultivator who fought against the grim demon earlier, right? Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll take your life today. The resentment demon said eerily. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly charged toward Lin Feng. He actually wanted to take Lin Feng's head in the midst of tens of thousands of soldiers. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 60-73. Lin Feng's cultivator army attacked the demon. No matter how strong you are, you can't resist so many people's attacks, can you? Lin Feng thought to himself. 1,500 cultivators from Lin Feng's army went to deal with the 5 destruction devils. The remaining 5 million cultivators joined Lin Feng to deal with the resentment demon. In addition, Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Dead. The powerful creatures inside the Book of the Dead also flew out and joined Lin Feng in dealing with the resentment demon. So many strong cultivators gathered together and attacked the demon. The demon looked at Lin Feng and the cultivators and smiled mockingly. Lin Feng and the cultivators were attacking him, but the demon looked at them mockingly. Illusions are nothing. My body is ethereal. Immortal spells and divine abilities can't hurt my real body. The resentment demon's voice resounded in the world. Its body became illusory. When all the attacks came, they passed through the resentment demon's body without causing any damage. After seeing this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. How could this happen? The situation didn't look good. The resentment demon's methods were too strange. It was too difficult to injure or even kill the resentment demon. The resentment demon sped up and rushed towards Lin Feng. Nobody could stop the resentment demon. Something's wrong. Let's retreat. Gongziyu said. The resentment demon's methods were too strange. No wonder Gongziyu looked so serious. Lin Feng's expression was very gloomy. He was unwilling to retreat now. However, the resentment demon's methods made him feel helpless. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know what to do now. However, Lin Feng didn't have much time to think about what to do next. The situation didn't wait for anyone. He had to make a decision quickly. Huh! At this time, the Demon Lord's voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. It seemed that the Demon Lord had awakened from his seclusion. The Demon Lord had indeed been in seclusion for a long time. Lin Feng guessed that the Demon Lord had reached a critical period of cultivation. Every seclusion session was extremely important to the Demon Lord. Lin Feng hurriedly transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, it is said that this grudge demon is a cultivator who has fallen from a higher realm. Although his realm has fallen, some of his techniques are still extremely heaven-defying. Do you have a way to deal with him? The Demon Lord said, What he just used was the Tao of Illusion, one of the top inheritances of the previous era. This person is indeed very terrifying, but don't you have the Mirror of Now? Hurry up and summon it. He is currently in an illusory state. However, if you shine the Mirror of Now on him, he will turn from an illusory state into a real state. At that time, he won't be able to dodge the attacks of the Cultivator army. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly summoned the Mirror of Now. Lin Feng established a connection with the god of the Mirror of Now, Big Yellow, who instantly activated the Mirror of Now. Swoosh! A dazzling light beam shone on the Grudge Demon's body. The Grudge Demon's body began to change. His body gradually became corporeal. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face revealed a smile. This was the benefit of having a lot of treasures. Everything in the world reinforced and countered each other. This was the case for divine abilities, magic treasures, and cultivators. If one had a lot of treasures or divine abilities, they would always be able to find a solution when they were in trouble. For example, in Lin Feng's current situation, if he didn't have the Mirror of Now, the situation would be extremely bad for Lin Feng's side. Just think about it, if Lin Feng was the first to run away, the Cultivator army under his command would definitely run away. Once the Cultivator army became chaotic, who knew how many people would be killed by the enemy's Cultivator army? But now there was no need to worry about this. The Grudge Demon was stunned. Clearly, he didn't expect this to happen. "Kill him!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. The 5 million Cultivator army attacked again. The Grudge Demon's face suddenly became extremely ugly. His supreme divine ability was actually broken by Lin Feng with the help of a mirror. The Grudge Demon couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. He was in an extremely bad mood now. However, in the face of the army's attack, the Grudge Demon didn't dodge. Instead, he condensed a wall of gods and devils. The powerful attack fiercely bombarded the wall of gods and devils. The wall of gods and devils shook violently, but it wasn't destroyed. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was also dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy too strong? He could fight against millions of people alone and still not be defeated? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Every time he felt that the Grudge Demon was terrifying enough, it would always refresh Lin Feng's understanding. Slash! 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 Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. The 5 million cultivators and the undead cultivators attacked together. 3 waves of attacks were launched in a row. Bang! 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 Along with the violent collision, the wall of gods and devils condensed by the Grudge Demon was finally destroyed. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from afar. It was the Grudge Demon's scream. Everyone looked into the distance and immediately realized that one of his eyes had been blinded. It turned out that the devil suppressing steel was struggling very hard just now, so the Grudge Demon had been trying to seal it. However, at this moment Du Zhu, the evil Dominator Saint, the Cursed Doll, and the Broken God joined forces and used the Space Tao to sneak over and attack the Grudge Demon. They all cultivated various Space Tao. Later on, Lin Feng told them about the Space Tao that was passed down by the first Space Great God. Therefore, Du Zhu and the others' Space Tao was extremely profound. These people successfully sneaked over and attacked the Grudge Demon. However, who was the Grudge Demon? Such a powerful existence would not be so easily schemed against or ambushed. When Du Zhu and the other 3 suddenly attacked from the void, many mysterious runes appeared on the surface of the Grudge Demon's body. These runes protected the Grudge Demon's body. Du Zhu and the others' attacks were unable to cause any damage to the Grudge Demon's body. The Grudge Demon sent out 4 consecutive palm strikes. Du Zhu was the first to be sent flying and vomited blood. The Cursed Doll was the second to be sent flying and almost exploded. The Broken God was the third to be sent flying and vomited blood. The fourth palm strike landed on the evil Dominator Saint's chest. Even someone as powerful as the evil Dominator Saint could not withstand it. His chest caved in instantly. This showed how terrifying the Grudge Demon's attack was. However, the Grudge Demon was unable to send the evil Dominator Saint flying. This was because when the palm strike landed on the evil Dominator Saint, the evil Dominator Saint actually grabbed onto the Grudge Demon's arm. Therefore, the evil Dominator Saint was not sent flying. At the same time, the evil Dominator Saint opened his mouth and spat out countless poisonous needles. These poisonous needles were a set of magic treasures that had been dipped in the evil Dominator Saint's corpse poison. The evil Dominator Saint's sudden attack gave the Grudge Demon a short time to prepare. However, the Grudge Demon still condensed a defensive light barrier in front of him to block the attacks. Asterisk clang clang clang. Asterisk a series of violent collisions rang out as the poison needles shot towards the defensive light barrier. Most of the poison needles were blocked by the defensive light barrier, but because there were so many poison needles, they were able to destroy the defensive light barrier. At this time, there were still more than 10 poisonous needles that shot towards the Grudge Demon. The Grudge Demon quickly dodged, but one of the needles still pierced his eye, causing him to scream in pain. The Grudge Demon was furious. He grabbed the evil Dominator Saint and lifted him up. Then, he roared, "Despicable creature, I'll take your life." He exerted strength with both hands. With a ripping sound, the evil Dominator Saint's body was torn apart by the Grudge Demon. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you!" roared Du Zhu furiously. Although he often bickered with the evil Dominator Saint, they had a very good relationship. Now that he saw the evil Dominator Saint in danger, Du Zhu lost all reason. His body turned into a deadly poison as he rushed towards the Grudge Demon. The cursed doll and the broken god also rushed towards the Grudge Demon. At this time, the corpse poison in the Grudge Demon's body was starting to take effect. His body was trembling violently, and it was difficult for him to use his magic power. His battle prowess had dropped drastically. Du Zhu's poison was surging towards him. Adding poison on top of poison, the situation was extremely bad. Du Zhu, the cursed doll, and the broken god suppressed the Grudge Demon. The Grudge Demon was surrounded by danger, and he couldn't help but roar in anger. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The evil Dominator Saint was dead? He was in a bad mood. Saint Xie Zun was one of the first cultivators to follow Lin Feng. Other than Du Zhu, the evil Dominator Saint was the cultivator who had followed Lin Feng for the longest time. He was extremely loyal to Lin Feng. Therefore, one could imagine how furious Lin Feng was right now. He led the cultivator army and attacked the Grudge Demon with all his might, wanting to kill it. The Grudge Demon realized that the situation on the Grudge Demon's side was not right, so he no longer had the heart to fight. Moreover, the situation of the cultivator army on his side was not ideal. The 20 million cultivator army that had been infected by the plague had almost died, and the remaining 10 million cultivator army had also been defeated. There were still about 6 to 7 million cultivator army left, but their morale was extremely low. Therefore, it was impossible for these cultivator army to resist the siege of Lin Feng's cultivator army. The Grudge Demon quickly got rid of Lin Feng and flew towards the Grudge Demon. His realm was too high, so Lin Feng and the others were unable to stop him. Du Zhu, hurry up and leave that place! Lin Feng shouted loudly. After Du Zhu heard Lin Feng's reminder, he looked over and immediately saw the Grudge Demon. They knew how terrifying the Grudge Demon was. How would they dare to stay? They turned and fled. At this moment, after struggling for a long time, the demon suppressing steel also broke the other party's rune seal. The demon suppressing steel quickly tore through the void and disappeared. Damn it! The Grudge Demon's expression became extremely gloomy. The demon suppressing steel had escaped, which made him extremely angry. However, the only good news was that the demon-suppressing steel had not been taken away by Lin Feng. Now, it seemed that the demon-suppressing steel had its own god. Therefore, the demon-suppressing steel did not want to be subdued. "Are you all right?" The grudge demon looked at the grudge demon and asked. "I'm fine, I'm just blind in one eye." The grudge demon was also a powerful figure. He endured the pain and said, "Retreat for now." The grudge demon said. The grudge demon nodded. The current situation was very unfavorable for them, so they had to retreat. The grudge demon and the grudge demon led the remaining cultivators and quickly retreated. Lin Feng did not lead anyone to chase after them. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the evil Dominator Saint. Du Zhu kept the evil Dominator Saint's corpse. He looked at Lin Feng and said with a sad face, "He's dead." Lin Feng nodded solemnly. He was also very sad now. Huh! However, in the next moment, Lin Feng was shocked because he realized that the evil Dominator Saint's soul seemed to still be around. When the other party destroyed the evil Dominator Saint's body, they were not able to destroy the evil Dominator Saint's soul. However, the evil Dominator Saint's soul was severely injured. The evil Dominator Saint's soul had fallen into a deep slumber. It would not be long before it dissipated. Because the evil Dominator Saint's soul was in a deep slumber in his purple palace, it was very difficult for ordinary people to discover it. Fortunately, Lin Feng had extraordinary means and was able to discover the evil Dominator Saint's soul. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a powerful dermic energy entered the evil Dominator Saint's purple palace. Then, it wrapped around the evil Dominator Saint's soul and took it out. After seeing the evil Dominator Saint's soul, Du Zhu and the others were very excited. For experts of their level, as long as their souls did not die, they would be able to reincarnate. Lin Feng took out a piece of soul-nourishing wood and placed the evil Dominator Saint's soul on it. With the protection of the soul-nourishing wood, the evil Dominator Saint's soul would not dissipate. Lin Feng said, "Although the evil Dominator Saint's body has been destroyed, it's not necessarily a bad thing. His previous body was formed by a zombie, and it was a low-level zombie that had evolved. Although his realm's progress is not bad, in reality, a low-level zombie's body still has a lot of restrictions on his future. When the evil Dominator Saint wakes up, we can ask him what he plans to do. It should be a good choice to recondense his body again." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Du Zhu and the others nodded. Du Zhu said, "That's good too. But it's a pity that I can't call him a big zombie in the future." Lin Feng rolled his eyes and handed the soul-nourishing wood to Du Zhu. He said, "Take care of the soul-nourishing wood for now. When the evil Dominator Saint wakes up, come and see me together. I want to hear his thoughts." "Yes," Du Zhu hurriedly replied. Looking at the countless corpses around him, Lin Feng frowned slightly. This time, he had not been able to obtain the devil-suppressing steel. Facing the 5 apocalyptic demons would be extremely troublesome. Lin Feng could not help but be worried. Chapter 60-74. Many things wouldn't change because of your worries. The only thing worth rejoicing about now was that the devil-suppressing steel wasn't taken away by the 5 destructive demons. If the devil-suppressing steel was taken away by the 5 destructive demons, things would be even worse. After all, the 5 destruction demons could have used the demon-suppressing steel to deal with Lin Feng's army of cultivators and powerhouses. Lin Feng ordered his people to clean up the battlefield. He then returned to the ancient ship, the Xianyuan. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Feng led the cultivator army and quickly left. 3 days later, Lin Feng was discussing the Tao with Gongziyu and the others when Du Zhu arrived and said, "Young master, our people have found traces of the demon-suppressing steel. It seems to have been following us for some time." "There's such a thing?" Lin Feng was surprised. The fleet was currently invisible, but the demon-suppressing steel's methods were extraordinary. Therefore, even if the fleet was invisible, the demon-suppressing steel might have its own methods to sense the fleet's existence. What was the demon-suppressing steel's goal in following the fleet? Lin Feng ordered the fleet to stop. The ancient ship, the Xianyuan, appeared, and Lin Feng and the others walked out. It was quiet outside. There was no movement. Lin Feng knew that the demon-suppressing steel was probably hiding somewhere. Now that the demon-suppressing steel had its own deity, it was equivalent to a weapon cultivator. Therefore, he had to treat the demon-suppressing steel like any other cultivator. Lin Feng said, "Demon-suppressing steel, I know you're hiding in the dark. Why don't we have a good talk?" The surroundings were still quiet. The demon-suppressing steel hadn't come out. Lin Feng continued, "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, even if you come out, I won't do anything to you. I'm different from the 5 destruction demons. We can cooperate like allies. I can swear on my ancestor's name that every word I say comes from the bottom of my heart." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the devil-suppressing steel finally believed Lin Feng's word. It flew out of its hiding place and landed on the Xianyuan ancient starship. The devil-suppressing steel communicated with Lin Feng using its divine sense and said, "Okay, we can cooperate, but we need to sit down and talk about the specifics." Hearing the demon-suppressing steel say this, Lin Feng knew that the demon-suppressing steel most likely had its own plans and objective. Don't underestimate the people of the world. Don't underestimate a god with a powerful magic treasure. Lin Feng said, "No problem, let's talk inside." Lin Feng and the others entered the cabin. Lin Feng replied, "I need you to help us deal with the 5 apocalyptic demons." The demon-suppressing steel replied, "No problem. However, I'll need a portion of the primordial demon liquid as a reward." Primordial magic liquid? What was that? I've never heard of it, Lin Feng said. The demon-suppressing steel was stunned. It thought that Lin Feng didn't want to agree, which was why he had said that. The demon-suppressing steel carefully looked at Lin Feng and found that Lin Feng didn't seem to be faking it. It seemed that Lin Feng really didn't know. At that moment, the great devil deity said, "Master, rumor has it that the primordial demon liquid is an ancient demon liquid that was born when an epoch was destroyed and reborn. It has unimaginable miraculous effects, and it has the greatest effect on demon cultivators. It's said that it can cleanse a demon cultivator's body and allow them to undergo a critical transformation." When this subordinate was at his peak, he heard that someone had used the primordial demon liquid to temper his body and ultimately break through to the transcendence realm. Lin Feng was shocked. Was the primordial demon liquid really that awesome? Lin Feng asked, "The primordial demon liquid shouldn't have such a great effect on other races, right?" The primordial demon liquid's effects on other races definitely aren't as great as it is on demon cultivators, but it can still play an important role. First, it can develop and temper one's body at a deeper level, and second, it can increase one's cultivation. These 2 abilities are incomparably heaven-defying, so the primordial demon liquid is extremely useful even to master. However, the demon world doesn't seem to have the primordial demon liquid. Lin Feng looked at the demon-suppressing steel and said, "We don't have the primordial demon liquid you're talking about." The demon-suppressing steel said, "Most people don't know where the primordial demon liquid is, nor can they find it. However, I do. Who knows where it is?" "You know where it is?" Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as someone knew where the primordial demon liquid was, then they would have a chance to obtain the primordial demon liquid. The demon-suppressing steel didn't directly answer Lin Feng's question. Instead, it said, "Do you know why the 5 apocalyptic demons want to unify the demon world? Actually, there's a reason for this. These guys want to find the hiding place of the demon world's origin in the demon world after unifying the demon world. The demon world's origin is very smart. If it's hidden too deeply, it won't be easy to find. But if we can find the demon world's origin, then the following things will be easier. Of course, if we ask the demon world's origin about the primordial demon liquid, it most likely won't tell us. At this time, we'll have to see how capable we are. Lin Feng knew what the demon suppressing steel meant by this. He said, "Alright, then let's deal with the 5 apocalyptic demons first, then think of a way to find the demon world's origin." "Excellent." The demon suppressing steel said, "If we obtain the primordial demon liquid, I won't ask for much. When the time comes, just give me 1/10 of the primordial demon liquid." Lin Feng thought about it and decided to agree to the demon suppressing steel's request. 1/10 of the primordial demon liquid was indeed a large amount, but if the demon suppressing steel could help Lin Feng deal with the 5 apocalyptic demons, 1/10 of the primordial demon liquid wouldn't be too high of a price. Lin Feng said, "Giving you 1/10 of the primordial demon liquid isn't a problem, but how do we deal with the 5 apocalyptic demons? Previously, we faced the resentment demon. I'm sure you've seen the resentment demon's methods. If the 5 apocalyptic demons join forces, then it'll be even more difficult to deal with them." The demon suppressing steel said, "Hee, I know that the 5 apocalyptic demons are powerful, but I have a way to deal with them. I haven't recovered yet, and some of my runes haven't been awakened. I have the weakening rune, which is specialized in weakening the strength of the demon race. After the weakening rune is activated, cultivators who are enveloped by its power will lose 50% of their battle strength," the demon suppressing steel said. Hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. No wonder the demon suppressing steel could restrain the demon race. It turned out that the demon suppressing steel had such a powerful method. Lin Feng said, "My domineering magnetic field can also weaken a cultivator's strength, but the 5 apocalyptic demons are too powerful, so the domineering magnetic field might not have as much of an effect on them as you think. However, I think it shouldn't be a problem to weaken their battle strength by about 10%. The demon suppressing steel said, "That's great. This way, the chances of getting rid of these guys will be greatly increased." The demon suppressing steel followed Lin Feng and the others back to Devil Sky City. Lin Feng guessed that after the Battle of the Fallen Soul Stream, the resentment demon and the hatred demon would return to their headquarters to discuss attacking Lin Feng. The 5 apocalyptic demons were now stationed in Saint Devil City. At this moment, the 5 apocalyptic demons were sitting in the depths of the main hall. The hatred demon was blind in one eye. Although the poison had been removed, it was impossible for this blind eye to recover. Therefore, the hatred demon's face was as gloomy as water. It's actually not a big deal that the demon suppressing steel ran away. It's fine as long as Lin Feng's people don't get it. At this moment, the life demon spoke. The life demon was the leader of the 5 apocalyptic demons. He was also the strongest of the 5. It's all that Lin Feng's fault. If it wasn't for him, we would have brought the demon suppressing steel here. If it wasn't for him, my eye wouldn't have been blinded. The hatred demon's voice was filled with resentment. Although his eye was blinded by the evil Dominator Saint, the evil Dominator Saint was already dead. In the hatred demon's opinion, the evil Dominator Saint was just a subordinate, and the leader was Lin Feng. Therefore, the person he hated the most was Lin Feng. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces. The grim demon said, "I already said that this person is a scourge. You didn't care about him before, but now you know how powerful he is, right?" The succubus said, "Let's start a war and completely destroy Lin Feng. We'll unify the demon world and find the source of the demon world. We'll interrogate the source of the demon world and find out where the initial demon liquid is. If we get the initial demon liquid, Big Brother and Second Brother might be able to recover their cultivation in the future and become transcendents again." The three of us will also have a chance to break through to the Transcendence realm. After mentioning the initial demon liquid, the eyes of the 5 apocalyptic devils couldn't help but light up. Previously, the life demon and the resentment demon had broken through to the Transcendence realm for a short time, but their cultivation levels had quickly dropped. They had tasted what it was like to break through to the Transcendence realm. Now, the only thing they wanted to do was break through again. They were willing to do anything to achieve this goal. The resentment demon said, "If we start a war now, we won't have the advantage in numbers. This is something we need to face. On the second day, the enemy has a cultivator who knows how to use the plague technique. We've already suffered 2 losses at the hands of that cultivator. These are all things we need to face and think of a way to solve." The life demon said, "We don't have the advantage in numbers. I've already found a way to solve this." "What is it?" the resentment demon asked in surprise. The life demon said, "The 8 heavenly demon clans intend to join forces with us. They should be able to gather 8 cultivator armies with a considerable number of people. In addition to the cultivator army that we have, although we still might not be able to compete with them in terms of numbers, at the very least, we won't be too far behind them." In fact, the biggest fear of the cultivator army was the huge disparity in numbers. Because, when the time came, the cultivator army with the larger number of people could send out a portion of their cultivator army to deal with the smaller number of people. Then, they could also send out a large number of cultivator army to deal with the higher-ups of the cultivator army with the smaller number of people. Even if the higher-ups of the cultivator army with the smaller number of people were incomparably powerful, they wouldn't be able to withstand the opponent's numbers. If the cultivator armies of both sides were on the same level, then, there would be no need to worry about these things. "That's great," the resentment demon said. The life demon smiled and said, "As for the other party's cultivators who have mastered the plague technique, I've already thought of a way." The resentment demon asked, "What is it?" "Everyone, do you still remember the dragon spring holy water that we obtained back then?" the life demon asked instead of answering. The few of them nodded. The succubus said, "The dragon spring holy water was created during the absolute beginning era when the heavens and earth were created. It's very precious." The life demon said, "There's still some left. With the dragon spring holy water as the main ingredient, we'll add blood-eye grass, fire god vine, ebony vine, and thousands of other spirit herbs to refine a potion that can dispel all kinds of negative effects. The plague is also a negative effect. As long as a cultivator drinks the spirit liquid, there won't be any problems for a month." Hearing this, the resentment demon, the hatred demon, the grim demon, and the succubus were overjoyed. The hatred demon said, "That's great. When the time comes, I'll definitely capture Lin Feng. I won't kill him directly, but I'll torture him until he begs for death. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent my hatred." Everyone knew that the grim demon hated Lin Feng to the core, so they naturally didn't say anything at this time. The resentment demon said, "I wonder when the cultivator army from the heavenly demon 8 clans will arrive?" The life demon said, "Probably within a month." The resentment demon said, "Then we'll have to make preparations on our side." The life demon nodded and said, "Start organizing the cultivator army. When the cultivator army from the heavenly demon 8 clans arrives, we'll make a move to deal with those fellows." "Yes." The resentment demon, the grim demon, and the succubus answered at the same time. After returning to Magical Sky City, Lin Feng gave the order to organize the cultivator army. On the other hand, the demon suppressing steel was rapidly recovering. In less than a month, the weakening rune could already be activated. On this day, Du Zhu hurried over to see Lin Feng. When he saw Du Zhu in such a hurry, Lin Feng was a little surprised. He asked, "Why do you look so flustered? What happened?" Du Zhu said, "According to our spies, 8 huge cultivator armies have entered the Devil Realm." 8 cultivator armies have entered the Devil Realm? Who are these cultivator armies? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Du Zhu said, "They're cultivators from the heavenly demon race." The heavenly demon race. Lin Feng knocked on the table. He thought for a moment and said, "It seems like the heavenly demon race from the outside realm can't hold back their greed. They should have reached an agreement with the 5 apocalyptic demons. Originally, I thought that our cultivator army far exceeded the 5 apocalyptic demons' cultivator army. This was a huge advantage for us, but now it seems like this advantage is gone." Chapter 60-75. Although Lin Feng was upset that they had lost their advantage in numbers, Lin Feng would not be distracted by this. After all, he still had the help of the demon suppressing steel. The demon suppressing steel's weakening runes, coupled with his domineering magnetic field, could weaken the other party's combat strength by 60%. This was their chance. At this thought, Lin Feng calmed down a little. Now, all kinds of news were spreading in the demon world and even in the outer realm. The final battle of the demon world was about to begin. This battle concerned the ownership of the demon world. It was an extremely important battle. Lin Feng had already received the news. The 5 apocalyptic demons and the heavenly demon 8 clans had already set off for their territories. Naturally, they could not continue to wait in the demon sky city. After all, the other party had destroyed many cities and killed many innocent people along the way. In that case, they would fight to the death with the other party on the myriad demons plain. Now, Lin Feng's cultivator army had also been assembled. The cultivator army of the 7 regions and the cultivator army that Lin Feng had brought with him had a total of 350 million cultivator army. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the number of beasts. Such a huge cultivator army was really shocking. However, when he thought about the number of people in the demon world, he understood. As a top great world, the demon world had a population of trillions. Therefore, it was not difficult to form a cultivator army of a few 100 million. This was only the cultivator army of the demon world. If all the cultivator armies of the world were to participate in the apocalyptic war, how many people would there be? The number of cultivator armies was probably an astronomical number. It was impossible to calculate. This was different from the secular world. A large-scale battle in the secular world would only have a few million cultivators. Compared to the cultivator armies that had tens or hundreds of millions of cultivators, the difference was huge. The 350 million cultivator army set off for the myriad demons plain. After arriving at the myriad demons plain, the 350 million cultivator army got into formation. The 350 million cultivator army was divided into 35 legions. Each legion commander was in charge of a legion, and a legion had 10 million people. Every 5 legions were arranged in a combined formation. The formation Lin Feng designed for the cultivator army was the 5 elements grand formation. 5 elements great array. It specializes in metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They complemented each other and formed an endless cycle. It could greatly increase the combat capability of the army. Rumble! 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 On the second day after Lin Feng's army arrived at the myriad demons plain, the armies of the 5 destructive demons and the 8 celestial demon clans arrived together. The enemy had a total of 330 million soldiers, only 20 million fewer than Lin Feng's cultivator army. An army of hundreds of millions. 20 million people. It wasn't a big gap anymore. Therefore, the influence of 20 million people was almost negligible. Plague God, sneak over and attack before the battle starts. First, damage the enemy's morale. Lin Feng instructed. Yes, master. After getting Lin Feng's order, the god of plague quickly replied. Then, he quickly left. In the previous 2 battles, the god of plague had killed 40 million of the enemy's cultivator army. This was also the key to Lin Feng's victory. If Lin Feng hadn't killed so many of the enemy's cultivator army and damaged their morale, it wouldn't have been easy to win. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to use the same method to deal with the 5 destructive demons and the 8 celestial demon clans' cultivator army. Perhaps it could still have an unexpected effect? Regarding this, Lin Feng was very much looking forward to it. Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, a crushing sound came from the 5 destructive demons and the 8 celestial demon clans' cultivator army. Ancient war chariots flew out one after another. A total of 13 war chariots flew out. There was a powerful cultivator standing on each chariot. Lin Feng saw some familiar faces. For example, the 3 powerful demons, Grim Demon, Resentment Demon, and Hatred Demon. As for Life Demon and Succubus, Lin Feng had never seen them before and didn't recognize them. The cultivators standing on the war chariots should be the higher-ups of the 5 destructive demons and the 8 celestial demon clans. At this moment, the higher-ups of the 5 destructive demons and the 8 celestial demon clans also looked in Lin Feng's direction. They saw Lin Feng. The higher-ups of the 8 celestial demon clans didn't know much about Lin Feng and had only heard some things about Lin Feng. Now that they saw that Lin Feng was so young, they felt very incredulous. They didn't have any contempt for Lin Feng. Such a young cultivator controlled such a powerful cultivator army. This just showed how extraordinary Lin Feng's ability was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control such a powerful cultivator army. Lin Feng estimated when the god of plague would make his move. It should be time for him to make his move, right? However, there was no movement from the god of plague's side, which made Lin Feng frown slightly. "I found you. Show yourself." At this moment, the resentment demon suddenly sneered. He stood on the war chariot and gently pointed in a direction. There was a patch of dirty blood on the ground in that area. It was the god of plague's transformation. Just now, the god of plague used the earth escape technique to hide. His body turned into dirty blood, so no one noticed him. Then, the god of plague secretly released a plague, but the cultivator army here was completely fine. This made the god of plague very confused. He didn't know what was going on. His plague had always been very effective, but these people were fine. Therefore, the god of plague was in an extremely bad mood. Just as the god of plagues was puzzled, the god of plagues was discovered by the resentment demon. The power of the resentment demon surged into the tainted blood that the god of plagues had transformed into, and the god of plagues immediately revealed his original form. Whoosh! The god of plague didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and quickly fled towards Lin Feng's side. The resentment demon sneered. He suddenly grabbed at the air, and a huge energy hand appeared in the air. That energy hand enveloped the god of plague, making it impossible for him to escape. Crack! The god of plague was caught by the resentment demon, and the situation became very bad. Previously, it was you who caused our cultivator army to suffer heavy losses. Today, before the 2 armies fight, I will kill you first to raise the morale of our army. The resentment demon sneered. The hand that grabbed the god of plague flew in the direction of the resentment demon. Lin Feng's face was very dark. He didn't think that something like this would happen. Didn't that mean that the god of plague would really die in the hands of the resentment demon? The war hadn't started yet. First, they lost a general. This would affect the morale of Lin Feng's side. Naturally, it would have a big impact. This wasn't the result that Lin Feng wanted to see. But now, Lin Feng couldn't save the god of plague. But at this moment, the god of plague did something that made Lin Feng very happy. He saw the god of plague's body quickly decompose. The god of plague's body turned into dense blood-red runes. Then, he instantly broke free from the resentment demon's grasp. Those blood-red runes quickly flew towards Lin Feng's side. When they flew over, the god of plague released a large amount of plague power. Previously, the god of plague had released a portion of its plague power, but it didn't cause any harm to these cultivators. This was because they had taken a special spiritual liquid and were immune to the god of plague's plague. But in reality, the opponent's spiritual liquid couldn't completely negate the damage caused by the plague. There was a limit to the effect of the spirit liquid. When the power of the plague exceeded that limit, these cultivators would still die under the plague's attack. This time, when the god of plague was escaping, he used the plague power that was supposed to affect 20 million people on the cultivator army's 1 million soldiers. In other words, a single person had to endure nearly 20 times the plague power from before. The effect of the spiritual liquid was instantly broken. The group of cultivators who were infected by the plague immediately had huge problems with their bodies. Those cultivators let out shrill screams as their bodies quickly rotted. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly distanced themselves from those cultivators, afraid that they would also be infected by the plague. That would be terrible. The god of plague quickly returned to Lin Feng's side. When the god of plague returned, over 1 million cultivators on the side of the 5 calamity demons had already died due to the plague. Although 1 million cultivators wasn't a large number compared to an army of 330 million, the main point was that the death of so many cultivators was a huge blow to the 5 calamity demons. The morale of the 5 calamity demons was also affected. This was the most important thing. After the god of plague returned, he was treated like a hero. The cultivators on Lin Feng's side let out a mighty roar. Their voices shook the sky and their aura was majestic. Charge! Lin Feng shouted. Woo woo woo! The trumpets of war sounded. Kill! Earth-shaking battle cries, mixed with the sound of war drums, resounded. The army began to charge. The dark mass of the army was countless as they charged towards the cultivators of the 5 calamity demons and the heavenly demon 8 clans. Dong dong dong! The war drums on the side of the 5 calamity demons and the heavenly demon 8 clans also resounded. The cultivators on the side of the 5 calamity demons and the heavenly demon 8 clans also quickly charged towards Lin Feng's side. 2 torrents rolled over. The war immediately broke out. The cultivators on Lin Feng's side. They were the top cultivators. However, the cultivators on the side of the 5 calamity demons and the heavenly demon 8 clans were also top cultivators. Therefore, the war was divided. Of course, Lin Feng's side still had the upper hand. After all, the cultivators on Lin Feng's side were 20 million more. In addition, the 5 calamity demons' side had over 1 million cultivators killed by the god of plague in front of everyone's eyes. Their morale had also taken a hit. Therefore, it was normal for the cultivators on Lin Feng's side to have the upper hand. Everyone, let's work together to destroy that brat Lin Feng. His cultivators will definitely be defeated. Fate Demon said. Ha 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 ha, then let's do it. A heavenly demon emperor laughed loudly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 5 calamity demons and the 8 great demon emperors all flew towards Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng also had many experts on his side. The great demon Sky, great demon Yu Du Zhu, the god of plague, the cursed doll, and many others were on Lin Feng's side. Of course, they were still not enough to deal with the 5 calamity demons and the 8 great demon emperors. The main reason was that the 5 calamity demons Fate Demon and Resentment Demon were too strong. Although the others were also very strong, they were not so strong that they could not deal with them. Lin Feng, brat, at your age, you were able to stir up a storm in the devil world. You really surprised me. However, everything is coming to an end. You are destined to be a passerby in this world. Fate Demon laughed loudly. Lin Feng sneered. It's too early to be proud. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand. The Book of the Undead immediately flew out, along with all the undead within it. There were now 49 undead that surpassed their cultivation level. Among these undead, Huang Daxian's cultivation was the strongest. There were also 7 undead that surpassed their cultivation level. There were 255 undead that were in the Saint Realm. With so many undead, the strength of Lin Feng's side instantly increased. So what if you have more people? With my eldest brother Fate Demon and second brother Resentment Demon here, it's useless even if you have 1,000 undead that surpassed their cultivation level. The succubus sneered. Actually, there was nothing wrong with what the succubus said, because Lin Feng had already experienced the means of the Resentment Demon. The Fate Demon was even stronger than the Resentment Demon. With the help of these experts, these guys were indeed difficult to deal with. However, Lin Feng still had a trump card. Demon Suppressing Steel, come out, Lin Feng said. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the Demon Suppressing Steel flew out from the void. Previously, the Demon Suppressing Steel had been hiding in the void and did not appear. It did not want to be discovered by the Fate Demon and the others, so that they would be caught off guard. After seeing the Demon Suppressing Steel, the expressions of the Fate Demon and the others changed. Ha 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 ha, you didn't expect me to appear here, did you? 5 Calamity Demons, you're all dead today. The Demon Suppressing Steel laughed. The Fate Demon was indeed a cultivator who had seen many storms. After a short moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. He sneered and said, "We're all powerful. I don't believe that a mere Demon Suppressing Steel can deal with us." Huang Daxian, Lin Feng said. Huang Daxian understood and immediately released the illusory world. The illusory world enveloped them, the 5 Calamity Demons, and the 8 Great Demon Emperors. The Demon Suppressing Steel sneered and said, "You'll know the result of this battle very soon." The Demon Suppressing Steel directly activated the weakening runes, and the weakening power surged out, covered the sky and covered the sun. Immediately, the area was completely sealed off. As for the 5 Calamity Demons and the 8 Great Demon Emperors, they immediately realized that their battle strength had been weakened by more than 50%. Lin Feng released his domineering magnetic field. The 5 Calamity Demons and the 8 Great Demon Emperors realized that their battle strength had been weakened again. In total, they had lost about 60% of their battle strength. At this moment, their faces became extremely ugly. Chapter 60-76. Lin Feng was in a good mood. Lin Feng had noticed that the other party's battle strength had been weakened by 60%. This was similar to what Lin Feng had expected. This was quite advantageous for Lin Feng and the others. After all, no matter how strong the other party was, having their battle strength reduced by 60% was too much. Moreover, there was one thing that should not be forgotten. They had too few people. There were only 13 of them. Lin Feng's side had more than 300 people. With such a huge difference in numbers, their battle strength had been greatly reduced. It was too difficult to deal with Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others had completely concealed themselves under Huang Daxian's protection. The surroundings were quiet. Only the 5 Destruction Devils and the 8 Great Demon Emperors were left. The 5 Destruction Devils and the 8 Great Demon Emperors were very gloomy. They knew that being trapped in this place was extremely bad for them. Therefore, they had to quickly get out of this illusory world. After getting out of this illusory world, Lin Feng and the others would not be able to hide outside. Although the Demon Suppressing Steel and Lin Feng could weaken their battle strength, as long as they had enough distance to attack, Lin Feng and the Demon Suppressing Steel would not be able to suppress their battle strength. However, if they were to stay in the illusory world, they would not be able to distance themselves. "Break out," the Life Demon said. He chose a direction and quickly broke out in that direction. The Life Demon was the strongest, so everyone naturally followed him closely. However, it was not easy to break out of the encirclement with the life demon. As they broke out, clanking sounds could be heard. Dense chains appeared in the void. Those chains were chains condensed from the law of order. The chains condensed by Huang Daxian were very powerful. Once they were entangled by Huang Daxian's chains, it would be extremely dangerous. The 5 destruction devils and the 8 great demon emperors were naturally very clear about this. Therefore, they took out their magic treasures and unleashed all kinds of attack. The attacks they unleashed were very powerful. Their attacks bombarded the chains, causing them to shatter one after another. However, at this moment the surrounding void suddenly distorted. Lin Feng and Huang Daxian had joined forces to distort the void. The combination of the illusory world and the distorted void was extremely terrifying. Therefore, it was not easy to break out of the illusory world and the distorted void in a short period of time. The attacks of these people bombarded the distorted void. Many of their attacks were swallowed up by the distorted void. Their faces turned extremely ugly. If their battle strength was at its peak, the life demon believed that it would not be difficult to break out of the illusory world. However, the key was that their battle strength had dropped too much. It would not be easy to break out of the illusory world now. Lin Feng and the others' attacks were also ready. They were either superpowers or magic treasures. Lin Feng took out all of his ancient weapons. The undead creatures helped Lin Feng activate these ancient weapons. They tried their best to activate the power of these ancient weapons. As for Du Zhu, the god of plague, and the cursed doll, these 3 guys were hiding in the dark. Du Zhu was silently releasing poison, while the god of plague was silently releasing plagues. Although the poison and plagues could not cause too much damage to experts at the level of the 5 destruction devils and the 8 great demon emperors, they could still play a certain role. As the saying went, one would not be able to travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. As long as there were enough places where they could be restricted, their strength would be suppressed even more. But Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. As for the cursed doll, it was trying to use the art of curse to deal with the 5 destruction devils and the 8 great demon emperors. Its art of curse was extremely powerful. Once it was successfully used, it would definitely cause serious damage to them. Therefore, Lin Feng was looking forward to the cursed doll's great power. The attacks of Lin Feng and the others were quite powerful. However, the 5 destruction devils and the 8 great demon emperors were indeed powerful. Especially the life demon and the resentment demon. They were really too powerful. Under their leadership, the attacks of Lin Feng and the others were neutralized. This was under the premise that their battle strength had been weakened by 60%. If their battle strength had not been weakened, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This could not go on, because the other party would find a way to escape sooner or later. If they found a way to escape, it would be extremely troublesome. Lin Feng was very clear about this. However, how could he cause serious damage to these people? Could he separate them and defeat them one by one? Lin Feng and Huang Daxian discussed for a while. This suggestion was very good, but Huang Daxian could not do it because the other party was too powerful. They were very close to each other. Therefore, it was quite unrealistic to use the art of illusion to separate them. Ah! At this moment, a scream was heard. Lin Feng looked over and found that it was from one of the 8 great demon emperors. That demon emperor's cultivation was very strong. He was an existence that surpassed the peak of the realm. Lin Feng guessed that this person should be a hidden expert of the heavenly demon clan. At this moment, he was cursed by the cursed doll. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and his body could not help but fly backwards. With a thud, the demon emperor fell to the ground. He quickly got up and wanted to join the other 12 people. However, at this moment, a large amount of poison entered his body from his wound. In addition to the poison, the power of the plague also entered his body. Originally, it would be more difficult to use poison and plague to sneak up on an expert of his level. However, he was now injured. The wound was his biggest weakness. It was too easy to infect his wound with poison and plague. When the poison and plague entered his body, he felt his body stiffen. At this time, several chains of law quickly wrapped around the cultivator's body and tied him up. If he had not been injured, poisoned, or infected by the plague, breaking these chains of law would not have been a problem. But now his physical condition was too bad. Therefore, he could not break these chains of law. He was directly pulled into the distorted void by the chains of law. Damn it! The 5 apocalyptic demons and the 7 great demon emperors did not have time to rescue the other party. When they saw the situation, they could not help but curse in a low voice. Their expressions became extremely ugly. The battle had not been going on for long, but they had already lost a strong expert. This made their hearts extremely heavy. Lin Feng and the others were suddenly invigorated. This was undoubtedly an extremely important thing to improve their morale. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. The Devamara Great Emperor had died. The 5 apocalyptic demons and the 7 great demon emperors were furious. Lin Feng had killed a Devamara Great Emperor, how shameless and despicable! Lin Feng had killed a Devamara Great Emperor, how shameless and despicable! Lin Feng had killed a Devamara Great Emperor, how shameless and despicable! While these people were blaming Lin Feng, they had forgotten that they had planned to capture Lin Feng and torture him. Humans were like this. They were lenient with themselves and strict with others. No matter what they did, they were always right. Some things, if done by others, would be called despicable, shameless, insidious, and so on. Lin Feng and the others did not relax their attack. The 5 apocalyptic devils and the 7 devil emperors were still trying to break out of the encirclement, but they were temporarily suppressed and unable to do so. Not long after the first heavenly devil emperor was killed, the second heavenly devil emperor was also killed. This time, Lin Feng and the cursed doll used the art of curses together to injure the celestial demon emperor. Then, Du Zhu and the god of plagues did the same. They used poison and plagues to injure the celestial demon emperor so severely that he almost lost the ability to resist. The chains of law pulled the celestial demon emperor into the distorted void. With a blood-curdling scream, the second heavenly demon emperor was killed as well. The current situation was too advantageous for Lin Feng and the others because Lin Feng and the others were in the dark while their opponents were in the open. Another important thing was that the cursed doll's art of curses was too awesome. Lin Feng felt that the cursed doll's art of curses was now more than 10 times stronger than before. Recently, the cursed doll's art of curses had improved tremendously as its art of curses had improved tremendously. Lin Feng's art of curses had also improved, but compared to the cursed doll's art of curses, there was still a huge gap. This could not be helped. The cursed doll's art of curses was so powerful because of the cursed doll's art of curses and the fact that it specialized in the art of curses. Lin Feng was now playing a supporting role. The cursed doll's art of curses was already so powerful. With Lin Feng's support, the art of curses had a much higher chance of injuring those experts. Not only did the cursed doll bring Lin Feng a huge surprise, but it also brought a huge surprise to everyone. No one expected the cursed doll, who usually didn't look like a powerful figure, to play such a crucial role at critical moments. Lin Feng and the cursed doll joined forces and did the same thing. They killed 3 celestial fiend emperors consecutively, including the first celestial fiend emperor that had been injured by the cursed doll. 4 of the 8 celestial fiend emperors remained. Lin Feng and the cursed doll tried many times. They also successfully cast a curse on Shamo. Shamo was injured. Then, he was poisoned and dragged into a distorted space. A grim demon screamed, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. In the next moment, Grim Demon roared angrily. Fourth brother! Fourth brother! The life demon, grudge demon, hatred demon, and succubus of the 5 destruction demons roared. Their eyes turned blood-red. They had a friendship with Grim Demon that spanned epoch. But now, seeing that Grim Demon was about to be killed and unable to save his life, they were naturally infuriated. Life Demon shouted coldly. Lin Feng, let my fourth brother go. Let's negotiate. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. What do you think? Life Demon was actually extremely aggrieved. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would give in to someone else. But in order to save Grim Demon, he had no choice but to do so. Moreover, the current situation was disadvantageous to them. Apart from saving Grim Demon, he also had another goal, to numb Lin Feng. When Grim Demon escaped and they negotiated, he would suddenly attack and catch Lin Feng and the others off guard. Life Demon believed that with his combat strength, he would be able to kill Lin Feng instantly with a supreme killing move. Would that be treachery? Life Demon didn't care about that at all. So what if he was treachery? Life Demon cared about whether he could survive or not. But Lin Feng had no intention of negotiating with Life Demon and the others because Lin Feng didn't believe them. He felt that these people were definitely not people who kept their promises. Therefore, killing them was the best decision. Lin Feng didn't want to let the tiger return to the mountain. Sorry, I'm not interested in negotiating with you. Lin Feng immediately revealed a mocking expression. Ah, my head! Grim Demon screamed. Grim Demon had 3 heads, but now one of them had been killed. Ah, my head, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Grim Demon roared in pain again. His second head was chopped off. Pooh! A third voice sounded. Grim Demon's third head was beheaded. Grim Demon died on the spot. Life Demon, Resentment Demon, Hatred Demon, Charm Demon, and Madness. They frantically tried to break out. But they couldn't break out. Lin Feng and the others seized the opportunity to kill another Sky Demon Emperor. There were still 3 Sky Demon Emperors left. After killing the Devamara Great Emperor, Lin Feng and the others seized the opportunity to kill Henmo as well. There were still 3 5-world-destroying demons left. There were still 3 Sky Demon Emperors left. A battle between experts. Some details could lead to extremely serious consequences. For example, in this battle, after the 5 world-destroying demons and the 8 Sky Demon Emperors were restricted, they were passive everywhere. In the end, they ended up in such a situation. Lin Feng and the others wanted to kill Life Demon, Resentment Demon, Charm Demon, and the 3 Sky Demon Emperors in one go. Suddenly, something strange happened. An extremely terrifying power surged in from the outside. That terrifying power ruthlessly bombarded Huang Daxian's illusory world. Pooh! Huang Daxian's illusory world was actually torn apart from the middle. So Life Demon, Resentment Demon, Charm Demon, and the 3 Sky Demon Emperors quickly rushed out. Lin Feng and the others' expressions became extremely ugly. They looked into the distance and saw Gong Zhongnye holding a demonic blade, silently looking over. It was actually Gong Zhongnye who had split open Huang Daxian's illusory world. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 6077. This Gong Zhongnye really deserved to die. If it wasn't for him, they might have been able to wipe out the 5 destruction demons and the 8 great demon emperors. But now, this hope was completely gone. You really are a lackey. You attacked the resentment demon and hatred demon before, and now you've become their lackey? Gongziyu looked at the distant Gong Zhongnye and sneered. He was referring to the time when a group of people had attacked the resentment demon at the fallen soul stream to snatch the demon's suppressing steel. Gong Zhongnye looked at Gongziyu and said, "There are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. My good brother, it's time to settle our grudges. All right, then let's fight to the death today. Gong Ziyu's voice was cold as he flew toward Gong Zhongnie. Lin Feng frowned slightly, wondering if he should help Gong Ziyu, but then he remembered that this was a threshold that Gong Ziyu had to cross. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't send anyone to help Gong Ziyu. Gong Zhongnie was indeed very powerful, and Lin Feng believed that Gong Ziyu would definitely have a way to deal with him. Lin Feng and the others looked at the Life Demon, Resentment Demon, Succubus, and the three great demon emperors. However, Lin Feng and the others didn't attack them immediately. Lin Feng shouted, "The Grim Demon, Hatred Demon, and the 5 great demon emperors have been killed. Now, the Life Demon, Resentment Demon, Succubus, and the remaining 3 great demon emperors want to escape. Do you still want to work for them? Why aren't you surrendering?" After hearing Lin Feng's shout, Du Zhu and the others were slightly stunned, but then they revealed gloating expressions. As the saying went, "Kill the heart," and the Hatred Demon, Grim Demon, and the 5 great demon emperors had been killed. Now, the Life Demon and Resentment Demon were still difficult to deal with. However, the 5 Destruction Demons and the Sky Demon 8 clans didn't know much about the situation here. When they found out that 7 of their 13 top experts had died, how would they feel? Obviously, chaos was bound to ensue. Du Zhu and company shouted with Lin Feng, "Grim Fiend, Hatred Fiend, and the 5 Fiend Emperors have been killed. Now, Fate Fiend, Grudge Fiend, Succubus, and the remaining 3 Fiend Emperors want to escape. Do you still want to work for them? Hurry up and surrender." Their voices gathered together and spread out for hundreds of kilometers, alarming the cultivators on both sides of the battle. Lin Feng and the others chopped off the heads of the dead experts. Powerful magic power wrapped around the heads of the 7 experts. Then, the heads of the 7 experts flew into the air. "It's the Master's head. The Master has fallen. That's my clan's leader. My clan's leader has also fallen. Look, that's Hate Demon, Grim Demon's head. They all died." Discussions broke out everywhere. Countless cultivators looked at the floating head in the sky. Lin Feng's cultivator army immediately let out an earth-shaking cheer. The morale of the 5 Destruction Fiends and the cultivator army of the Sky Devil 8 clans was low. Especially the cultivator army brought by the 5 Sky Devil Emperors. At this moment it was even more chaotic. Even the Sky Devil Emperor was dead. Were they still going to continue fighting? Even if they had to go through a bloody battle, they would still be able to obtain the final victory. However, was there any benefit to them, an ordinary cultivator army? Of course not. Not to mention them, even the Legion commander might not be able to get much out of it. Only the Heavenly Demon Emperor behind them could negotiate with the 5 world-destroying demons and obtain enough benefit. Now that the Heavenly Demon Emperor had fallen, who would he work for? The 5 Destruction Fiends? What do the 5 Destruction Fiends have to do with us? Many cultivators of the Sky Devil race had the same thought. Everyone don't believe it. These guys are using a transformation technique to create fake heads to deceive everyone. Life Demon shouted in a deep voice. With a wave of his hand, the heads exploded. However, Life Demon's explanation did not resonate with many people, because they were not stupid. They were more willing to believe what they saw. Moreover, if it was fake, why didn't the Sky Devil Empress, the Hatred Demon, and the Killing Demon come out to refute the rumors? This meant everything was true. The 5 Sky Devil Emperors, the Hatred Demon, and the Killing Demon had already been killed. The blow this brought to the 5 Destruction Fiends and the Sky Devil 8 Clans Cultivator Army was unimaginable. Actually, if the Cultivator Army did not know about this news, it would be hard to say what would happen in this battle. After all, the Life Demon and the Resentment Demon were too powerful. Against them, if they couldn't weaken their battle strength, hundreds of top-notch experts might not even be their match. But how could there be so many ifs in the world? Lin Feng had seen through the opponent's weakness, which was why he had given them a fatal blow. Therefore, when facing an enemy, a strategy was very important. If the strategy was right, then it could achieve unexpected results. My clan's Sky Devil Emperor is already dead. What are we still doing here? Everyone, let's go. A Sky Devil race, who was at the level of a Legion commander, shouted. He led his clan's Sky Devil army and quickly left. Our clan's Sky Devil Emperor has also been killed. Let's leave quickly. Another captain-level Heavenly Fiend shouted. He led the Cultivator army of his clan and left quickly. The Cultivator army of the other 3 clans also left. It wasn't that they didn't want to avenge the Sky Devil Emperor. In fact, they also wanted to avenge the Sky Devil Emperor. But unfortunately, the morale of the army was in chaos. Even if they stayed, they probably wouldn't be able to take revenge and would only lose more people. Therefore, these cultivators didn't dare to stay here any longer. A large number of Sky Devil race cultivator army left, and the difference in numbers between the 2 sides was immediately apparent. The other 3 Sky Devil Emperors saw this situation. Their faces also became extremely gloomy. Lin Feng still had more than 300 million cultivator army on his side. After the Sky Devil 5 clans cultivator army left, there were only about 200 million cultivator army left. There were less than 100 million cultivator army. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed impossible to win this battle. No matter how strong Fate Demon and Hatred Demon were, they couldn't possibly make up for the difference of more than 100 million cultivator army. The 3 Sky Devil Emperors knew that the situation was hopeless. They quickly led the cultivator army on their side and left. Now, there were only less than 150 million cultivator army of the 5 destruction devils left. Lin Feng's cultivator army was more than twice the size of the 5 destruction devils' cultivator army. Lin Feng's cultivator army had high morale and high fighting spirit. On the other hand, the 5 destruction devils' cultivator army had low morale. Fate Demon, Hatred Demon, and Succubus expressions were extremely unsightly. They came full of confidence but fell into Lin Feng's trap. It was hard for them to accept that they'd ended up like this. When they thought of how Lin Feng was only a young cultivator with a lifespan of 200 years, and how they were powerhouses who'd transcended epochs, they felt even more uncomfortable. Their hatred for Lin Feng was like a torrential river, it was unceasing, it was like the overflowing Yellow River, it was impossible to control it. However, no matter how much they hated Lin Feng, it wasn't appropriate for them to continue fighting Lin Feng's group. They were at a disadvantage in numbers. If they continued fighting, it would only increase their casualties. Retreat! Fate Demon shouted. He planned to lead the cultivator army away for the time being, then continue to rebuild the cultivator army. After that, they would fight Lin Feng to the death. Fate Demon felt that their failure this time was due to their carelessness. However, they definitely wouldn't be so careless next time. Fate Demon, Hatred Demon, and Succubus were the first to escape. The other cultivator army also wanted to escape, but Lin Feng ordered his cultivator army to stop the 5 destruction devils' cultivator army. Previously, the Celestial Devil army left because the 8 Celestial Devil clans weren't Lin Feng's main target, and they weren't Lin Feng's greatest enemy. They were just fence-sitters and weren't a threat. However, if the 5 destruction devils wanted to leave, he couldn't let them leave so easily. Lin Feng shouted, 2 of the 5 destruction devils have already fallen, and now they're running away like stray dogs after being beaten by us. Do you still want to chase after the 5 destruction devils? Surrender now and you can live. Lin Feng was taking drastic measures to deal with the 5 destruction devils. This method allowed him to directly take in the cultivator army on the side of the 5 apocalyptic devils. Without the cultivator army as a foundation, the life demons, resentment demons, and succubus demons were nothing. Du Zhu and the others couldn't help but sigh when they heard Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng's plan was truly ruthless. With this, the 5 destruction devils would be left alone. You really won't kill us if we surrender? You're not lying to us, are you? Many people asked. They clearly wanted to surrender, but they were worried that once they did, Lin Feng would immediately give the order to kill them. At that time, wouldn't they die miserably? They were in a dilemma. Du Zhu shouted, "Impudent! Who do you think our young master is? Why would he lie to you? If you surrender, you'll be spared. Quickly throw down your weapons and surrender." "I surrender. I surrender. I surrender too." The densely packed cultivator army threw down their weapons and chose to surrender to Lin Feng. In the end, all the cultivator army chose to surrender. In the distance, young Master Nye, who was fighting Gong Ziyu, paled when he saw this scene. He wanted to escape, but he was entangled by Gong Ziyu. He couldn't escape. Young Master Nye naturally knew that once he was completely entangled, he would definitely die. He couldn't help but feel extremely regretful. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But it was too late to regret now. "It's time to end the grudge between you and me." Gong Ziyu became more and more courageous as he fought, wanting to kill young Master Nye. Gong Ziyu quickly charged towards young Master Nye. At this time, young Master Nye saw that Lin Feng and the others were already flying towards him and Gong Ziyu. Young Master Nye's expression was ugly. He directly used the Sky Demon Body Disintegration technique. This was a top-notch secret technique passed down by the Sky Demon clan. It was used when escaping, but unless it was absolutely necessary, no one was willing to use the Sky Demon Body Disintegration technique because once it was used, the side effects were extremely serious. If it was too strong, the meridians would become chaotic. If it was too heavy, the soul would die. However, young Master Nye had no other choice. Following a violent explosion, young Master Nye's body directly exploded. The destructive energy flooded towards Gong Ziyu. Gong Ziyu's expression changed greatly. Fortunately, his attention had been focused. Before he was engulfed by the energy of young Master Nye's self-destruction, he took the initiative to escape into the Magic Lotus. The Magic Lotus was instantly swallowed by the energy of young Master Nye's self-destruction. The energy dissipated. Young Master Nye had completely disappeared without a trace. It was unknown whether he had died or escaped. The Magic Lotus floated in the air, and Gong Ziyu flew out from the Magic Lotus. His face was somewhat pale, but fortunately, Gong Ziyu had only suffered light injuries. That guy couldn't have died after using the Sky Demon Body Disintegration technique, right? Said Lin Feng while frowning. He had the impression that it was possible. Prince Nye was a bastard. The sooner he died, the better. Gong Ziyu said, "He didn't die. When I entered the Magic Lotus, I felt that he had already escaped." Hearing Gong Ziyu's words, Lin Feng said regretfully, "It's true that good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. That guy deserved to die the most. He actually managed to escape." Lin Feng then said, "Reorganize the cultivator army. At the same time, bring back the surrendered cultivators. Also, send people to investigate the whereabouts of the life demon, resentment demon, and succubus. Although their mission failed, I feel that they won't leave the devil realm so easily. They might even be secretly plotting revenge. If they leave, then that's fine, but if they don't, then they will die without a burial place." "Yes." All the high-level cultivators replied. The results of this battle quickly spread, as if it had grown wings. The entire Devil Realm knew about it in an extremely short period of time. Not only the Devil Realm, but even the powers in the outer realms knew about it. Countless people were talking about this matter. In fact, many people originally thought that Lin Feng's side would definitely be defeated. After all, the 5 destruction demons were too powerful. Who would have thought that the outcome would be like this? This result was indeed shocking. However, to the cultivators of the Devil Realm, this was good news. If they had to choose who would be the final victor, they would definitely choose Lin Feng. After all, the 5 destruction demons had caused such a huge massacre. The army returned to the Devil Sky City. There were still many things to deal with, such as the arrangements for the surrendered troops, the search for the Devil Realm's origin, and so on. These were all extremely important matters. However, there were some things that Lin Feng did not need to deal with. For example, the arrangements for the surrendered troops were directly handed over to the Great Demon Yu by Lin Feng. This woman's methods were quite impressive. She would definitely be able to arrange these things properly. Lin Feng began to search for the Devil Realm's origin. He planned to use the Great Prayer technique to communicate with the Devil Realm's origin. This method was usually used by some titled gods to communicate with their believers during the era of the titled god. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know if he could successfully communicate with the Devil Realm's origin using this method. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 6078. Whether it would work or not, he would know after trying it out. Lin Feng ordered someone to set up an altar. All sorts of offerings were placed on the altar, and Lin Feng began to cast the Grand Prayer Art. When the power of the Grand Prayer Art descended, Lin Feng said, "Devil World Origin, I am now the master of the Devil World. If I want the Devil World to prosper, I need you and I to work together. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Why don't we have a good talk?" Lin Feng's voice was enveloped by the Grand Prayer Art. It spread out in all directions. However, Lin Feng didn't get any reply from the original strength of the demon world. Lin Feng didn't know if the original strength of the demon world could hear him or not, but Lin Feng had the impression that even if the original strength of the demon world could hear him, it wouldn't make a decision in such a short time. After all, the Devil World Origin would not believe his words so easily. It would definitely weigh the pros and cons. Then, it would make a decision. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He could wait patiently for the Devil World Origin. About 3 days later, Lin Feng received news that someone had discovered the whereabouts of the Ming Demon, the Grudge Demon, and the Succubus. The 3 of them seemed to have appeared briefly in the ancient forest outside Magical Sky City and were discovered by passing cultivators. The cultivators who happened to pass by were from Magical Sky City. Now that the Devil World had settled down, everyone was naturally grateful to Lin Feng. Therefore, they did not want to cause any more trouble. When they saw the Ming Demon, the Grudge Demon, and the Succubus, they knew that the 3 devils were up to no good. Therefore, they hurried to Magical Sky City and reported the discovery of the 3 devils to Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the others were discussing countermeasures in the living room. Du Zhu said, "How about we send an army to encircle them?" The Great Fiend said, "The Ming Demon and the Grudge Demon are too powerful. It's too difficult to encircle them." The Cursed Doll said, "They're probably trying to sneak in to deal with Lin Feng. Why don't we beat them at their own game?" Lin Feng nodded. He felt that this method was quite good. Although it might be a little risky, it was worth the risk to get rid of the 3 demons. Lin Feng replied, "Even if you're inviting someone into a trap, you still have to pay attention to the method. Otherwise, they'll definitely be on guard and won't come over so easily. Let's set up some powerful formations first." In the next few days, Lin Feng arranged a powerful formation in his courtyard. If the formation was not activated, others would not be able to sense its existence. If the formation was activated, then it would be very powerful. How could a formation arranged by Lin Feng be simple? After the formation was successfully set up, there was still no movement. Logically speaking, the Enmity Fiend, the Hatred Fiend, and the Succubus should have already infiltrated the Magical Sky City. However, they were more cautious now, so they did not make a move. Should the cultivator army stationed in the city be transferred away? However, it was inevitable that the fate demons, resentment demons, and succubus demons would be suspicious if he suddenly transferred the cultivator army away. Then what should he do? On this day, the great demon Yu came to Lin Feng and said, "The Devil World's annual Shum Festival is about to arrive." Shumu Festival? What festival is that? Lin Feng asked in surprise. The great devil Yu said, "Speaking of which, this festival is quite interesting. The cultivators of the Devil World often kill many people, so they're afraid that they won't have a good ending. That's why there's this Shumu Festival. On this day, the cultivators of the Devil World will put aside all their grievances, then pray, repent, and tell the gods about their sins. They'll tell the gods that they had no choice but to commit these sins, so they mustn't blame them." After hearing the great demon Yu's explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He said, "It's like burying one's head in the sand while stealing a bell." The great demon Yu said, "Everyone is seeking psychological comfort, and this is an extremely important matter for cultivators." Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as the great demon Yu had said. Psychological comfort was indeed very important for cultivators. This was because when one's mind was comforted, their thoughts would be clear, and they wouldn't think too much. If one's mind wasn't comforted, their thoughts wouldn't be clear, and their thoughts would run wild. One could only imagine what would happen when the time came. It was possible that he might even go berserk. Thus, the Shumu Festival was extremely important to the cultivators of the Devil World. Lin Feng asked, "What's the Shumu Festival like in Devil Sky City?" The great demon Yu said, "Everyone will go to the temple to pray. There are temples in the city, but they're all relatively small. There's a relatively large temple on Snowfall Mountain, about 50 kilometers southwest of the city. Many people will go there to pray as well." Lin Feng asked, "Who's being consecrated in the temple?" The great demon Yu said, "The temple here is consecrated to the sky-devouring demon lord." Damn! The sky-devouring demon lord? Lin Feng was somewhat dumbfounded. He hadn't heard about this before. He hadn't expected that his ancestor would be consecrated here. He had to find some time to go to the temple and pay his respects to his ancestor, the sky-devouring demon lord. At the same time, he had to pray that the sky-devouring demon lord would protect him. Lin Feng said, "On the day of the Shumu Festival, organize the cultivator army and go to the temple on Snowfall Mountain to pray." The great demon Yu was a very intelligent woman. When she heard Lin Feng's words, her eyes lit up slightly. She asked, "Master, when do you want to make your move?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded and said, "A large number of cultivators will go to pray according to tradition. The city will be empty, and this is the best time to kill me. Do you think that the fate demon, the enmity demon, and the succubus will seize this opportunity to kill me? If they don't seize this opportunity to kill me, it won't be easy for them to find other opportunities to kill me." The great demon Yu said, "That's right." The Shumu Festival arrived as scheduled. On the day of the Shumu Festival, it was very lively. A large number of residents of the Devil Sky City rushed to the temple in the city to pray. The temple in the city was small, and it was extremely crowded. However, this showed how much importance the Devil World placed on the Shumu Festival. The cultivator army of the Devil Sky City set off to pray at Snowfall Mountain. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duzu, the heretical sovereign saint, the great demon Sky City, the great demon Yu, the devil-suppressing Steel, and the others quickly flew out of the city. "Why doesn't Realm Lord Lin appear?" someone asked curiously. "I heard that he's in seclusion, so I'm afraid that he'll miss this year's Shumu Festival. However, Realm Lord Lin is a human cultivator, so he probably doesn't care much about the Shumu Festival. He shouldn't regret missing it." Currently, Lin Feng was the center of attention in the Devil World. Anything related to Lin Feng would easily become a hot topic. For example, the fact that Lin Feng was in seclusion and couldn't participate in the Shumu festival became a hot topic. In a tea house, 3 cultivators were drinking tea. They looked very ordinary, and when they heard the discussions, one of them said, "The Shumu festival is a good opportunity for us to make a move." Another cultivator nodded and said, "Indeed, it's a good opportunity. What do you think, big brother?" The third cultivator said, "Let's go to the place where that scoundrel lives and investigate." The 3 of them paid for the tea and quickly left. It turned out that the 3 ordinary cultivators were none other than the Fate Demon, the Enmity Demon, and the Succubus. These 3 devils had extremely powerful cultivation bases and were extremely heaven-defying. As expected, they had infiltrated the devil world. The 3 demons quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng's gigantic house. There were many guards patrolling outside. In the eyes of many, it could be described as heavily guarded. However, to the Fate Demon, the Enmity Demon, and the Succubus, this was nothing. How could a bunch of motley crew discover them? How laughable! The 3 of them used concealment techniques and easily entered the residence. Then, they revealed mocking expressions. In reality, the Fate Demon, the Enmity Demon, and the Succubus didn't even think much of Lin Feng, let alone ordinary cultivators. In the previous battle, they had always felt that they had been tricked by Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't found the Devil Sealing Steel to help, the one who had lost would have been Lin Feng. In terms of strength, Lin Feng was far inferior to them. Now, many of Lin Feng's subordinates, such as the Great Devil Sky, the Great Devil Yu, and even the Devil Sealing Steel, had gone out to prey. Lin Feng still had some experts by his side, especially those from the Book of the Dead, but so what? The Fate Demon, the Enmity Demon, and the Succubus didn't think much of those experts. The 3 devils were filled with murderous intent. They began to search for Lin Feng's residence. Based on their habits, Lin Feng should be living in the depth. Therefore, the 3 of them went in that direction. They discovered that there were many patrolling cultivator troops outside a villa in the depth. There was even a cosmic mirror above the villa, observing the cosmic cycle. The security was so tight. It was a stark contrast to the other places. It seemed that Lin Feng was cultivating in this place. The 3 of them snuck into the villa. Then, the Fate Demon's hands formed hand seals, and many runes fused into the void. When those runes fused into the void, the interior of the villa formed a special power. This power blocked the prying eyes of outside cultivators. Therefore, when outside cultivators looked in, they would see nothing but emptiness. Even if a battle broke out, the energy wouldn't leak out. It was as if those runes had opened up 2 different worlds in this place. One world was the world of the Fate Demon, the Enmity Demon, the Succubus, and Lin Feng. The other world was the world of the patrolling cultivators. They could only see the world they were in, and couldn't see the other world. This ability was naturally very impressive. It was amazing. The 3 of them swaggered towards the palace where Lin Feng was cultivating. When they arrived outside Lin Feng's palace, the Succubus smashed the door to Lin Feng's palace with a slap. In any case, they weren't worried about Lin Feng knowing that they were here. In their opinion, Lin Feng was already a turtle in a jar. There was no doubt that he would die. They could play Lin Feng to death in any way they wanted. They were very confident about this. The 3 of them then entered the palace. They saw Lin Feng standing in the middle of the palace, looking at them. It seemed that Lin Feng had been awakened, but the 3 of them felt that something was wrong. However, they couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. Of course, they were bold because of their skills. Naturally, they weren't afraid of Lin Feng. Lin Feng, it's time for you to die. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Heh, are the 3 of you so confident that you can kill me? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Of course. With the 3 of us working together, isn't it easy for us to kill you? The Succubus looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. She felt that Lin Feng was bluffing. Was he trying to run away? This place was already sealed. How could he run away just because he wanted to? Attack! The life demon said, taking the lead to attack Lin Feng. Even a lion would need to go all out to hunt a rabbit. Naturally, they were no exception. Each of them was filled with killing intent. Although they didn't think much of Lin Feng, they didn't hold back when dealing with Lin Feng. They wanted to use some powerful ultimate moves. Once they suppressed Lin Feng, they could torture Lin Feng however they wanted. At that time, they could torture Lin Feng however they wanted. The resentment demon and succubus attacked as well. Let me tell you something, Lin Feng said all of a sudden. The three of them were stunned. They didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to say, and they couldn't help but slow down. Lin Feng said, "Actually, the demon suppressing steel and the others just took a stroll before coming back." What? The life demon, resentment demon, and succubus couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The three of them weren't afraid of other cultivators, but they were extremely afraid of the demon suppressing steel. After all, the demon suppressing steel had such a huge effect on them that it could reduce their fighting strength by 50%. The suppression was too strong. No one could stand it. In addition, Lin Feng had reduced their fighting strength by 10%. If the demon suppressing steel was here, it wouldn't be so easy for them to deal with Lin Feng. Something wasn't right. If the demon suppressing steel was here, didn't that mean that the three of them had fallen into a trap? Ha 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 ha, you three have fallen into a trap. At that moment, a loud laugh came from the void, and a group of people flew out. The person who had spoken was Du Zhu. Apart from Du Zhu, there were also the cursed doll, the god of destruction, the god of plague, the great devil Sky, the great devil Yu, Fan Di Zhou and the others. "Damn it, we've been tricked. Let's go," shouted the life demon in a deep voice. The resentment demon and the succubus turned around, wanting to leave as quickly as possible. However, at that moment, dense runes interweaved in the void. Lin Feng had activated the great formation he had prepared beforehand. The entire courtyard was completely sealed by Lin Feng's great formation. The life demon, the resentment demon, and the succubus were trapped in the courtyard. Chapter 60-79. Lin Feng and the rest also came to the villa outside. Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Dead, and the spirits within it flew out. Then, Lin Feng and the demon suppressing steel activated the domineering magnetic field and weakening rune respectively. Life demon, resentment demon, and succubus fighting strength was instantly reduced by 60%. Against the three of them, Lin Feng couldn't be merciful. Otherwise, he would be bitten back by them. "You want to kill me, and I want to kill you. Let's fight to the death today," Lin Feng sneered. The succubus said angrily, "Despicable, shameless, treacherous. Someone like you is famous, but you don't dare to fight us head-on. You only dare to play dirty tricks. You should at least have some dignity, right?" She was actually lecturing Lin Feng. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "When you say that, did you forget that the three of you came to deal with me secretly? Did you do it openly? You only know how to beg others, but not yourself. Yours truly is speechless. Winner takes all. Today, yours truly will send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge battle broke out. Lin Feng activated the array, and all sorts of arrays released terrifying attacks towards Life Demon, Resentment Demon, and Succubus. Lin Feng and the rest then joined forces to deal with the three powerful experts. These three experts were indeed powerful, but Lin Feng and the rest's fighting strength was also heaven-defying. Coupled with the fact that Lin Feng had set up so many powerful arrays, Life Demon, Resentment Demon, and Succubus were at a disadvantage. Facing Lin Feng and the rest's attacks, they were extremely passive. As for Lin Feng and the rest, they were getting braver as they fought. Both sides were weakening while the other was strengthening. Pooh! The succubus, who was the weakest, was hit by a ray of light from the array. She then spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned extremely pale. That attack just now wasn't fatal. However, the damage done to him was enormous. In this way, it would be even more difficult for them to resist the attacks of Lin Feng and the others as well as the formation. Fate Fiend and Grudge Fiend helped take care of Succubus. As they had to take care of Succubus's life, Fate Fiend and Grudge Fiend were injured one after another. Their situation was getting worse. Lin Feng and company had the advantage in numbers. The Fate Demon, the Enmity Demon, and the Succubus were only 3 people, so a battle like this was clearly extremely advantageous to Lin Feng and the others. It probably wouldn't take long. He was waiting for the Life Demon and Resentment Demon to run out of mana. At that time, the 3 demons would lose their lives. Puff, 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 puff. Many wounds appeared on Fate Fiend and Grudge Fiend's bodies. They were dripping with blood, and there were even wounds that pierced through their bodies. Du Zhu and the Plague God used their abilities at this time. Through the wounds on Fate Fiend and Grudge Fiend's bodies, they seeped poison and plague into them. If it were any other time, they would be able to neutralize the poison and plague easily. However, they couldn't do so now, mainly because they didn't have the time to neutralize the poison and plague that had invaded their bodies. These poisons and plagues had caused extremely serious damage to their bodies. After causing such serious damage, their battle prowess had dropped even more. Lin Feng could already see the hope of getting rid of Fate Fiend, Grudge Fiend, and Succubus. However, at this moment, Succubus's body suddenly swelled up. "Big brother, second brother, hurry up and run!" Succubus shouted loudly. Fifth brother, Fate Fiend and Grudge Fiend's faces suddenly changed. "Retreat!" Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Everyone quickly retreated. The next moment, boom! There was a loud sound as Succubus's body exploded. Succubus died tragically on the spot. However, the destructive power of Succubus's self-destruction instantly destroyed the formation. The self-destruction of a powerhouse who was infinitely close to surpassing their cultivation level was indeed too destructive. "Go!" Fate Fiend shouted loudly. He and Grudge Fiend traveled through the void and quickly escaped. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Feng shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, powerful dermic powers surged out endlessly, enveloping everyone as they chased after Fate Fiend and Grudge Fiend. Lin Feng and the others chased them all the way to the extraterritorial realm. Fate Fiend lost an eye, while Grudge Fiend lost an arm. However, in the end, they escaped into a mysterious black hole in the extraterritorial realm and disappeared without a trace. Unable to kill Fate Fiend and Grudge Fiend, Lin Feng's expression did not look too good. Fate Fiend and Grudge Fiend were 2 great disasters. However, when he thought about how Fate Fiend and Grudge Fiend's bodies were being corroded by poison and plague, Lin Feng's mood improved greatly. Following that, Lin Feng and the others returned to Magical Sky City. After they returned, Lin Feng continued his seclusion. One day, while he was in seclusion, Lin Feng heard a voice. "I am the origin of the devil world. If you want to see me, we can meet. However, you can only come alone." Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked surprised. Then, he looked delighted. It was a good thing that the origin of the devil world had agreed to meet him. However, this guy was too cautious. Lin Feng had already told him that he would not harm him. However, this guy still chose to meet him alone. Obviously, this guy was worried that Lin Feng would attack him. "No problem," Lin Feng said. "Alright, then come to the Ling Tian territory. Once you're there, I'll contact you again." The voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind again. Then, there was no more movement. Lin Feng thought to himself, "The origin of the devil world wants me to go to the Ling Tian territory. Is it hiding in the Ling Tian territory? No, the origin of the devil world can hide wherever it wants. The Ling Tian territory should not be the headquarters of the origin of the devil world. Let's not worry about this for now. I'll talk about it when I reach the Ling Tian territory. Thinking of this, Lin Feng came out of seclusion and told the great demon Yu and the others about this matter. Du Zhu and the others were worried that Lin Feng would go alone, so they suggested that they bring a group of people and hide in the dark. However, Lin Feng rejected this suggestion. This was because the origin of the devil world could sense many things in the devil world. No matter how secretive they would not be able to hide from the origin of the devil world. Therefore, if the origin of the devil world knew about this, wouldn't he become a person who did not keep his promise? The origin of the devil world was an extremely cautious person. If he became a person who did not keep his promise, at that time, the origin of the devil world would probably hide even deeper. After Lin Feng came out of the Devil Sky City, he quickly flew in the direction of the Ling Tian territory. The Ling Tian territory was located in the easternmost part of the devil world. A month later, Lin Feng arrived at the Ling Tian territory. The Ling Tian domain wasn't affected too much. After Lin Feng arrived at the Ling Tian territory, he waited for the origin of the devil world to contact him again. However, the origin of the devil world did not take the initiative to contact him. This made Lin Feng frown slightly. He did not know what the origin of the devil world was doing. Why did it not take the initiative to contact him? Lin Feng planned to find a place to stay first. The Ling Tian territory was actually not big. It was considered the smallest territory. Because it was close to the sea, even the air seemed to be mixed with the smell of the sea. Lin Feng found a small town. The town was not big, but although it was small, it had all the essentials. After arriving at the town, Lin Feng found that there were many cavalry troops around the town. The cavalry troops were patrolling everywhere. This made Lin Feng quite surprised. He did not know what had happened. As soon as Lin Feng arrived at the town, he was surrounded by a group of cultivators. A female rider rode over on a mutated beast. Obviously, this female rider was the leader of the group. The female rider was wearing silver battle armor. She was very tall and wore a helmet. Her face could not be seen clearly, but her eyes were sharp. She should be a valiant woman. "Are you an outsider?" the woman asked. Lin Feng nodded. One of the riders took out a demon-revealing mirror and shone it on Lin Feng. Then, he put it away. "No problem," the rider said. "Okay." The female rider nodded. Then, she looked at Lin Feng and said, "Try not to go out at night. Also, quickly finish your business and leave the Ling Tian territory." After saying this, the female rider turned and left. The other riders also left one after another. Lin Feng was puzzled. He did not know what had happened. He wanted to find someone to ask. Lin Feng casually found a roadside stall and ordered some food. He then chatted with the owner. "Why are there so many riders patrolling? What happened?" "I heard that some of the sea demons under the Sea Demon King's command entered the Ling Tian domain. Those sea demons were extremely ferocious, and they caused quite a lot of massacres. Many cities were devoured by the sea demons, so Demon King Ling Tian sent his subordinates to patrol the Ling Tian domain to find the sea demons and kill them as quickly as possible so that the residents of the Ling Tian domain would no longer be threatened by the sea demons. Since the Ling Tian territory was relatively small and did not have a particularly strong force, the Ling Tian mansion that Demon King Ling Tian was in was considered a top force in the Ling Tian territory. If he remembered correctly, the Ling Tian territory was originally under Zhou Zihai's jurisdiction. Demon King Ling Tian was also Zhou Zihai's subordinate. As for the overseas world of the Devil Realm, Lin Feng did not know much about it. He only knew that the overseas world was more dangerous. There should be some terrifying creatures guarding it. Lin Feng asked, "Who's the Sea Demon King?" The owner said, "The Sea Demon King is one of the rulers of the overseas world. He usually keeps a low profile and restrains his sea demons from entering the inland world. However, for some reason, many sea demons have come to the inland world and are wreaking havoc. It's said that Demon King Ling Tian has sent someone to deliver a letter to the magical Sky City. He hopes that the Lord of the magical Sky City can help deal with this matter. If the Sea Demon King was involved, the Ling Tian territory would not be able to deal with this matter. However, since the letter was delivered 10 days ago, the person who delivered the letter was probably still on the way. It would take at least 20 days for the magical Sky City to receive the news. It would take even longer for the magical Sky City to respond. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng found an inn to rest. There were no high-end inns in the town, so Lin Feng casually found an inn. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the Devil Realm Origin, but the Devil Realm Origin did not contact Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng a little depressed. Lin Feng thought to himself, "Is the Devil Realm Origin messing with me?" However, after thinking about it carefully, it did not seem to be the case. The Devil Realm Origin should not have the guts to do so. However, why did the Devil Realm Origin not contact him after he came to the Ling Tian territory? He could only continue to wait. Late at night, suddenly a violent fluctuation came. After sensing it, Lin Feng was astonished. Such a violent fluctuation seemed to be the sound of a battle. He quickly got up and went outside. Many people were alarmed and looked outside. They immediately saw more than 10 cultivators besieging a sea demon outside. There were also several cultivator corpses lying on the ground. The cultivators besieging the sea demon were the knights that Lin Feng had seen before. The cultivator in the lead was the female knight. Facing the sea demon's attack, they were clearly in a sorry state. "Retreat quickly!" the female knight shouted. The sea demon's attack was too powerful, so the female knight and the others could not hold on for much longer. However, before the people in the town could retreat, 2 more sea demons appeared. The 2 sea demons came to the town. The sea demons' bodies were very strange. They looked like fish, but they had legs. In addition to their legs, they had thick arms and their bodies were covered in black scales. The black scales on their bodies were also very strange. Many attacks that landed on their bodies were dissolved by those scales. This was also the reason why sea demons were so difficult to deal with. The sea demons were very fast, had amazing defense, and had sharp claws. Their claws were the sharpest weapons. One cultivator after another was stabbed to death by the sea demon's claws. The dead cultivators were then thrown into the sea demon's bloody mouth, chewed a few times and swallowed. The sea demon's stomach was like a bottomless pit. It ate many people, but it was still very hungry. Many people screamed in fear and fled, but they could not escape the sea demon's pursuit. A woman was fleeing with her 3 or 4-year-old daughter in her arms. She was originally from the village below. Her relatives had all been killed by the sea demons, so she fled to the town with her daughter. But now, it seemed that she still couldn't escape the fate of being eaten. She couldn't accept it. The child was still so young and should live on. However, she tripped and fell to the ground. It hurt so much that she couldn't get up. The sea demon had already caught up. He looked at the mother and daughter coldly. "Mother, I'm scared." The little girl's voice trembled. "Don't be afraid. Mother is here." She hugged her daughter tightly in her arms. The sea demon smiled sinisterly. It liked to see the fear of these ants before they died. The sea demon raised its claws. Its sharp claws flickered with a cold light. It suddenly waved its claws and clawed at the lonely and helpless mother and daughter in front of it. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 6080. Pooh. At that moment, an arrow flew over and pierced through the ocean demon's head. The ocean demon's body was pushed back by inertia. He couldn't help but stagger backwards. Blood flowed out very quickly. When the ocean demon saw the blood flowing out, He wanted to make a sound, but in the end, he could only make some hoarse sounds. The ocean demon knew that he was going to die. He didn't want to die. He hadn't thought that he would die in such a way. It was just a small town. Attacking a small town like this required him to pay the price of his life. The price was a bit too high. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. The ocean demon's huge body crashed onto the ground. He twitched a few times and then stopped moving. "Mother, he's dead," said the little girl. The little girl said. Although she was young, she already understood many things. The sea demon died, but she and her mother survived. One of the ocean demons was killed. It was killed by that young man's arrow. That young man is a strong cultivator. Many people shouted excitedly. Then, they looked at the person who had attacked. The person who had attacked was young, handsome, and confident. It was none other than Lin Feng. The other ocean demon looked at Lin Feng with hatred. He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. He was very fast. He jumped left and right as if he wanted to use this method to dodge Lin Feng's attack. Facing the ocean demon's attack, Lin Feng looked at him mockingly. The sunshot divine arrow had already flown back. Lin Feng continued shooting. Whoosh! The sunshot divine arrow shot towards the second ocean demon. The second ocean demon moved to the left before the sunshot divine arrow hit him. He dodged the arrow. The ocean demon looked proud. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Then, he saw a blood-stained arrow flying forward at high speed. Lin Feng's sunshot divine arrow wasn't a straight arrow. It could attack the enemy in a roundabout way. There was no blood. It wouldn't stop. Therefore, even though the ocean demon had dodged the first wave of the sunshot divine arrow, the sunshot divine arrow made a turn and flew towards him from behind. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. The second ocean demon's body fell to the ground. He died on the spot. He's dead. The second ocean demon is dead too. Many people shouted excitedly. Lin Feng had killed 2 ocean demons. He had saved them from danger. Lin Feng continued shooting. Whoosh! The sunshot divine arrow, it streaked across the sky and shot towards the third ocean demon. At that moment, the female knight and her subordinates couldn't hold on any longer. Due to the distance and the fact that it was night time, they didn't know what was happening in the town because they were distracted by the sea monster. Their faces were very pale. They felt that they might die under the ocean demon's attack. But at that moment, an arrow flew from the distance and pierced through the ocean demon's head. The ocean demon's huge body fell to the ground. The arrow quickly disappeared into the night. Lin Feng put away the Ho-E bow and the sunshot divine arrow. Then, he went back to his room and went back to sleep. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. After going back, Lin Feng added a few restrictions. Then, he had a good night's sleep. When he woke up the next day, he opened the door and saw a tall, beautiful woman standing outside. Her skin was wheat-colored. She was different from the fair-skinned women. Her face was very delicate, but she gave people a valiant feeling. When she saw Lin Feng come out, she quickly walked over and clasped her fists. Lin Feng felt a bit strange. He didn't know who she was. "You are." Lin Feng looked at the woman in confusion. A beautiful woman came looking for him so early in the morning. Naturally, it was quite a pleasant thing. Even if they didn't do anything, just looking at her was very pleasing. After all, no matter who it was, they all liked to look at beautiful women. Lin Feng was no exception. But the key was that Lin Feng had to figure out who this woman was. The woman said, "Don't you remember me? I'm that female knight." "Oh, it's you." Lin Feng looked at the woman. After taking off her military uniform and putting on her normal clothes, she indeed gave people a different feeling. He had to admit that a beautiful woman was very pleasing to the eye. Lin Feng could roughly guess why she had come looking for him. She was probably here to thank him. Lin Feng said, "Yesterday's matter was nothing. You don't have to take it to heart." The woman didn't tell Lin Feng about this. Instead, she said, I'm Xia Jiqing. What's your name? Damn. Asking for his name right off the bat? What was going on? Wasn't it a man who asked for a woman's name? Lin Feng said, My surname is Lin and my name is Feng. Xia Jiqing had evidently never heard of Lin Feng's name. In fact, very few people knew of Lin Feng's name. Only one of the higher-ups knew the name of the current ruler of the demon realm. Even the Ling Tian region's demon Lord Ling Tian didn't necessarily know of Lin Feng's name, let alone an ordinary cultivator like Xia Jiqing. Xia Jiqing said, So it's Lin Gongzi. Although Sir said that I shouldn't thank you for yesterday's matter, Sir saved the lives of many people in this town, as well as my companions' lives. How could I not thank you? Many thanks to Sir for saving our lives. You're welcome, Lin Feng said. Xia Jiqing wanted to say something but stopped. Lin Feng asked, Is there anything you want to say? Xia Jiqing said, It's like this. Recently, the sea demons have been wreaking havoc. Sir, you've seen it. Ordinary cultivators don't have much power to resist the sea demons. So, I wonder if Sir can help us deal with the sea demons? Sir, don't worry. When the time comes, I will definitely ask my father to help you apply for military merit. There will definitely be a lot of generous rewards. Lin Feng said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Is your father a very amazing person? Xia Jiqing said embarrassedly, My father is a Qianhu and is in charge of an army of about 3,000 cultivators. Qianhu was a position in the army. Generally speaking, only the leader of 1,000 people could be given the rank of Qianhu. The exact number of people under a Qianhu was different. Some Qianhu might have more than 1,000 people under them. However, some Qianhu might have 7,000 to 8,000 people under them. Xia Jiqing's father had 3,000 people under him, but he wasn't a particularly powerful Qianhu. At most, he could only be considered a middle-low Qianhu. Of course, for ordinary cultivators, the position of Qianhu still had some status. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He had come here to see the Devil World Origin. Who would have thought that after he came here according to the Devil World Origin's request, the Devil World Origin actually didn't contact him? He didn't know what was going on with this guy. Since he couldn't get in touch with the Devil World Origin for the time being, it wasn't impossible to help them get rid of the sea demons. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Xia Jiqing thought that Lin Feng didn't want to agree. She immediately became anxious because she knew what a powerhouse like Lin Feng meant to them. Xia Jiqing blushed and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Then, she gently shook it and said sweetly, Lin Gongzi, just agree. Was she acting coquettishly? Looking at Xia Jiqing's flushed face, he knew that it was too difficult for a female knight who had been in the army all year round to do such a thing. Therefore, Xia Jiqing's expression was extremely embarrassed and unnatural. Her body movements were also extremely stiff. When she saw Lin Feng looking at her, Xia Jiqing's pretty face suddenly turned red, almost dripping blood. However, Lin Feng felt that Xia Jiqing was very cute at this moment. Girls. There would always be a cute side, especially beautiful girls. There was no way being beautiful was a kind of capital. Lin Feng coughed and said, Seeing that you are so sincere, there is no harm in agreeing. Great. Hearing Lin Feng agree, Xia Jiqing suddenly became excited and jumped up and down. Let's be more mature, okay? Don't you know that girls can't jump up and down casually? Lin Feng glanced at Xia Jiqing. Then he said silently, See no indecent things. See no indecent things. See no indecent things. Xia Jiqing also seemed to notice that something was wrong and quickly stopped. Her pretty face was red and she looked very shy. This was an untainted girl. Her heart was pure. Lin Feng said, But I have my own things to deal with in the Lingtian domain, so when I have to deal with my own things, I will leave anytime and anywhere. Xia Jiqing said, Of course there is no problem. Lin Feng said, "Take me to see the members of your team." Xia Jiqing quickly nodded and took Lin Feng outside. The members of Xia Jiqing's team were in the backyard of the inn. Lin Feng saw them from afar. Lin Feng found that they were wearing armor, but Xia Jiqing was wearing a long skirt. Was this deliberate? Could it be a honey trap? Xia Jiqing seemed to have guessed what Lin Feng was thinking. She said hesitantly, I don't want to be like this. Lin Feng guessed that Xia Jiqing came here dressed like this, most likely because of her subordinate. Since ancient times, heroes have a weakness for beauties. And their boss, who had a good figure and a good face, was a top-grade beauty. In the eyes of Xia Jiqing's subordinate, successfully charming Lin Feng, and let Lin Feng agree to something. Wasn't it a simple matter? Lin Feng said with a smile, "You are very beautiful." Hearing Lin Feng praise herself like this, Xia Jiqing was a little happy. This feeling was very strange, but it made her a little intoxicated. Soon Lin Feng and Xia Jiqing came to a group of Xia Jiqing's subordinate. These people quickly lined up. The first row had 5 people, the second row had 5 people, and the third row had 4 people. A total of 14 people, whose cultivation was not very strong. However, their spirit was still quite good, which made Lin Feng quite satisfied. Xia Jiqing said with some sadness, "I originally had 20 subordinates, but..." She didn't say the rest of the words, and her voice was a little choked. Women. No matter how strong they were on the surface, they were still weak in their bones. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Feng. Xia Jiqing invited us to help you kill the sea devil, and I agreed. During this time, I will act with you. Of course, I don't want you to rely on me to do everything, so I am just a spectator." "We understand." The 14 cultivators shouted together. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Have you eaten breakfast? If you haven't, let's have breakfast together?" "I haven't," a cultivator hurriedly said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Okay, let's have breakfast together." Lin Feng and the others came to the dining hall and ate breakfast. Then, Lin Feng and the others planned to leave. Everyone was riding on strange beasts. Lin Feng couldn't summon his mount, the 3-headed viper. The main reason was that the 3-headed viper was too strong, and it was too ostentatious with its sage realm cultivation. "Well, why don't we let Lin Gongzi and Boss ride on the same mount?" a cultivator said. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xia Jiqing glared at the cultivator who spoke. The cultivator who spoke wasn't afraid. It seemed that they had a good relationship. He said, "Boss, you can't let Lin Gongzi ride on the same mount as us stinky men, right?" "We don't think much of it, but it will damage Lin Gongzi's glorious image." Lin Feng glanced at the cultivator who spoke and found that this guy was actually winking at him. Was this guy trying to matchmake him with Xia Jiqing? Although Xia Jiqing was very beautiful, Lin Feng didn't intend to provoke Xia Jiqing. Lin Feng said, "My flying speed isn't slow either." Xia Jiqing's pretty face flushed red and said, "How can we let Lin Gongzi fly? Let's ride on the same mount." Lin Feng said, "That's not very good. I'll fly." Hearing Lin Feng say this, Xia Jiqing's stubborn temper rose and she said, "I'm a woman and I'm not afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Seeing Xia Jiqing's expression, it seemed that he had to ride on it even if he didn't want to. Lin Feng was speechless. How could he let this little girl look down on him? What was a big man like him afraid of? Lin Feng jumped lightly and sat behind Xia Jiqing. Feeling the strong aura coming from Lin Feng behind her, Xia Jiqing's pretty face became more and more rosy. She even felt that her heartbeat seemed to have sped up a lot. Her subordinates all looked at Lin Feng and Xia Jiqing with ambiguous gazes. Lin Feng looked like a gentleman who was magnanimous. Xia Jiqing glared at her subordinates, and then her long legs suddenly clamped the belly of the fierce beast under her. The ferocious beast under him let out a low roar and galloped out of the town. "You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.